way up. Way up. Way up. Going back and forth like it's east and west, but the whole team up, say that's north side. I'm lonely if I shoot the tech, and I'm 10 seasons in, still on court side. Every day I'm going back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting all my I's and crossing all my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Way up. Way. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'll probably crashing it. Way up.
It's a big Sunday in the CDL, the final day of qualifiers, where we find out which teams lock into the winner's bracket at Major 3.
Miami Heretics and the LA Guerrillas are currently tied in the standings, and they face off in just a few moments. It's a win and you're in matchup you won't want to miss.
Then the championship grand finals rematch, Toronto versus New York. And something tells me the Ultra haven't forgotten about that 5-0 ass whooping the Subliners handed them in Vegas.
And in our final matchup of the Major 3 qualifiers, it's a classic. Two of the top orgs in esports square off, OpTic Texas versus the LA Thieves. It's all coming up right now on the Call of Duty League. Tell your mom you'll love her.
Every single map, they are the top of their game. You heard the flank coming through, and now you flood into Hydra. This man is a maniac, getting bullets on players that are basically invisible. Oh my God. Geo! Red might be there to slaughter them. Rotations on as well. Red in the time. Oh my God. Almost game. These guys are just playing next level Call of Duty.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
That is the GOAT Crim6 with one of the most iconic lines in Call of Duty history, and he's right on the nose. Call your moms. It's Mother's Day, but wait for the break because we got lots to talk about. Rosalie Nameless here in the studio. And Rosalie, should we give a shout out to your mom?
Of course, my mom's been super supportive of me ever since I started my gaming journey, so happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Happy Mother's Day, Mama Parker. Nameless.
Feeling good. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. It's going to be a great day. I know that they'll be watching their sons go crazy.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about the children who are going to be playing today, because we got 6 teams in action once again, and you can see where they're at in our current standings with Toronto. Just about 5 days away. This is the last chance to earn points towards your seeds. OpTic and Ultra battling for the number 2 seed there with LA Thieves, but it's really the Heretics Guerrillas match that we have highlighted as the most important, because that's another win and in scenario, Allie.
Yeah, all of our matches today have implications, but the most important one is going to be the win and in versus LAG and Miami Heretics. And me personally, I don't know which team to pick in this one. They're both very, very even across the board.
Let's take a look here at this matchup, starting with Miami, who surprised everybody with a Game 5 victory over a surging Surge. Now, this squad had a lot of trouble against teams like Toronto, LA Thieves, OpTic Texas, and Subliners, but the Guerrillas are much more in their same region, same playing field.
100%, yeah. I would say it's like equal in this one. I would tend to lean towards the side of the Miami Heretics. I feel like in Hardpoint they've had a lot more success since bringing in Real. The Search and Destroy's been great, sitting at 5-4, and even in their losses, it's been close Search and Destroys. The Control has been a pain point, 1-5 there, but lucky for them, that's only 1 out of 5 game modes in a series, right? So they've done just enough, and now they have to go through LAG, who have been one of, if not the worst Hardpoint team throughout this entire stage. stage. They're feeling confident today, and their best player is their new pickup in Real.
Just like yesterday's Gwyn versus Lynn's battle, we have another rookie showdown with Flames from LAG taking on Real.
Yeah, both these teams looking for a start and winners here. And on the flip side for Miami Heretics LAG, Flames has been doing it in search and destroy. A 1.52 overall. The biggest issue right now is he brought in and fixed the S&D, but the hard point and the respawns are still really struggling. They're 1-5 in map 1 specifically, but overall 1-7 in hard point. And what's really painful is we see them have a couple of close matches. They're just unable to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, they're really bad at holding kills. I mean, their differential is like 41, but in the first rotation, they've actually been pretty good throughout this split. But yeah, everybody performing statistically, like putting up a lot of damage, just the small things they have been able to get in order. But when you talk about their search and destroy, it's always been decent when we got to land. Flames is unreal in that game. You can play around him, you can play aggressive, or you can put him on an island. He's #1 in terms of KD. He's winning 75% of his opening duels. That's 3 out of 4.
And this is an unofficial stat, but it's a Puckett stat just from watching.
Yes.
He has the most kills per cruise missile of anyone in the league. He had a triple, multiple double kills. The man makes them count, and he's almost good for 1 per map. But can Flames keep it going today? Only time will tell. You take a look at the rookie leaderboard. The stats say he should. He's #2 overall, and you got Estriel #6 on that list for LAG.
And should LAG find some serious success at this major, maybe he enters the conversation on being on Gwen's coattails for Rookie of the Year.
All right, that is going to be a very big matchup, as will the next one, as it's a preview of what could happen potentially in a winner semifinal. We have Toronto matching up against New York. This is our 2023 World Championship rematch with 2 new faces. We got Sib and Envoy in this time around, Allie.
Yeah, and the great thing for Toronto right now is how much better Envoy's looked in the past 2 series. All the top 4 teams, except for Atlanta FaZe, have had a bit of a struggling qualifier, but they're starting to kind of round out their issues near the end here, specifically for Toronto Ultra in the search and destroy. There's still a lot to be worked on, but they're 4-2 in that game mode during the split, so clearly something is working in this game.
Nameless, how do these 2 teams match up in 2024 currently?
Yeah, I mean, I will say both teams are feeling a little comfortable. I think New York, honestly, I'm going to ignore a lot of the online gameplay from them because I don't really think they care too much about their losses.
Okay.
Like New York, they play these guys in LAN, they beat them. They 5-0'd them at champs. They're comfortable in this matchup. And when you talk about Toronto and like their improvement, and I'm putting quote it with my hands right now, the gesture, because they still have 3 maps that they can't win when it comes to search and destroy. So Toronto still needs a lot of work in that game mode. I still favor New York.
Is Karachi one of their good maps for search?
For Toronto, yes, it is.
And it'll probably be in the mix once again today. High Rise was game 5 if it went there in their last meeting. But Allie, New York got the job done in 3. That was in the losers bracket finals of Major 2. How are they looking today coming into this one?
They're maybe a little bit more confident than they were at the start of this qualifiers. It's been a very, very weird stage to watch the New York subliners. They've been middle of the pack when it comes to search and destroy. Their control has still been disgusting. 5-1 in that game mode. They're an extremely strong attack team who prefers invasion and high rise, and they're able to get at least one of those in the series, so you can lock up that game mode. But everywhere else, it's been really mid.
New York is looking really sloppy, Nameless. Sorry, 2-3 against Carolina, 1-3 against Seattle, and then of course an expected loss to Atlanta, 1-3.
Yeah.
What do they need to avoid from having that repeat in the final week of qualifying?
Listen, I'm going to make this kind of simple, honestly.
Do it.
New York had a bad week. Can you have a bad week? You won a world championship. They've been fine. They just got top 3 at the major. They're whipping out things that we have not seen yet from any team. And they went back-to-back 3-0 victories versus Miami and Las Vegas in their last 2 matches. You know, when you talk about this team, 5-1 control, top 2 control team right alongside Atlanta FaZe. The hard point steadily improving, and search and destroy sitting at 3-4. You think it's going to remain like that? It ain't going to stay. They're going to be one of the best search teams come end of the season. So for New York, I think everything's just fine.
We talked to Kismet about those troubles weeks 1 through 3 of the qualifiers. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, right now it's just hard point. We've just been having a lot of woes with that, and basically what we've been trying to preach lately is just a goldfish memory of what's been happening to us in hardpoint. Our past 2 weeks of scrims have been a lot better. Unfortunately, it wasn't really a good showing against FaZe, but it's just that's our game mode that we're working on a lot right now. And I think from doing that, our S&D took a little hit, but we focused on that this week, and it showed against that match. So we just want to keep that going for whoever we play next.
Yeah, no problems on invasion for sure.
Last year we had the same issue. We had a really good strong start, and then we had a really bad like 3 or 4 months, and it's kind of happening right now, which is unfortunate. But it's just all about having that resilience and bouncing back from situations that it is what it is type thing, and we just have to just be confident. That's the biggest thing.
That's Kismet talking about what they need to fix, and he mentioned hardpoint was their weakness. Do you think they take a hardpoint and maybe go to a Game 5 against Toronto today?
Oh, definitely, for sure. This will be a Game 5 matchup.
All right, I'm excited for this one. I'm also excited to see what goes down with LA Thieves. LA Thieves are 5-1 coming into their final matchup, and that is a ridiculous number if you were watching them in stage one. They brought in 2 new players, Kremp and Nasty, definitely filling in these roles well. Joe Deceives back in the lineup, and you can see the success. Legion, Heretics, Rocker, Breach rather, and Surge all taken down by the squad.
I mean, you have to say respectfully, though, like the most impressive of these wins is their most recent one versus Seattle Surge because of how good they've looked, and also the Carolina Royal Ravens. Everybody else is kind of an expected W for LA Thieves. I'm not taking that as a knock on them, but more so, I'm really excited today to see how they're able to match up versus a team like OpTic Texas, whose only team that they struggle against is the #1 team in the league.
I mean, all this is telling me from their performance throughout this stage is it's no longer just a Big Four, it's a Big Five. Like, these guys are legit. I mean, when you talk about last stage, they're winning their Game 5s as well, 3-1 in that once again throughout this stage. Everybody is playing well. There's not a single player underperforming. They've identified their issues when it comes to the respawns. Joe Deceives has come in, and with the new meta and the map set, they have been winning their hardpoints. They're a top 4 hardpoint team throughout this stage. You see all their improvements. So for Thieves, I mean, you wanted to fix your HP. Well, you've done that in 2 stages.
Yeah.
They had to clutch up on the final hill in their most recent hardpoint. Can they do it against OpTic today? Only time will tell. And if you look at the results of this match, worst case for Thieves, you finish 4th. Best case, you finish 2nd with some help from New York. On the other side for OpTic, similar situation. You can't finish below a top 4 seed. What are they playing for today, Ali?
Right now, they're just playing for, I think, confidence. The fact of going up against LA Thieves is that's one of the teams looking to be an underdog heading into Toronto, and also maybe to work on their control a little bit. They're going against an LA Thieves team that's already struggling in that game mode, so maybe they decide to test a map here, map number 3, to see how they can expand their map pool heading into, another matchup against Atlanta.
Yeah, 100% agree, Ali. I think the main thing for OpTic in this series, and we'll wait until we get these maps, but they need to play Invasion Control against them. Obviously, that's a map that FaZe has been frying on, and you're getting ready, if you're OpTic, to play FaZe in the grand final, right? So you got to be comfortable on those controls.
Scariest member on this squad right now, Ali?
On OpTic Texas, low-key, I gotta say Dashy. He's been doing it across all game modes. He has a 1.36 in Search and Destroy right now, and a 1.16 second on his team when it comes to control. So he has been that guy for OpTic Texas this past couple of weeks.
Keep your eyes on Dashy and, of course, Shotzi. That fight versus LA goes down at 6 o'clock. Before it, it's your Monster Energy matchup between 2 of our Power 4. But we kick it off with the matchup that matters most on the day. Who's starting in the winner's bracket? It's either LAG or Heretics. Find out after this.
Fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in-game.
approval. Taking cover.
Eyes watching for the opposition. Out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. Nigga rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Five talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
It's winning in for the winner's bracket, and we will see who takes that final spot. Heretics taking on LAG. We're told the players are ready, so let's jump right into the maps and modes. Alley Cat, you've got the numbers in front of you. 6-star, High Rise, Karachi, Rio, Invasion. Who has the advantage?
I gotta say, I like these respawns for the side of LAG, even though they've been struggling in the hard points. That Karachi control is going to be huge for them because Miami has not been pushing these round 5s when it comes to map 3.
No repeats here, Nameless. Do you think one team has an edge over the other?
I mean, I think it's honestly pretty split down the middle, but due to the hardpoint success in Miami and LAG being terrible that game mode, I'm going to go with Miami Heretics in this one. I think they end up taking this in a 3-1 fashion. What's this?
What is this?
I think because you're at the top, it's the final day.
Allie,
is there even a way that Allie can catch you? 106.
Oh, wow, that's a W right there.
Going for 107. All right, Nameless, it's time to make it official. Our Scuff Pick'em. Where's the king going today?
Miami. Vamos, baby.
Going Miami.
Yes, sir.
Rosalie?
I'm still behind too.
You gotta go opposite.
I have to catch up today.
Got 'em
I
playing
gotta go with
catch up.
LAG. I'm wearing all purple today. It's fitting.
All right, I chose Miami to win. They won. I chose LAG to win. They didn't win. Today, I choose LAG. That's my logic.
What a breakdown.
Thanks, fame. All right, and of course, the fans going LAG as well. Is the king right or wrong? Let us know, Miles and Chance.
My liege, I do believe you might be right. Wow, what a... And it suits you. It really, really does. Well, that was today's desk. God damn, what a fantastic day this is going to be. Welcome, folks, to the first day, first match of the day, a winning in. You've heard the desk labor on about it, and we're going to labor on about it too. A big deal as your corduroy-clad casters are ready to get this one going. Here we go, Chance, map 1.
And I love these series too, because like both of these teams are going to be walking into like their office space or whatever space with a degree of intensity that they're going to be bringing into the major as well. It is your final bit of prep work. It is your final opportunity to like sort of get that momentum really solidified on your side. And of course, with winner's bracket on the horizon for one of these teams, like they're going to be fiending for it. So many young players on both of these squads as well, or at least fresh faces, we should say. So a lot of energy is going to be expended in this match.
It's a wonderfully exciting series as well. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong about our opening players. Flames has been the certain fuel the LAG boys have needed to get themselves back into the swing of things here in the league. The Heretics are Real. He has been the catalyst for their success under the tutelage of the boys. Lucky as well, a standout player. Keep eyes on him. But Metals, though, he's the guy trying to keep the members of LAG out of the point. And so far, not a bad attempt whatsoever. Back and forth. And the purple and white pinstripes here of our kill feed. It's nearly done. And my goodness, one opening upward.
Yeah, and look at those spawn flip too. So Miami gonna have a small little advantage on that rotation still though for the initial time. Well, Estriel wants it and he is going to take it. LAG, by the looks of it, gonna be able to get those final 10 seconds. Miami attempting to set up towards New, but they're getting picked apart by the pistols. Flames and Diamond Con, and even Flames again deliver. Vehicle last man standing, trying to stay alive for this squad, but he does not last. Heretics might have been gifted those back spawns, but LAG currently just running them over.
Now, well done with the observing team there, catching nearly every kill. The Codcaster client could barely keep up with the blistering hits. Vehicle finds his. Pinch is now on. This should be a break. Miami are in. Miami. Oh no! Estriel guns them all down. Metals with a pair of his own. Trade's complete. And that's going to be the Heretics in control.
Yeah, I couldn't see if they have a trophy in the hill for the moment, but, well, yeah, no, I hear it popping off. So Metals got it in the right spot at the right time. So instantaneous break for Miami, and neither team able to hold on to any hill for a substantial amount of time. But Heretics want to convert this final 20, maybe dodge a couple extra nades, but that is a nice little gift. A good chunk of scrap time as Vehicle on a 4 spree gets to lead the charge, but doing the smart thing. If you go this direction, you're going to go into certain death, and Diamond Con, well, he'll be the dealer dishing it out. So Vehicle going to have to pump the brakes and maybe wait for someone like Metals to make a play on the flank.
Well, it's going to take some sweet time. Flames Flames has the flank covered. Meanwhile, Diamondcon continuing to hold these members of the Heretics back on the front. No one's getting close. Metals now makes himself known. Flames with a hop, skip, and a jump into the kills. Diamondcon once again pushing forward. Estriel now on that side of the bar, and the hard point's looking great. Yet to take the lead back, though, if you are the Guerrillas. In you go. Estriel finds his. Beakles with the trades. Lead change. LAG are holding on.
Yeah, they got a nice setup as well, right? Flames going to be looking over Estriel. You each cover the other side. Metals attempt with a nice angle, but Flames there to gun him down, and LAG looking to string together a nice hill of their own. Heretics, one last hit through blue, but LAG, I mean, they got the pressure on the back line. Yeah, Diamondcon going to close that door. He picks up 2. Fame locks down the 3rd, and now actually, this is worst case scenario for Miami. 2 players spawn in the back, and this might be a gift of a rotation, but key gunfights being won by the Heretics players who are desperate just to stay alive in the back. Estriel, well, able to hunt down Lucky. The Heretics still at least set up around new, though they're not going to be collecting the time just yet.
Perfect call, man. I mean, those spawns were only as good as the gunny that the Heretics had, and so far, the gunny is just that. Metals sends it, though. Real might be able to catch a player or 2 on the way to the window. He's got to get there fast. Here we go. Flame. Hold on, son. That's a lot of pumping. On the outside now, a couple more members of LAG break through. Security there. It's top side open. Vehicle in trouble. He might be able to find one here. And then the coverage from his teammates as Metals is right back in it. And this is already a spicy hardpoint indeed. LAG, another crack at it before we have to go to next.
And Vehicle gets to hide behind the indestructible door, so time certainly going to be collected, at least initially here by the Heretics. But LAG, I mean, they've been flooding just into the absolute blender. Estriel, though, going to wait to heal up. You see his teammate picks up a few, and yeah, he just sets up Flames for the easy triple kill. So a little bit of scrap time there. And on the rotation, Diamondcon already got his floaties on, swimming in the water. Heretics were here first, but now Thames causing chaos. So I don't even think Heretics necessarily know Diamondcon's in the pool, but if they didn't before, they certainly do now. One gunfight to win in the water for separation. Lucky isn't gonna get gunned down, and LAG win the rotation. That's a nice little string.
Might be an urban myth, but apparently there's a chemical agent that you can put in swimming pools. If anybody does urinate in them, it makes it go bright purple. Is that what we're dealing with here, Chance?
No, that is absolutely a myth. I can confirm that as a former lifeguard, but what I can confirm also, not a lot of guns near pools typically, so these two teams bring in a lot extra. Maybe the lifeguards want to get out of dodge as Real, well, takes his turn to take a dive, but the pool has not been a kind place to Miami boys. You see nades raining down on him, Fame. Well, he's got the bullets and guns for it as well. I mean, keep in mind, you had LAG that had to fight for the scrap time of the old hill, and they converted that into a decent chunk on the pool. But this game has been an absolute battle. Every single player in the lobby right now, they're shooting their guns.
Oh, yeah. We're leaving the pool for now. It's the sun of California versus the old sunny days of Florida right now, and it looks like our Floridian team has taken a slight dip in our score. Lead change on its way now into the second set of hard points. We got ourselves a good setup for the Heretics. Only one member of LAG in position to take a hit. It's going to be Flames. Not going to be too much out of it as Real lives, gets away with his life. That's a very important one. A single kill and he gets a cruise.
Oh, there's a big moment for Estriel too. He's going to have to slide in and check the corner. The question is, does he guess right? Absolutely not. There's the cruise missile, and I like the sort of passive positioning from Real. Instead of playing the aggro corner to help out his teammates, he plays for the streak, and he's going to secure it. This has been a beautiful hill for Miami. Maybe not quite a perfect full 60, but able to get a good chunk of time. And Real, I mean, he's been the man that they have been chasing around this map, and he wants to take a deep route for these spawns. And I mean, for the moment, LAG, nobody's going to be watching it. Question is, who's going to pick it up, and do they read this route? Real, he's going from the depths.
Charles, this was such a good hard point in the first go around for the Heretics. Can they do it again? They push that lead together so brilliantly. Here we go. Real keeping the spree going. Not that it matters past 6. It's more for the stat line now. And Estriel says, no thank you, mate. Holds on to his. Vehicle on the outside pool by the kiddie pool. Sinks Diamondcon. No problem. The hit might be done in a moment, but the Heretics have once again run the show here on P2.
Yeah, and so much credit to Real as well. Again, just the deep route that he took was making sure to block the spawn so his teammates win the initial gunfights. LAG just firmly on the back foot, and that is a huge moment. Real making the big plays and his team responding. They got a 60-second lead, and LAG feeling the heat, feeling the pressure, trying to flood into P2, but getting gunned down along the way. One pop-off moment for Real, and frankly, this game might have run away as well. Because keep in mind, for Heretics, on this break, they have the cruise missile.
They do indeed. Incredibly easy to use here on this point. Here it comes. The angle is good. It's not going to hit the spire of the hotel, so run for it, LAG. Fame can't dodge it. One man down. Onto the point we go. Let's have a Heretics listen in.
Un tiro blanco, blanco, vale, otro más, solamente sí. Ha puesto blanco, he nacido pedo, nace medio, chavales, no hace medio, no curva, chavales, ahora, curva es uno, vale, y tengo otras medias, hay gente blanco, blanco, eso todas medias, tío, la gente todas mías, creo, no hace blanco, aquí no más, es solo uno. Un tiro literal, otro de frente, Cabe una piña. Más. Tengo de cara para medio. No hace. Cuando esté nace la L. Cortamos, chicos. 20 segundos. Dos por la. Metal, vete. Ya, estoy por el. Ganan en la 2. Me han cruzado, que vayan por abajo. Tengo el crote de con. Una estatua. También. El anterior, solo. Está todo apoyado. Vale, buscamos uno. Estoy bloqueando, sube. Estoy bloqueando blanco. Deberían hacer. Tenemos la estatua medio. Una por larga. Vale, debería vale, tengo yo el full pin ya, tengo yo el full pin, tengo el canal izquierdo, vale, ok, 2 con, vale, estamos hablando de full pin, límite, lado derecho, muerto, me está el límite, llegando, bro. Derecha al punto está un tiro flames, un tiro derecha del punto tumbado, buena. Intentar sumar, vale, sí.
Muy bien, mi amigos. That was a fantastic listen in to the pace of the Heretics chance. Real with the big kills, Metals with the big pinch.
Yeah, the only thing Real has needed this game is just more bullets in the clip. He has been fantastic through and through. Look, this game was a fight for a decent bit, but quite literally 2 good hills back-to-back for the Heretics. They get the cruise, use it on hill number 3 in a row. I mean, they've hit their flow state, and they just simply have not looked back. So again, winner's bracket implications. The winner of this series gets it going in the major, and Heretics, they just set the tone for map 1. Another clean 4 in the feed, and Fame, he's either gonna drown or die to the bullets that are a hellfire. Heretics gonna get it done.
There's a final few moments. Estrial, no way. Flames will not get close in time. Swimming for the win. Heretics take map number 1 comfortably after some strong back-to-back points.
And I mean, look, strong Ramos is out and about, but still business as usual. It's a great tone setter, but the way they're drinking the water, they are keeping that intensity, trying to swing it into map number 2. But I mean, that quite literally, in my mind, I mean, Real was at least the setup man. His teammates certainly need to pick up the kills, especially on that P1 to P2 rotation where he's blocking the back spawns. That's a moment where if his teammates lose the gunfights, things could spiral just a little bit. He's out of the play, but Real's the setup man. His teammates knock him down. And I mean, look, Metals 5,100 damage. Real not too far behind, leading Slayer in the lobby. Great assist down the board as well. So Heretics, that was just, I mean, taking care of business. Outslammed, collect the hill time, better rotations, great streak usage. You simply could not ask for anything more.
No, not at all. I think as well for the teams who are worried about 6-star being a relatively new map, no more. They have absolutely got a grip on how this one plays, and they are playing it like a fiddle so far. That will change after the Toronto major, but until then, we get to enjoy a few more pool hills. Oh, I'm starting to miss it already, Chance. Great looks here from the Heretics and LAG at times, but not necessarily enough to get the job done. Good start here from the Heretics here in this win and in. We'll see how the search goes in a moment.
Yeah, still always comical seeing the bullets just, I don't know the exact distance, but if you're more than like 6 feet apart, like if you're social distancing, those bullets are not going to connect in the pool. So if you're breaking the rules, I suppose death might just be the punishment. But again, either way, I mean, you just see the scoreboard here in this moment. Things just got completely out of control, and it's a very difficult moment. It is not an easy thing when you're the team playing off the back foot of sort of like slowing things down, adjusting the pace, reading those sort of like annoyingly long flanks that be coming through, but separates the good players from the great, and LAG just not quite enough there on 6-star. But I mean, good news for them. Another map set that we have in this series. It's a high-rise SMD for map number 2. And I mean, both of these teams really enjoy that map, but from LAG, maybe you want to consider that their bread and butter. Really enjoy that map, but from LAG, maybe you want to consider that their bread and butter. So they'll be looking for the bounce back, but they're dealing with some ferociousness on the flip side. And well, one team's got to regain, other team, keep it going.
Don't forget, we'll talk about it in a moment, but for the look at this game flow, wow. I mean, from the second set of hard points You could not stop the Heretics. What an unbelievable runaway bit of success there for them. It was close until it absolutely was not. Well, GG's, that's map 1 done. Over to high rise though, Chance, you're not wrong. LAG, very good at the map, bread and butter indeed. Problem though, there's a condiment they can't consider, and that is Lucky, the first blood master for the members of the Heretics here. We'll see if he can find that same success on high rise, a patient and lethal player here on the map. Spicy stuff. I was thinking about the pool, Chance. No glass, no brass. No glass, no brass. You know, don't bring your gun in the pool. No glass either, because you can't see it. It's very dangerous. You know, that's something we worry about. It's something we should put on the pool side. But we don't have to worry about the pool hill very, very soon. Enjoy it while you can, chat. I mean that. Really. You don't know what you've got until it's gone.
Well, in fairness, the chat can't, right? It got taken out of rank play already, so, you know, we only get to spectate it or utilize the pool and search and destroy if that's your the go-to bread and butter. A lot of clutch potential opportunities down in that mix, but I'm with you on that. Lucky probably the player to watch, at least on the initial sections of this sort of round. We know LAG love to play this map. We know DiamondCon is going to be incredibly happy to square up B Street basically every given round, but both of these squads have a good deal of repetitions on it. And frankly, I just don't want to see any more clutches from a SMG player hiding behind the radio tower. Both Vikul and Estriel have been big proponents of the day one hiding spot, but for the early round switch-ups that we have seen from this squad in the Major 3 qualifiers, it is quite literally just a bonkers opening duel shift that they have seen. I mean, a 22% bump. There is literally no statistical category where if you have a 22% increase, that is absurd. And a good chunk of that, as pointed out, was Lucky specifically on this map, pumping those numbers up. So, you know, from LAG, they want to make the adjustments, play around them, bring your rabbit's foot, whatever you got to do.
Whatever you got to do. Whatever sacrifices you need to make to the COD gods to have them smile upon you today. It might not be the COD gods you have to bribe. It might be that giant exploding propane tank. We'll find out. One side of the map stacked with it, the other not so much. Here we go, the monster pregame for the Miami Heretics, S&D. Let's see if they can get it chugged and done. It's not going to be an easy task whatsoever. Into map 2 we go.
Every time, they love their cats. This DiamondCon, again, loves the chow. He'll be dishing out the damage early on. And more importantly, he's just watching the cross, so he's getting the intel for his teammates. And you see Estriel maybe swinging the bomb over and be responding towards that underground pressure. Eyes on Real already. So you have DiamondCon doesn't spot any players really on the cross, so they're worried about this push. And, I mean, reading it with ease. Real just running straight into death, and that is a free first blood. Great utilization of the intel.
And DiamondCon committing a frag to that stairs as well, so very worried about this pitch. And that's the man you need to worry about, though. Ooh, Lucky doesn't finish it, stays alive. Fame, good work, gets away with it. A little bit of map presence now known. You've got some intel. LAG sending it down B Street, and Lucky knows he's in trouble here. Can he get one out of this? That'd be great. He does! His teammate Vikul finds a second. Oh, no death here for Lucky yet. Great work as Flames gets traded. What a round out of the Heretics so far. Not over yet, though.
Oh, Fame doesn't know where to look. Yeah, Metal's going to be hunting him down through the fence. He's at least able to heal up, but 22 seconds, and look who's flying down the middle of the map. Vikul, again, the covering man. Everyone's guardian angel in that round. Lucky was more than dead to rights B Street. He had 3 players going to hunt him down, but Vikul picking up 3 in the round, watching over both of his teammates back. And that's a tough one from LAG. I mean, that was a free first blood, absolutely no trades, with still a minute left on the game clock to make whatever adjustments you want, and they just could not find those trades quick enough on Lucky. So vamos indeed, Miami, keeping it flowing.
It's the thing with the kind of confidence this team's starting to see, the chemistry, all those little bait and switch plays, they're so difficult to execute at this level. Everyone knows these tricks. No one is shocked or surprised by them. It's incredibly difficult to pull them off. Good work there from the Heretics. LAG, time to bounce back on the D. Whoa, that sounded wrong.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. We don't pause in this either. We keep it flowing. We see the propane tanks already exploding, and as noted, LAG, first time playing it in a long time. But that's because they're dangerous on. If you beat Toronto 6-2, it's because you make plays like this. Nice little chow out. Hunt down that final man. Vikul, no cruise missiles for you. And Lucky, well, virtually nowhere to go. Take a deep route. Well, Fame has eyes on it. You were just trapped in a corner. And that's just a matter of who from LAG is going to get this kill.
They're up all night to get some. They're up all night to get lucky. But you have to actually get lucky. And that was harder than it looked. He's a very, very strong individual player in this game. MW3's been kind to him, but LAG played the numbers well. If he doesn't hit the bomb site, I mean, there's a possibility you draw someone down the street, you make it another 1v1, and something about him on this map, confident indeed. But LAG, that's what you want on the bounce back. Fame feeling the pressure, I think there, mate. And that was I read the soul of that man. He looks tired, he looks haggard. You better find success here. Toronto is days away.
I see you two have your armchair psychology degree. I'm a big fan as well, and I saw the same thing. Crick in the neck, that look in his eye, you're feeling the strain. Winner's bracket, I mean, it's literally, it changes the tournament. Instead of it being a one and done, it actually turns into a double elim situation for you. So getting a guaranteed extra match goes a long way, as well as B Street. Again, these teams willing to square up, but LAG, by the looks of it, they're getting back down. So B Street control, and look at what Lucky does when he gets it. Finds the first blood again. That is what he does, and that is the perfect time to have that graphic on board. Heretics, they're in their flow.
Oh yes, yes. 2 down for LAG. A massive advantage here, but not an impossible one. High rise. You can hit those in and out kills. Not easy though. Run, Estriel, run. He's got Diamond Con in spawn. Worried about the flank again. Mid smoke. We're going to be out. Metals stays in exactly the same place. Estriel, we're going to repeat the same play. And this time around, it doesn't work out. Lucky finds another. Awkward moves from Estriel. Surely hunted. Heretics, another banger.
And it's just exactly how the Heretics want the rounds to go, too. I mean, they tripled up B Street in that moment to make sure that they get it with like a commanding presence. And then it just opens up so many angles for you. Like, even if you're playing on the opposite side of the map, going on heli steps can be weird if the guys are bright pearl praying. Jumping on top of the back green shack can be awkward, too. Lucky, again, a player that has the devil down to the details and medals. That man has some energy right now.
He's always been that player as well. Back to BO4. He ran War Machine for the Heretics back then, and that was the name of the game. Just super high octane gameplay, explosive, literally. Lucky again, folks. As extremely calm as you like, he's allowed Real to push forward to take over the bomb site as well. Will it be the high energy of Metals or the cool calm of Lucky that finds the next kill for the Heretics, as LAG on the back foot already?
Well, I think right now Heretics just want to get the information before they go for the A bomb plant. Real in the perfect spot. I feel like if you get in this situation without being spotted, you feel like you're going to get a guaranteed kill as anyone runs over to that right window. And he's going to jump on it, waits for the timing. He might get traded out, but certainly makes a dent. 3v2 now in this round, and look at B Street. Lucky, he's soaring for it, but so many elevators to check. He gets the call out, but Diamond Con gunning you down. And Heretics might have just thrown this round as Diamond Con gives you 3. The bailout man on high rise. Well, he simply does it again.
Loving the elevator. He was living it up as it was going down, and going down indeed. The Heretics, tough one from them. DC, another shooter who's managed to make a real splash here in MW3. Ups and downs indeed. Here's a quick look at Diamond Con's round again. What an opener there. In and out, straight into that corner. And Chance, look at him, constantly playing for the info. Great comms there from LAG. The call on Lucky, essential. All tied up 2-2.
And now he is arrow-smithing his way to another round win. Tied up 2-2. LAG, they needed those bailout moments because the first bloods have not exactly been super kind to him. Looking again, Metals, yeah, shooting through the trash can. Well, there's the trades, and Lucky can't even get it. Flames. Clean shots just to back him down. More gunfight wins on site. 1 HP. All that Estriel is going to need. He got another 3v2. Fame, well, he's over by the chopper as this bomb is going to go down. Vehicle and Lucky testing their clutch abilities, but Vehicle, he's not on the radio tower this time.
Vehicle, hold it. Estriel loves that laneway. You've seen him there all round. Lucky from the chopper. Here comes the nade. Is it good? Oh, it was, but not enough to get the kill, so you at least know where one player is. Lucky's managed to infiltrate the bomb site. Perfect post-plant position, though. He's not going to be able to defuse without putting himself in danger. Oh, but Danger's Vehicle's middle name, baby. 1v1. Oh, what a fantastic fight. Flames wins it. No shenanigans this time round. Last time we saw Vehicle in a 1v1 on that spot, it was nutty. Flames with a big win.
That's gorgeous teamwork, too. I mean, Flames was absolutely the guy that Heretics were trying to isolate. Vehicle was underground looking for him, trying to get the angle. Lucky doing the exact same thing. So Fame is going, like, working overtime to try to protect Flames in this moment. Then that, of course, towards to, well, Fame, the attention is now on you. So Flames, if he plays it passively in that moment, I don't know if LAG get that round, but he recognizes as soon as the action is on his teammate, gets involved. 3 kills in the round as well, and LAG now have the lead.
It's just so fun watching two teams wonderfully confident on a map, trying to outplay one another. What the CDL is all about, folks. 3 spree from Flames in that round. Can he turn it into a 6? And he gets to drop a big old stick on this map. Real getting very tricky with the nades. It's going to force that player out on the other side, Estriel, but not enough. And here comes the hop. And man, Chance, there's a lot of guessing here on High Rise. Tons of guessing, as a matter of fact, and no one's guessed right so far here by the B-bomb site.
And what's interesting, I think that nade was meant to clear out Estriel. I think that was it. You wanted to look for the hit marker to see if he's going to be nearby, but Estriel repositions after the stun, gives you first blood, technically traded out, but Estriel, I think he wants to go right back. Good information on Real, going to be down blue. Fame just doesn't turn, though. Fame right now looking the wrong direction. You know someone's underground, and it had to have been called out, but LAG, maybe they're not going to listen, but if they're not going to listen, better shoot your guns, and, well, they're doing exactly that. Estriel and Flames bailing you out. Vehicle for a 1v2.
Big time. 10 seconds. Find the kills. You're all good. Oh, Vehicle's in trouble. He's going to commit. He's trying to get towards the bomb site. Is he going for the plant? He's got to kill both these players. Nice shots onto the first. Flames, stay down, son. You are going to be safe. I mean, nice 1v1 win from Vehicle there, but not going to be enough. Polar opposites there from LAG. Save the round.
Yeah, props to Estriel on that round as well. I think that was the strat. Like, Real tosses the stun into, like, the pit on the other side, doesn't connect, but Estriel just jumps down from that ledge spot immediately after, and that was timed perfectly for when that Semtex was going to be landing underneath him, and Estriel wasn't scared of death, but it would have given away his position, which he ends up utilizing perfectly. Not get 1, but 2 kills. His Flames, well, the 4 spree continues. Maybe a cruise or maybe just another round win. Diamond Con roaming towards B Street. They're going to have Propane control.
Propane. You called it, mate. You're going to see Diamond Con on this B Street a lot. A straight shooter, great in those longer range fights. Be interesting to see who gets the most long range kills throughout the league towards the end of the season, but that's a question for another time. Now, stalemate across High Rise. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nothing yet.
Oh, and I see that radio tower position being used as well. It's a day 1 spot. We've seen so many clutches from there as well. Got to use some sort of tack or nade just to clear that spot out.
This is what it looks like at a high level, folks. I think empty pockets. Estriel, brave. 2-man hit. Here come the potential trades. Heretics are in. Heretics fine. Whoa! 2 from Metals. I don't believe it. Metals! The damage hasn't stopped. He's got 3. Can Metals find all 4? What are we watching? Fame says no. Vehicle now another 1v1. What a round!
I playing a little respawn there, and that one, why don't you? Start flying at everybody. I think the Miami players, again, they're like coverage so far. Vehicle just like overseeing his teammates. I mean, LAG jumping through the middle of the map, jumping from underground. They were hunting that player on the radio tower down, but Heretics just getting active, clean shots, and Flames tagged up in 1 shot as well. Metals soaring. He is happy to get active with his teammates, and that is a wonderful call. And of course, Vehicle there for the follow-up. 9-3 for him. I mean, Vehicle's sometimes the guy playing those tight angles, cheeky spots, but ever present on S&D, he'll mix things up this time, choosing to go top heli. So many explosions.
I wish. I mean, that would have been one hell of an ace for Metals, but he's kept the spree going. Trades complete. Real lives to fight another day with that bomb in hand. Man advantage goes to Heretics.
That's interesting timing, too. Diamond Con actually gets through, but it's a 2v3, so how much does it matter? Because Metals there to read it, and, well, Flames for a 1 versus 3. Rookie gonna have to clutch on this one, or Heretics gonna tie you all up, but looking at the situation on the minimap, this would be impossible, in my mind, to get this win.
I mean, even from top heli, he'll pick 1, and then he has to instantly melt the second player, and it's not gonna happen. Statistically unlikely, even worse. in actual fact. Heretics find the equalizer. We are tied up 4-4. Because you're not wrong, mate. They do like to drink their water bottles fast. They're keeping the pace up. Out of game as well. Heart rate through the roof. And Metals still bobbing and weaving.
Oh, yeah. Now, again, a lot of energy. Just keep saying that for him.
He's turned. And it shows. In game, he's a monster.
They let him out of the cupboard, and, well, now he's performing magic.
You're a wizard, Metals. I am the Hagrid of the team, aren't I? God, it's so sad. Anyway,
yep, absolutely.
9-3 from Vehicle, though. He has been the old dependable here for the Heretics. 3 spree from Metals. He might be shooting hot. Oh, it's lucky, though. There's Dumbledore for you. Always had a plan. It was set up in the first movie and executed later on. I don't know. Harry Potter got nothing here, mate. Go on, Real. Find a few more. LAG, send it. Oh, finally able to get the kill. Estriel tagged up big time, though. Has to back up, stay alive, and you know where they're coming from. Lucky. No good yet. Heretics, take the lead.
Yeah, again, it's just the coverage, man. Lucky's like in a dangerous spot, but everybody's always there to look over. I mean, these rounds have been almost overwhelming. I think literally half, if not almost all of Vehicle's kills have just been protecting his teammates, making sure they don't get the trade. So the teamwork has certainly been ramped up. So many of these rounds have been overwhelming in LAG. I mean, 3 tough losses in a row, and I mean, props to Lucky as well. Pumped up sort of his first bloods, talking about how good he has been on this map specifically, and he is absolutely provided. I believe he's already gotten 3 in this game. Metals on a 4 spree, Vehicle on a 3, and I mean, it's enough rounds in a row. Heretics feeling that momentum, and they might crush LAG on one of their better maps.
This would be a devastating turn of the series, right? Real, starting to feel the first blood. Don't worry, man, leave it to Lucky. He's been doing it for a couple of weeks now with tremendous success. If I were every other team in the league, I'd be looking at this gameplay and finding where he plays from. Take care of him, put yourself at a good advantage. Here comes the nade.
I don't know if that's going to connect on Estriel or not. Yeah, there's Beach, there's the intel, and got to be worried about the jump up spot, so he's going to get back down. Estriel has been quick to hop back up, but yeah, I think if I'm Heretics, I'm wasting no time. You get him off the spot, go for the plant, and reposition. This will be a true 4v4.
The Estriel does a lovely job of finessing around that generator as well. Real, no need of finesse. It's a massive hit. Trade's done. Fame manages to do a little bit of work there to keep the boys up. Metals answers back immediately. Whoa, Real from one side of the map to the other. Metals wins a big one. And with that, wins the map. Roars in the player cam. As Heretics go up to the nada.
Yeah, and if there was any doubt about how intense these guys are going to be on this fine Sunday we have, that answers the question. Telling you, man, they're bringing it like it's a LAN environment. This is the setup. It is the difference between a one-and-done tournament in just a few days' time or playing a nice little double elim. You get a little bit of wind in your sails. Heretics taking full advantage of the opportunity. I mean, it was destruction on 6-star. They played it pretty much perfectly. Streak utilization on point, great rotations, great breaks, and then in the high rise, I mean, they had a couple tough rounds that they were dealing with, but they soared straight on back. 10 kills for Metals, 10 kills for Vehicle, quite a few clutches as well. And on the first blood front, well, Lucky provides again. Maybe honestly an off game for him. He only had 3 this time.
Oh my word. 250, 129, 6-4. Heretics with a lovely start to this win, and you're in for the winners bracket in the Toronto Major in a matter of days. LAG, though, are not out of this yet. We're going to be going to a control after this very quick break, but Chance, again, looking at this, statistically, First Bloods, very, very good for Heretics, as is tradition, but a lot of back-to-back rounds there. Those 4 straight, it was just game over. Great looks from the Heretics there. LAG still a little bit to go for. Will they turn it around after this break? We'll find out here in the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Oh, welcome back, friends. We missed you. Hope you missed us. What we haven't missed, though, is Map 3. We're about to get to that in a moment. Myself and Chance ready to party through this one, as are the Miami Heretics. If you've just joined us, it's an absolute ding so far up against LAG. LAG have seemed to lose just a step or two chance here. They're not necessarily flying as high as they were. Flames has simmered out a little. It's more just a flicker than a flame right now. Okay, there, he's right back in the shot.
Honestly, I just don't think they've really had too much of like a choice in the matter, I would say. Obviously, Flames, he has been on point. This team just needed more kills from a main AR standpoint, and he is absolutely delivered. His S&D has been fantastic. His KD, decent for an AR player, 1.07, super solid. And obviously, these are your rookie ranks, so he has been outperforming. Granted, I mean, I think most of the rookies this year have been SMGs now. Trying to like go down the list. That seems typical, including some of his teammates. Esriel, another SMG rookie player, but Flames has gotten his team more kills. Well, they needed a fair few more on the 6-star and needed more in the S&D as well. So maybe look at this guy to heat things back up for the Map 3. But again, Heretics, they're just playing good Call of Duty. Like great rounds, good execution on the First Bloods. The teamwork is always ever present for him. And the 6-star, well, a thing of beauty. Real making some very solid plays. And for a Karachi control, this is a tough one from LAG. Record overall, not exactly on point, neither on the attacking or defending rounds. It's not like Heretics are dominant on this map, but for a back against the wall moment to see a Karachi control LAG fans. Well, they're a little bit concerned about a potential hot 3-0.
A very, very hot 3-0 could be on the cards here. Let's see if LAG can find something special, find the magic. Hoods up. That is a death eater joke in here somewhere, but I just don't have it. I got a lovely DM from the Miami Heretics Twitter account saying, "We're loving all the Harry Potter references. The spirit of Dave Paddy lives on." Oh, absolute magic here in the CDL. What a big family we are. Big wins, though, right off the rip. There from LAG. They're going to keep the A zone nice and safe.
I miss Dave Paddy. I hope he's doing well. As Heretics are doing well, because they could just walk straight to the B zone. That'd be number 6 on it. This is every kill going their way. Real's doing a great job getting the cutoff kills. And again, I'm telling you, the only thing Real needs is more bullets in the clip. Outside of that, he's been fantastic.
Give that man a 100-round drum and let him sing. Vikal here on the wall. That's the hot flames. Big tags, not off the kill. Nice nade. You saved the day for a moment. Metals, though, right back in there. One more to deal with. Gets it. That's big. That could be the B zone wiped out. Love the nade. Watch for the mid-alley push now as Metals captures B, all down to A.
This is the worst possible start, especially with Real controlling the power positions. He just gets the easy cleanup kills, and his headset clearly works. 2 players underneath, and LAG, you got too much to do. You can't be belly down. You got to kill this man. That A zone is collapsing before your very eyes. This might be one of the quickest Karachi control rounds we have seen as Heretics dominate, triple stack, going through in a 5 spree as well to boot. They could get the cruise missile in this next round on defense. That was too easy.
Wow. Okay.
Lucky didn't do enough damage to kill 2 people, and they capped both zones.
Felicidades. Round 1 is done. Lucky is so cool, man. Like, he is chilling. You know what, Lucky to me, I mean, this is a very strange comparison. They're incredibly different players, but the composure of someone like Major Maniac.
Hold on. Let me slide there. No one has the composure of Major Maniac.
Okay, maybe you're right.
I appreciate the comparison, but there are levels to this. Lucky can have the second most composure of anyone on planet Earth. He's always going to be behind Major.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. Okay, round 2. Let's see if LAG can pull off the crazy fast attacking round. So far, not bad. That's going to be the first segment gone. Trades are there. Numbers are starting to thin out. DC still holding it down in his zone. Here comes Fame. Reinforcements show up. LAG, baby, not a problem. That's going to be the A zone cleaned up very quickly. They've done it even more decisively, dare I say, than the Heretics did in their round chance. Now we go to Bay.
Well, that is the easier zone, though, to be fair. You got a guy like Vikal playing a filthy corner over by Junk to make sure you're forcing out the deep spawn. So Heretics happy to play the long game in this moment, and for good reason. Metals, well, he was able to earn that cruise missile in the meantime. So LAG, they got their work cut out for him. By the way, Vikal has actually claimed so much space that he's calling out to his teammates. Like number 5 on the minimap, he's watching mid-alley cut. You got Real ready for like the full flanks to be rolling through. So it's an awkward spacing on the minimap. The Heretics, their heads up about it, and they are picking him apart. LAG, they are not comfortable in this moment. Vikal, his bread and butter, doesn't get the extra kill, but that push has been completely stopped.
Yeah, even if he doesn't get the second would have been great. It doesn't matter, though. You've given the information to your teammates. Oh, they're trying to make the most of it. There's a couple of big kills, though, down to Lucky. He's got to win at least 2 here. Otherwise, this is going to get real ugly. Can't buy the time for his team. You're into the B zone, LAG. Metals calls the cruise. It lands. Not enough for the kill. The capture continues.
I still don't know if I've seen too many cruise missiles actually get kills on this B zone, but we'll keep trying just in case people don't want to stand, I don't know, inside a building, but that at least buys you time maybe to flank. And, well, Lucky soaring through, able to pick up 1 and does enough damage. Estriel should get traded out. Real taking care of business. So cruise missile extinguished, but that is the only good news. Bad news from LAG. Well, Estriel had to find his first kill and still have to reset. You got a minute, and they're working the full flanks. They haven't been getting these close spawns. These are extremely difficult rounds to win.
Very, very long journey from your spawn to the B zone. Diametrically opposed in the ease of leaving to getting into. It's all bad, folks. Heretics roaming the map now, looking for anything, but it might be too late. Oh dear, the one avenue LAG found, they're in. Flames lives. Oh, Real with a pinch, gets there in time. Fame now all alone, waiting for the reinforcements to show up as again, the Heretics, such a strong defense.
Oh, it's the flank too, though. Vehicle, yeah, he reads it. Estriel gonna get back down. Great reaction time to not fall and send in Fame for the kill, but Fame, food for fodder. Too many players there for the trade, and now a moment for Lucky where his Major Maniac-like resolve comes through. Big gunfight for him to win, and LAG just desperate to find anything, because the teamwork for Miami, it has been on point this entire series.
Absolutely brilliant so far. Absolutely brilliant. You have put LAG in a seriously tight box. Look at the KDs. They are brutal right now. The Heretics are playing Karachi immaculately. Attack and defense, very, very strong. Could this be it, Chance? Is this the 3-0?
Yeah, Real's 16-5. So I don't think like LAG have too much choice. I think they're just get taken to task. And that was an extremely well-played round on defense as well. Again, Vehicle went from controlling junk and blocking the spawns to basically full flanking the entire LAG team that was then in his spawn. So Heretics, they're playing in a safe way on defense, and they take care of business. Meanwhile, LAG, don't get me wrong, the scoreboard currently broken, but they are struggling in the kills department. I believe Flames is 2-10, so that means he did go on a 6-death streak.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. It was good in the last round. Now it just sort of tweaks out, as they say. First blood Vehicle on A right away. Another fast attack. LAG counting their losses and have gone all over towards that B side of the map. Oh, look at the patience here from Real. The shot not necessarily as good, doesn't matter. Oh, what a catch! Flames throws a peach.
And now you gotta be worried about the flank too, so someone's gonna have to turn. Lucky maybe feels the pressure, doesn't want to deal with that, but he just gets caught sprinting. So 2 ticks roll through. LAG get him off the zone. Metals can't do enough damage just about, and Astral and Flames get him off of it. Now for Miami, the question is, what do you want to do? They're going to get this cold struck spawn. So Fame right now is going to have to fight 2 different players on the Heretics over towards B. This is a moment where Heretics can capture both zones at the same time.
It looks like Fame was out of position. He gets his first. Ooh, nearly the second. That's good enough for now. Oh, no, it's not Real. How did he pull that one off? Flying towards B, Vehicle in your spawn. The force spree down, but the numbers here for LAG running out Real through the back door. This could get ugly real fast. No, Astral holds it together. Metals steps up to the plate and knocks him clean out. The second nearly, but the trades are done. The Heretics are in.
Oh, and this is going to be a good cruise missile. Nowhere to go indoors. You're going to be running through an open field, and he's calling, what, 2 players inside a green? And he's going to slow him down so much. 1 tick already through. They're going to get this round.
Oh, my word. They're going to get the round. They're going to get the series. Real keeping him at bay by the bus. 2 dead. LAG fight forward. Vehicle cuts him down. Lucky's there as well. This is going to be the series. You've got to get in there. LAG can't find it. Through the window contest. Cut down. Good night. Lights out. Heretics. Bienvenido al grupo del ganadores. I did that terribly, but it means welcome to the winners bracket. GG's 3-0.
Yeah, we will be seeing these guys in Toronto. That was ferocious. And I know Miami, it is sort of a multi-step process. They are still on their quest just to win a map on land, but the Call of Duty, like the way they're playing, they certainly look like the teamwork is so much more on point than it has been with any different roster combination these guys have had. So excited to see them potentially. As LAG, as the stats guys, hate these moments when players leave the game because they're embarrassed about their performance. Well, Heretics, they stayed in for good reason. Everybody going positive, absolutely destructive. Lucky had 10 tiers captured as well, so he's just hanging out on the objective while his teammates get to fry. Metal's the damage dealer, and Real, the main slayer. Heretics, they have found their form.
Look at that. You're absolutely right there, mate. A team that has struggled so much on LAN, that gameplay didn't look like it was affected too much by any sort of latency or whatever. So we'll see if they can keep that one going, because it don't get better than that. That was a 3-0. I wonder how the desk feels. So on the desk.
Just an easy read as usual, fellas.
Easy read for the king. Solid coming.
Could it have been? We thought the Heretics would win.
Who thought, man?
If only one person here could call it. Nameless, did you see a 3-0 coming, though?
Oh, I called it 3-1. I thought that they would lose the control. They've been bad in that game mode. You know, I'll take this off.
No, you look great. You look great. Yeah.
But honestly, well done. I mean, the hard point was the reason I said Heretics would win this, and that was a flawless hard point. Literally won almost every single rotation. We were talking about Metals. He's always in the right spot at the right time, right amount of pressure. Heretics are the real deal.
Can you put the crown back on? It's way better. All right, let's get into the highlights here.
Back on.
as we take a look at the SMG Real living up to the hype. We highlighted his stats coming in. He wasn't the only one, though. It seemed like the teamwork was definitely there for the Heretics today.
Definitely. I think my biggest shout has to be VCOL Metals during that map number 2 high rise. Both of them dropping 10+ kills, and Lucky in all the first bloods he was getting for his team on the side of Miami Heretics, and that's what they needed. Real had been the main slayer the majority of the stage, but when Miami Heretics was finding success, it was off of plays from Lucky and VCOL traditionally. So to see them step up here in this LAG match was huge.
A streak to start the game. Not too bad there for Real to close things out.
Yeah, I love what I saw from them. You know, this control was just like beautiful. They set the tone in that first offensive round, just getting so aggressive. But I'm going to circle back to that HP once again.
Do it.
I mean, even on like the P4, like, you know, the spawns can get wild. Like, you spawn all the way back out P3, you can spawn all the way by pool, right? It gets pretty tough. But they were able to manage that perfectly, back and forth volleying it, and then chaining that into a spawn trap. And also, if you're just now joining us, go back and watch that round 10 strat, because we were going crazy in the green room. Well executed by Heretics.
It was a team effort from Miami, and all 4 members earn our Scuff Play of the Game as they will be attending Toronto in the winner's bracket for the 2nd time this season.
And we just missed the most important moment from this matchup, which was Real going on that huge spree. I believe it was 7 or 8 during that map number 1, is when this game was actually tied. They were about 100 to 100, but he goes on a 7 spree. They get the full 60 in P1 and the early rotation over to P2 to then give themselves that huge lead to close out the map. But just great gameplay overall from the side of Heretics.
I'll tell you what, I do not want to fight Metals anywhere near that diner. Well done to the whole squad. They lock it in, and they set us up for a very swift day. But I have a feeling we could see a longer series with New York and Toronto coming up. Before that, though, we got to talk with our monster winner, spotlight winner. It's Lucky today. Lucky, welcome back. How do you feel?
Hey, guys.
You guys are going to the winner's bracket this time with Real in the lineup.
Well, personally, I'm feeling amazing, and I think the team as well. We've been putting a lot of work these past few weeks. We know the results have not been going pretty well, but we are seeing improvements, and hopefully we can show up like the next week at LAN.
Lucky, congratulations on the win, and not only that, a very dominant one and a dominant 3-0 on the control, which I feel like you guys definitely need heading into Toronto. I want to ask you, how is Real feeling about playing on LAN for the first time? How excited are you guys to watch him?
He's super excited. I mean, we are all excited, but him personally, like, his ceiling is so high that he's so excited to play next week. And yeah, overall, I think he's a great add to the team because he puts a lot of pressure. He knows what to do. He knows when to stay alive. So we're very happy with him.
You know, Lucky, fantastic work throughout this stage, especially in this match. You know, in this stage, you guys have been up and down in hardpoint, but it seems like you've been putting in a lot of work there. You were 12th in rotation winning percentage coming into this. You guys out-rotated them to every single hill on that map 1. How much point of emphasis was it on rotations headed into this week?
Yeah, I mean, we watched some VOD, and our coaches told us as well, and we knew they're a team that like to rotate. Like, whenever they get points, it's because they're advancing rotations. So we focus a lot on that first map to rotate more than them, and it just showed that, I don't know, we just counter, I think.
Good, yeah.
Lucky, we're going to let you go celebrate with the team. Is there anything you're excited to experience when you go to Canada next week?
The weather, I think, because here in Florida it's so hot right now. So hopefully it's a bit colder in Toronto.
Come up north and cool off, my guy. Excited to see you in person.
Thank you, guys.
That's Lucky. That is the Heretics locking in the 8th seed in the final week for the 2nd time. Now on the other side, LAG, you got 11th because you didn't even take a map. You could have finished as high as 9th seed, getting 3-0'd. You now are right above Boston at the bottom of the barrel. For now, though, we got to go to a break. When we come back, we got 2 teams who are fighting for their spot in the top 3. It's Toronto taking on the Subliners. Can the Subliners finish with a winning record?
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having a safe place. I'll take a check. Finishing his drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage in 10. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Da Vinci, my cologne after the show. She told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint a fan in spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
Subliners are your 2023 champions.
Grab digging deep as he's absolutely mauling OpTic on the approach. It's three for Hydra.
Oh my God, Hydra.
Obliterated. The championship grand finals rematch. Toronto versus New York.
It's the rematch not only of the 2023 Grand Finals from our World Championship, but also the losers bracket, or the third place matchup that we saw just one major ago. Both of these teams in the running for a top seed. And if you're looking at Toronto, you could finish as high as second with the performance, especially if you finish with a 3-0 here today, and Texas has some trouble.
Yeah, but for New York, the highest they can finish is fifth, which isn't what I thought I was going to say. So Toronto in this matchup are looking to maybe feel a little bit more confident, simply because across the board, they have done much better on the tail end of this qualifier while still holding a top seed. 6-2 in Hardpoint, 4-2 in S&D, and 5-1 in Control. Their biggest strength has been in the respawns. However, the Search and Destroy, looking better recently, still has some angles that needs to be cleaned up. They went from number 3rd in attacking in the lead, now dropping down to 11th with 921 attack opening dual win rate.
Nameless talking with our producers. It looks like if Toronto wins 3-1 or better, that being a 3-0, Toronto will get the second seed. With our monster pregame, how do they get it done today? How do you get a clean win over a squad that just 3-0'd you a month ago?
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to come correct in the Search and Destroy, right? We know, if we know anything about New York, is if it goes the distance, they're going to be comfortable, especially in this matchup. We've seen it plenty of times, and you can see the best mode is Control. 5-1 record, 1-0 in round 5s, and their stats are just great, attacking and defending all season long. But they're going up against New York, who are comfortable on all the Control maps, who are also very good, and 5-1 in Control. And their worst mode, Search and Destroy. 4-2, where you could say there has been improvements in terms of their record, but there's still 3 maps out of the 5 that we just don't know where Toronto really stand. And you look at some of the stats, like 12th in opening dual win percentage, it doesn't bode well, especially when going up against the New York subliner.
I completely agree with you. On the tail of New York, it's kind of been the same same thing. Their respawn has been pretty strong, and their search and destroy on the tail end has looked better. These are two teams with very similar tail of the tapes, but for search and destroy, their statistics are extremely middle of the pack. I will say, though, they have a 90% conversion rate, so they just got to focus on getting those opening duels versus a Toronto team that's been struggling in that category.
Now, even if New York wins this, they are getting 5th place. If you win a single map, you're most likely getting that 5th place. And why is 5th important, Nameless? You avoid playing Toronto or Texas in that first round.
Yeah, so they'll be playing LA Thieves, right? So,
maybe, yeah.
Possibly, depending on how LA Thieves does against OpTic. But yeah, I mean, in this matchup, you just want to assert dominance. We know the kid's been in scrap beef from back then, and, you know, these guys obviously want to improve and become the best they can. So this is a huge match for that. And they're going to be trying some maps throughout. And from a Monster Energy P game, same thing for them. Their worst mode, S&D. But, like, I just don't believe that. Like, what Kismet said about them working on their hard point and trying to improve their control, they have done that. When it becomes time to win a search and destroy, when they need to in a bracket situation, they will do so. Like, I'm looking at some of the stats. Hydra's got a 0.8 in S&D, and he's only won 33% of his opening duels. That is not going to stay the same. He's going to bounce back.
They just don't have a tip on the scale of a strength when it comes to search and destroy. They're middle in the pack when it comes to attack and on defense. And you can compare weeks 1 through 3 to week 4, where they look very strong, but you got to think about the teams they played, Miami Heretics and Vegas Legion, that are considered on the bottom half of the league right now. So going up against Toronto Ultra will be the most telling tale of where they actually stand.
What maps are they playing today? I bet we're going to see a Karachi. There it is for map number 4, Hardpoint, but it's Vista, which will open up our series. We got a double dose of Invasion and a 6-star. Do we get to that Karachi Hardpoint?
Yeah, I think we're going to go the distance. I mean, in this one, like Vista, Hardpoint, neither one of these teams have had a ton of success there. And then the 6-star S&D, another one that they're both trying to add to their map pool. So I think it'll get really interesting. I think we make it all the way to 5.
What do you got for me, Allie?
Nothing. I was just going to touch on the fact that it's Invasion with both of the strongest attack teams in the league. So that'll certainly be a swing map for this.
Normally we see defense winning Invasion. These two squads went to a round 5 last time. Today, Nameless, put on your crown, look into your camera, and tell me who is going to make it 108 perfect predictions for you.
Listen, New York made this roster change hoping Sib would come in, drop some bombs, add some slang, so they could steamroll the rest of the top 4. So far, he has not been doing that throughout this stage. But it's time for that to change. Sib's about to go off, and I got New York winning this series.
He's going New York.
Too fast.
Allie, you can maybe tie it.
I can tie. That's the best I can do now because of that last series. LAG, you're going to hear from me later. I'm actually going to go Toronto Ultra in the series, not just to pick opposite of Ant, but I truly think that they have looked like the better team recently.
And also, update from our producer, there's no way you can tie. You lost it in the first one, and he got a win. He went up by 2. It's done. I will go along with Nameless. He looks like he knows his business. I'm going to ride with him today. The fans are riding with Rosalie. Let us know, chat. Where are you going as we send it over to I Hold Shift and Study?
Can't believe Chris is out here breaking hearts like that. You see how deflated Allie got as soon as you said that?
Chalked.
Absolutely chalked it up. But no, this is going to be a banger matchup. Honestly, this one and the next one, I think both have a chance of really seeing the extent of this series go all the way to 5. But hey, Jay, we talked about this series. These are two teams that we convincingly said are in the top 4. We've had questions about that lately, and this series is all about reproving to the fan base at large that these two guys could possibly be championship contenders again.
Yeah, to start off with New York, obviously so far on this stage, they have been struggling in Search and Destroy. Last week, they walked away with 2-3-0, so obviously you're taking that Search and Destroy, but that's the mode that they had to put a lot of focus on. But when you put a lot of focus on one mode, you tend to struggle in another. They're 5-5 in this stage in Hardpoint, and the thing that's really scary for me is that every team right now, at least the top 3 teams, top 4 teams, are trying to prepare their map pool for the major. That's why you see sub-base not really into play, because teams like Atlanta are not going to play it. You're never going to be able to play the top teams on some of your favorite maps, so that's what Toronto now have to try to figure out, adding Vista to the lineup, adding 6-star to the lineup, and both of these guys that started off are playing Vista. They both fell short last week, one to Seattle, one to Miami, and the biggest thing that I took away from both of those is they just simply got outpaced. When you're swanning into the map for the first time, you have to sort of get a feel of how it's going to play, and unfortunately for them, they were just on the back foot every single time. If you're the subliners, you're rotating, but you're not getting any holds, you're not getting any breaks. And then for Toronto Ultra, nothing was working for them versus Miami Heretics with how fast that they were playing. So this is a big matchup for confidence for both of these teams.
Absolutely, and on top of that, you know, there are some implications here. We already talked about the fact that Toronto can lock in that number 2 seed, regardless of the result that OpTic may find later. Obviously, the Thieves are also still in the conversation for kind of surpassing one, if not both. But for New York, you know, this is all about putting yourself in the best position possible to have to, you know, give a little bit more favor towards an upper bracket, which is going to be guaranteed. Maybe a chance to do some damage here and kind of change the influence, even though statistically speaking, there's no way that they bump up behind the 5th spot. So there is a lot to be considered. The interesting thing about this quote-unquote Major 2, or pardon me, this Modern Warfare 2 championship rematch is that it was a convincing 3-0 the first time for Toronto, and then the flip side, when they played a Major 2 at LAN, it was a 3-0 for New York. So they really haven't given us the drama that we were hoping for in this quote-unquote rematch.
No, because you remember what it was like in the grand finals of last year. A quick beat down from the subliners to walk away as your world champions of the 2023 season. So you got to think, Toronto Ultra, every single time they spawn up against these guys, they have an extra chip on their shoulder. They're 1-1 so far in the season, and now let's see who's going to take that advantage here.
Indeed the case. I think the other interesting point, you touched on this a little bit in terms of how do you prep up your map pool for a major, especially with these two teams, struggling to kind of dominate with the identity that we saw them really establish, especially through the first half of this season. The peculiar part for both these squads is that neither have really given much of the new maps that big of a go. I mean, we're seeing tons of Karachi come out and a little bit more of Rio from New York, but largely speaking, we have not really seen as much Vista and 6-star support as the other top 2 teams in Atlanta and OpTic have been throwing in there. So does that kind of give you any influence in towards like, hey, we are trying to refine our identity and try to establish that we do have some solid maps going into this major? Or is it just, I don't really know what else is the opposite of that. It just feels weird that they're not giving these new maps as much of a go.
Well, if you think about what Ultra did, they played 6-star and it was versus Atlanta FaZe. After Atlanta already got a rep on it, so they were able to make the adjustments after that series versus OpTic and then come in versus Toronto Ultra and absolutely run them over. So that's a confidence shot right off of the rip. You're going up against one of the top teams on the new map. You're thinking you're getting a lot of great practice in on the back end, but then when you actually have to play it in a match, you get steamrolled. So that probably shook them up a little bit to play that 6-star. So that's why they're adding Vista into the lineup, because they probably think versus Miami, we just didn't play the best. Like, we didn't rotate, we didn't break hills, we weren't really finding success in our holds as well. Like, nothing was going right. But the one thing that has gone right for this Toronto Ultra squad has been Kleenex. He did it all throughout stage 1. He's sitting at a 1.23 so far in hardpoint of this stage. He's just looking for his counterpart in Envoy. He's sitting at a 0.8 right now in both of the respawns to step it up alongside him so they can get back to that final form.
And to speak more about Toronto, as we're waiting for this, I think it looked like Skies was AFK for a moment. For Toronto overall, it's been really strange to see them not playing the new maps, but they've really struggled in terms of rotation, which has always been their most categorical success comparison on every other map out there. I mean, they are top 2 pretty much everywhere across the board, but both on 6-star and Vista, they've had a hard time controlling pace and tempo, which is, I think, why you look at players like Insight and Kleenex in particular to see what kind of dualities that long-term duo bring to the table, and can they continue to find the success that they've had statistically across every other part of this season on the new maps. That's where you need to have it. I think that kind of spotlighted focus in terms of the stat line we just saw really helps echo that point.
Yeah, and then when you're playing the new maps, obviously it's just getting as many reps as you possibly can. When you can run them into these professional matches versus some of the top teams, that's when you're going to get your best practice. So let's just sneak these in versus the subliner, versus OpTic, versus Atlanta to make sure we're in our best shape going into the major. So
yeah,
it's definitely going to fall into the hands. Kleenex is playing fantastic. Envoy sitting at a 0.9. Obviously, he needs to step it up, but also Insight. I feel like Insight was a guy throughout all of stage 1 when they walked away as our Major 1 champions. He was a guy that was just absolutely taking over, especially in that grand finals. He's also sitting at a 0.9. So you got a guy with a 0.8. You got a guy with a 0.9. The fundamentals are not in play, and those two guys are the big pieces, because you think about what Envoy gets done on the map. He's the playmaker. He's the guy that's going to hit those early routes, going into those one-on-one gunfights to try to flip those spawns, and currently he's losing them. And then the opposing side for Insight, he's the guy that's holding down those long distance lanes, and he's losing those one-on-one gunfights as well. So it's just little things for Toronto Ultra to fix up, and it has to start with the slang.
Well, let's take a look at the subliners a little bit more in depthly then as well, because they are not, outside of the conversation of individual performances. For a moment there, we had, an opportunity to kind of see what Kismet was going to bring, kind of a slow start from him. But like Nameless had said in the desk, we're also seeing the same thing come out of Sib. And for a team that made a change that came with some heavy criticism, started off the season pretty darn strong, and now a little bit of a lull, you look at the new guy and say, all right, like, you were supposed to be here to put us at the top of the leaderboard with some great space in between us and everybody else. And as you see the overall season standings, although they are comfortably in 4th, they're still a pretty far cry away from where our top 3 are in overall point standings.
And if you think about it, it's just based off of that Major 1 performance. You get double first rounded. Who the hell was going to think that for the New York Sunblinders, our defending champions, coming into the first major and getting absolutely slammed? So you still have a lot of time, though, to make up all those points that you were trying to chase to try to get into that top 3. And I think a lot of it is going to obviously start with Kismet, the playmaker for this New York Subliner squad. He's currently sitting at a 0.8 in HP. He's tremendous in search and destroy. He's also doing great in control, but hardpoint has been where the Subliners have been struggling. He's a guy that definitely has to step up. And then you talked about it a little bit with Sib. They picked this guy up to simply be a slayer. He showed a lot of it in the beginning of the stages of this game, but recently it looks like he hasn't been as comfortable. A 0.9 in HP, a 0.9 in control. We picked you up to get some kills, so Dante, it's time to lock in.
And it's funny because even though he only holds a 0.9 in this particular major qualifier, his overall season stats are still pretty convincingly and comfortably above a 1.0. So it's just been one of those stages that New York has had a little bit of a tough time trying to find a way to get involved. And now you jump into what we're currently seeing on the Vista hardpoint after the long podcast, friends. Again, second in overall rotation, but their ability to hold for New York has been really miserable. Where on the other side for Toronto, they've only had 2 total hold opportunities. So they're struggling on rotation. So that's largely where we'll keep our focus as we jump on into the Vista hardpoint between these 2 top 4 squads.
And this is going to be an exciting Monster Energy matchup between 2 top 4 teams early on into this P1. It's an all-out mix fest. Kleenex switching between the Ravenon and the MCW. Can only find one before falling, but Subliners with the numbers going to be able to bombard their way right through the backside of the door and continuously soak up this P1 time.
Yeah, a little bit more patience here for Toronto, just waiting for all 4. Clearing out the outsides of the hardpoint best they can. Hard to do so, though, when Sib is locking down that outer catwalk area. Sib just playing a bit of a shoulder. Sky staying down with the cover of a trophy system early planted in. And, well, so far, so good. One last maybe hit here for Toronto. Sib, the last New York Subliner standing. A little finesse around, but Kleenex gets the final kill, and we take our focus down towards bottom burger.
Now it's an instant battle off this rotation as well. Kismet's able to win the one-on-one versus Envoy. Such a crucial kill to get on the map. Shut down the opposing playmaker, and now you're finding all the kills in the feed. Toronto Ultra have to rally the troops together, try to find a way on in. They're trying to bombard their way up through the middle of the map. Sib did a great job of at least contesting a couple players, but they haven't been able to sniff even close to this hardpoint yet.
Really good start for New York. Zone of control also extending beyond the hardpoint. Sib will be eliminated. It gives Toronto a chance to try to hit this from the low ground, but you do not want to be single-handedly flooding this from the bottom part of this hill. Nades are coming through. Kismet playing it off corner. That's good for the first. Follow from Hydra up top. Yeah, so well done. And the last one standing turns into essentially a 1v1 between Scrap and Sib. But Kleenex rotates back through mid, and it gives Toronto a chance to get some of this scrap time.
Yeah, but this is only 20 seconds. So now if you're Ultra, you have to send someone early off that rotation. It's going to be Envoy. Trying to right the wrongs from his teammate's woes currently in HP. He's stuck his way all the way behind enemy lines, but there's no one near him. And Subliners have gotten a read that someone is out of the play. Envoy's able to find one. Great shots onto Skies. Not able to finish the kill, but you see the mini-map. Subliners are starting to spawn now. It's a big play out of Envoy.
The block is good. Scrap now also hunting down Skies. Finds the kill. Toronto has a chance to flip over the spawns, but Subliners very quickly off of their off spawns, right in through the front door, and it's the SMGs clearing the way for a follow-up, and now all of a sudden it's just, again, a tug-of-war game, backside of the hardpoint versus Toronto, then it's New York, and once more, we've got 30 seconds to fight for New York all over this P2 time with a lot of focus over towards the rotation 4.
And that is a beautiful break coming in from the Subliners. 2 players falling down. You're able to execute a perfect pinch on every single kill in the feed.
Jeez.
And Sib is getting it done even with the Renetti in hand. It's a clean kill feed, all yellow for the Subliners. Starting to run away with this game, and with the control that they currently have on the map, they know exactly where their Ultra are coming from. Final 5 over towards P3, but off the rotation, Subliners are going to be fully set up.
And you could just tell for Toronto, they are just in pieces, trying to figure out the tempo of this map. Envoy 3-11 just finds his 4th kill. I mean, considering he's had no hardpoint time, he's the one who's supposed to be just kind of roaming, finding openings, and there's just none to be found anywhere on the map. Inside a decent kill through mid, but all of it followed up by the Bulldog. Double for him, turns to try to find Envoy, but the follow-up elimination is perfect from Hydra. Scrap, the last one standing, does get chased down. Sib trying to spam down the last bit of this Ultra reinforcement, but cannot win the gunfight, and now finally a chance for Toronto to look at more than 30 seconds worth of time.
Yeah, and they need this time. The Subliners are not going to give this one up for free, though, as Kismet
grief.
Gets it done. The Bulldog is coming out barking in this map number 1. Almost an 100-point lead. Ultra going to fight for the final 15. But this is going to be another rotation won by the subliners. You have players in some cheeky spots, just making sure they're playing safe, waiting for the teammates to rally around them. But Ultra just trying to stay into this game. With the final 20, final 15, you just have to start winning a couple rotations.
And you guys start winning some gunfights on these mid-map routes that we're continuing to see from Envoy. I mean, he is so far outside of the play. Whereas, meanwhile, Hydra is 13-5. Kismet at 14-9. The SMGs are dominating for New York as we see the points go to right around a 100-point gap. Toronto just getting picked apart individually, piece by piece, person by person. This has been nothing but New York all the way through.
Yeah, this has been perfection from the subliners. They were caught off guard the first time that they played this versus Seattle. They say, you're not going to catch me slipping again. As Hydra now finds himself on 5 in a row. Kismet sitting at 16-9. In, this has been another full 60 hole from the subliners, and now they can chain it over to the P1, and this is where it gets truly scary.
Yeah, and this is Toronto and kind of a do or die moment, but I mean, with the score the way it is and the Bulldog on 5, we got to see how the subliners are feeling with listening with that.
Dead. They could. One could have flipped. One maybe one. Maybe one dark. That's one dark. We should be good. One scat. I have strict destination. Outer cat. Ernie. Hold on, I can't let it kill. Outer cat. Clinics. Outer cat. One shot. Scrap. Absolute cat. One shot on time. What the fuck? Into this one shot. One was one step. Close B2. Burger. Under burger. Close time challenge. Okay. One's under burger. Yo, chop burger. Yep. Look at your low. I'm looking at peak steps. I'm leaving that guy snacks. One time on me. He back up. I'm going cat. He's probably behind the dead. One shot. Yo, crazy behind the dead. Absolute. You start a cat. I'm watching you. On the desk. One shot inside. Yo, rush that time. Someone knew you. Inside's one up the street. One's water step. Top snacks. Nice. Inside one up the street. One shot. Got a streak. Inside one shot. Water step. Go on me. I'm dead. Go run a minute. They're gonna streak. Back burger. Back burger. Blue and blue. I'm tax. I'm wrapping blue. Slow down. I heard you. He's out of blue. One's P1, one's I'm in the street. Top snacks. They're gonna be snacks. Alright, take your time. Alright, listen. One guy short, one shot. One top snacks. Okay, snacks. Yeah, I'm gonna kill the guy time. Let's double the two. One's burger. Burger beat. One shot P1. Average shot. Let's go P1. I'm gonna maybe snacks with me. I have yo, mid short. Snacks. Water steps. Water steps. One shot. And one's front. 20 seconds. Kill time. It's free one of us. You need to don't give him a free 20, bro. I'm a rep left. I need him all. Someone. I got dead. Mid on me. Short. Inside short. I'm watching him mid. Short to top burger, guys. Alright, take your time. Let's get scrap. Alright, this break is huge. Make sure we load up together. No solo. I want to see him P1. I'm gonna go top burger. Top burger dead. I'm so front.
Lead starting to get cut into just a touch. Ultra's able to string together 5-1 to 2 and a chance here at bar on 3 to possibly make it even closer as we jump over to an Ultra listening.
Don't show us up P1, man.
Could've gone short.
Up P1, close doors.
Close doors? Our doors? Yeah. Rails, two rails.
Couches sit.
Couches dead.
One's your ship.
They're gonna be short again.
One's your ship. One is ship.
Yeah, look at back mid. I'm backstairs for sure.
Backstairs and short. On you.
Both weak behind the bar.
In it.
Absolute kiss. Mid short absolute. I'm trying to pinch the guy time.
Rails. More short. Short.
Nice.
And let's get short.
Trying to block, bro. That's my here again.
Come back to mid.
That was stage one shot.
One pillars, Hydra.
Yeah, Hydra. One more pillar, stage. He's one shot. Go. Mid here. Mid. Two mid. Two top tower steps.
Ivy's top push down.
Steps. Yeah, top tower. I got stuck, Jimmy. I got stuck.
Can we push
tower and top?
Must be tower steps. One absolute. We'll see how close pillars now, really weak as well.
That's one front, by the way.
He's held P3. Come up through tower.
Yo, he's close. Like backstage. They're spawning out. That guy's spawning out. Yeah, one front. He's like low alley. Hydra.
Stage now, weak.
One stage sim.
Timing mid as well.
Wait, when?
Done in tower steps, one top plat, one stage.
The tower steps, one top back plat.
Just one, I gave us a slow down. The blows the tower, weak. Doing in time. One stage.
Gonna pitch for Jimmy.
Stage. Keep back stage. True as well.
I'm at that. One time.
We can time hit twice. And you do. Trying to 2 there. One's deep stage, one close. You're gonna put one dead. Nice.
Comeback effort looked alive, but that break, Jay, may solidify the map here for New York.
Yeah, that was a changing factor right there. I thought Ultra were going to be able to chain 4 hard points together to potentially take the lead, but the Subliners cut their losses at P3. They rotate over towards Graffiti at P4 and were able to execute a great push out towards the back without even them blocking the spawns. They were just doing it by simply getting the kills. And even though Ultra have fought their way sort of back into this game, you still have insight in the back pocket with that cruise missile, but it's only 8 seconds till the Subliners call game 1.
And you've got another 5 spree for Skies, Sib off the pinch. It's just the focus for Toronto. A couple of decent moments there between 1 and 2, but largely speaking, still struggling to get a handle on this map. Back and forth go the kills. And that's another 8 seconds needed here for New York. Kismet trying to secure it himself, but unable to. Insight's double. Opens up space for Toronto to keep the map alive, but this is where it really matters the most. Being able to hold this off cleanly and get the clean rotation into 1. Maybe we see some late game heroics, but New York going 2 for 1 in the feed. Here comes the flood.
Yeah, here comes the play, because there's only 1 player on the point, but at least the reinforcements are going to be here. So Ultra, they were able to flip these spawns. They breached that 200-point mark, and now they have an opportunity to still be in this game. Insight with 2 minutes in Hill, but you need another flawless hold at P1 to keep it going.
And Gizmo's gonna get called out here. Cruise missile, I think, was being called in for a moment. Here comes the play for New York, trying to come up from the front side, but Toronto perfectly holding, at least for now. Scrap able to reduce the presence from Kismet. Hydra down low can really only do so much from this position. The flood in through mid is still looking good for Toronto. They've got a really good read on this. So again, here we go. Toronto in a good position. New York trying to get around the back.
And this is the route. This is the route that's going to make or break the Subliners right here. And at least Hydra finds the timing onto Insight. Scrap with the double through the hill. Still keeps the opportunity alive for Ultra. They get all 4 dead in the feed. They are potentially going to steal map 1 right now.
New York has to hit this early from the front. Trying to play over the middle of the map as well, but last 8 seconds are coming through. Kleenex over the middle of the map.
Oh!
It works out. Kismet gets at least a 1-for-1 trade, but is that enough? 1 more hit coming out of Sib, and it's Kleenex doing his namesake. Wipes up the floor on the front side of the hard point in Toronto. Don't just get an extra lease on life. They turn it into a miracle here in the near end of Vista. Unbelievable.
That is unreal. The Subliners are leading 179-49. You are up by more than almost 120 points, but Ultra just needed 1 set of hills, 1 chain of hills to get themselves back into the game. It was a break at the end of that first rotation at P5, chain it to P1, flip the spawns there at P2, keep it scrappy at P3, but then it was the P5, the P1 chain again, where Ultra are able to find success. If you're the Subliners, you simply let your foot off the gas. We had cruise missiles flying around. Everyone was getting kills. You were feeling all fine and dandy, thinking that the Toronto Ultra boys are just going to roll over and die. But this is what makes them one of the top teams in the game. They do not give up until the very end. Insight was simply the factor. 2 minutes in hell. He earned himself a cruise missile, multiple streaks, keeping his team in the opportunities. Oh my gosh, Subliners are definitely beating themselves up after that map 1.
Absolutely, and again, it's just kind of goes to the stats we were kind of pulling towards. Once again, we've got moments where New York are set up looking to win rotation, just cannot lock it down. Their efficiency numbers have not been great. Whereas for Toronto, they struggled heavily in the opening rotations on that first set in particular, but it really did see like, again, end of that New York listen into the beginnings of Toronto's. Okay, here we go, P1 to P2, but this last set of moments, just New York could not find any success through mid-map. Kleenex is able to kind of rip apart everyone through middle. That makes this all one-dimensional for New York. They have to try to hit from the front, and Kleenex says, hold my apple juice, I'm way forward, finds the final kill needed to make sure no one can touch, and the pop-off is clear. Unreal, absolutely unbelievable start to this series.
And I thought if you're the Subliners, when Hydra finds that time and to work his way all the way to the bottom side of P3 bar and kills that player in Insight in a 1-on-1, at that point, the rest of the Subliners just have to hold steady. Because if you're just trying to funnel your way through one door, you already know Toronto Ultra are watching that angle, but you didn't even give them enough time to turn around and potentially play for Hydra, so then you can strike or collapse on that hill together. It was 1-on-1 after 1-on-1, and then by the time Hydra got to the play, it was him in a 1-on-2 situation. Ultra just got it done in the clutching up, man. You needed to get a couple multiple kills, and it was scrapped to get it towards the final moments, but That is the way you come out and just completely shut everyone up. For everyone thinking that Ultra had an easy schedule, no, they're still a top dog, man.
That's unreal. And even more fun now, we have a true square up map number 2 for the Invasion, Search, and Destroy. Ali was breaking it down. Yeah, some of the opening duel percentages have not necessarily been great for either of these two teams, but the conversion rate for New York has been super strong in being able to at least win rounds out. I think the biggest thing about these two teams on this map in particular, though, Jay, is all about the objective focus. Both teams great at retaking. Subliners have an edge when it comes to being able to hold their post plants, but largely speaking, both these two teams are all about what happens with that bomb, whether they're on the defensive side or on the offensive side.
Yeah, both teams are phenomenal when you talk about the attack side. 4th for the Subliners, 2nd overall for the Ultra. But the biggest thing that's probably going to be a game changer for me is that defense, because right now Ultra, they are without a doubt the best team on the defensive side. And what they are really good at allowing, or simply not allowing, is bomb plants to go down at B. They only give up 6% of the time bomb plants over towards that B site. So if you are New York, who'd like to have a lot of success on your attack rounds over towards B, you're going to have to try to figure out how to break their setup or maneuver your way over towards that A site, because Ultra is not no pushover on that left side of the street.
That's a really, really strong call, and definitely something that I imagine will tell the tale of what happens here on this particular map. Here's the overall season records. A lot of the stats we're relating to are off of what's happened so far in this qualifier. And to be fair, both these two teams have loved this map throughout the entirety of the season. It's been a go-to for their search and destroy, and where they often find ways to secure and close out series. But like we said, the opening duel win percentage has been a big factor for both these two teams, especially lately. So let's see how things unfold. Scrap will be the sole B defender to start. 3-man hit for New York, at least step up towards this direction, but the nades land and Scrap finds 2 bullets to find first blood.
And it doesn't get any better than that. You said one player over towards the B side. He's able to find that first blood and basically shut down that early push or aggression coming in from the Subliners. But they said, screw that. We're not going to go over towards B. They already have a lot of mid-tank control, and they have no idea that Toronto are currently in Cafe.
Yeah, there's not a lot they could do to try to get information on this either without it costing something, and that would be the cost. Good shots from Envoy. Opportunity for, Sky's looking to try to flush it out, but Kleenex is waiting just down to Kismet, and there's just not much they could do. Great opening utility from Toronto, good finish up by Scrap, and then, like you mentioned, the forward pressure from the defense, insurmountable.
Yeah, that's all it really comes down to. The fact that your player who's on an island watching over the B site with no trophy system finds a first blood, basically shuts down that push on that side of the map. So already showing their strengths on defense, setting the tone early on by taking a lot of that mid-map control, catching the New York Subliners completely off guard. Toronto take the first round.
Yep. Okay. Not much to take away from that round outside of, again, Toronto's done their homework on their nade spots. So now New York's time, trying to respond. 2 players again over the top with nades. Kismet will go aggressive in towards DVD, and it's not just him. Sib is also watching this really close corner cross. Toronto trying to teamwork this out. 1 for 1 would be fine for Kismet, but does not expect the quick push, and Toronto once again secure first blood.
Big first blood out of Ultra. They have been struggling in that column so far, 2 on this map. But now you are forcing the Subliners to try to make a play. Hydra tries to push through Cafe. Fortunately gets caught off guard with great shots out of Kleenex. Sib responds, but it's still a 2v3 in favor of Ultra.
Yeah, Trophy will keep him planted here at Cage a little while longer than maybe Toronto would like, but like you mentioned, all you gotta do here is kill noise, create some doubt, and stretch this New York defense out a touch. Sky's hoping to gather information from that top sandbags position. Unable to find too much. I believe he has seen the shoulder of Kleenex, but again, that doesn't give you much of an idea in terms of where everything is going. Pistol out, Scrap will drop. Follow-up elimination and trade not there. And now we've got a 2v2 with 25 seconds on the clock.
And that's a situation where if you're Kleenex, you just got to play around your team. You can't back up and go all the way towards the deep flank area. He eventually gets caught, and then Skies with the beat down. Sublines don't even allow that bomb to get planted, but once they were able to spot the Kleenex off the rotation out of that mid-tank area, there was no hesitation to push up through the courtyard, take care of the bomb planter, and then Ultra, they were thinking we were going to have a post-plant scenario. Like, the bomb's going to go down. No way in hell someone's going to push it through courtyard, but just the heads-up play out of the Subliners to catch them off guard in that scenario, tie the game up at 1.
That feels like a miracle, I think, if you're New York. Wow. All right. That is a massive bounce back round. Keeps us tied at 1. Envoy, a strong start for the side of Toronto, but a lot of that coming in the first round. And That same double setup over towards Cafe is now going to extend a bit beyond that. Kleenex is deep over towards the front side at Rugs, but the B defender and Scrap has dropped. So now you got to go quickly and try to shut this down. And Skies gets a whiff of it, sniffs it out, finds the kill. 4v2 situation with New York working on the plan.
Yeah, that's going to be easy. You find the first blow onto Scrap, who was the sole defender last time around, have at that B site with the frag. And then Skies was playing it super slow in this spawn to find Kleenex. So instant 4v2. Inside is able to at least find one, but where the hell are the rest of the subliners? Because time is starting to get away from you.
And for the subliners, they know that both Ultra members are playing off the flank.
Yeah.
You've got Sib, who's re-wrapped all the way through Courtyard. Envoy would love to try to isolate Skies, but not giving him the time of day. So now they have to make the play on towards the bomb site. Here comes Envoy. Pistol out. First shot's decent, but no immediate kill, nor immediate trade. Insight still dancing with Skies, and this is a tango that is going to see Toronto lose the round. And again, the opening aggressive play just largely shut down thanks to that opening nade from that B straight onto Scrap.
Yeah, and what a play right there on Skies to just simply play his life the way that he did. He doesn't fall with two people putting all their focus on trying to take him down from that position, but just finesses long enough to by the time someone gets to the site, they were ready for that push. But the subliners take full advantage of that first blood. No hesitation for that B bomb plant. You get it down. You put yourself in your post plant setup where they are one of the best, and they stand strong in that category.
Yep. Okay. So, how about this? New York putting together a couple of streaks all of a sudden. And, well,
hello?
Opening cross, Scrap. I think there was some help there. It wasn't just Scrap initially, but Sib does drop first blood tallied again. Kismet, the sole defender at B, is pushed up in towards Broken, and he would have to essentially get 2 if Toronto were to confirm this play towards B.
Yeah, and I love the way that Kismet has changed up this angle because now he knows I'm in the man disadvantage. I need someone to turn this corner for me to get a free B and then potentially play for the second. But Ultra's still just trying to get a read on how they are playing these defensive setups. Scrap gets some info onto Hydra. You're going to put him in a position to back down from that spot. Right now, Ultra taking all mid-map.
Yeah, this is big. Ultra being able to clear out mid-tank gives them a very free pathway to get this bomb confirmed on A. But Hydra through DVD, that's going to slow down the play for this A hit, because now all of a sudden the flank becomes a bit of an issue. Envoy trying to get this thing planted, set up for the water side street, but they don't expect Kismet taking the long route behind. Things once again start to become in shambles for Toronto's post-plant setup. It's just down to Envoy for a 1v3. Kismet on 4 in a row, and this stun's gonna lock him into place. The shots through the wall are gonna land, and New York continue to pull back odd number man situations.
That's insane plays right there out of the subliners. Like, they already spotted. Once Hydra gets that info, there's a couple people pushing up the middle of the map. It was him and Kismet. That dynamic duo working their way around the pinch. Hydra gets the timing onto Scrap working through DVD to make it a 3v3. But then while Hydra was causing all those problems over towards the DVD area, Kismet already found himself on a route working his way behind Mannequin. So a freebie onto Insight catches them off guard. And then you're never going to catch Kismet slipping. He knows that the pressure's going to be on him. He finds the second onto Kleenex. The stun is going to connect, but the shot's a little bit better. So fun watching the Bulldog in S&D.
And this is just so opposite for Toronto, a team that over this course of the major qualifiers through every map rank 11th in opening duel win percentage. They found a handful so far.
Yeah.
Cannot convert hardly any of them. Not a good start for Toronto as Kismet now finds himself slinking forward on 5. This is a different look over the top of the A site. Shots over the head will reveal that Insight's nearby, but this is all about seeing if New York can give Kismet an opportunity to isolate and get this 6th kill, and he wants Insight badly.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do, but I don't know if Insight's going to be at least able to spot him on that jump cross. He's playing this a little bit aggressive, but Kismet went from a bulldog to a caterpillar. He's just crawling his way up. Finally, he's going to pop that dead silence. Here goes the timing on the Insight. Cruise missile now earned. All of subliners have Water Street, and now Ultra are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
On Sib through mid-map. Also make sure the defensive rotation is kept honest. Just down to Envoy again, moving rapidly over towards the front side of Cafe. Finds the first, but no chance at the second. And that's one of those moments that, like, wow, it's surprising that Insight doesn't call for any sort of help or rotation. He's just thinking he's in a 1v1 the entire time with Skies, and all of a sudden Kismet's in his face.
That's the only reason why he didn't call for any info, because he's thinking a 1v1, that guy's on fire, tank. As long as I don't die, I'm doing exactly what I need to do to hold down this angle. But you're simply not going to read the play out of the Bulldog, who turned into the Caterpillar that round, crawling all the way up through that bridge side, finding that kill. And then you can see all the arrows on the mini from Ultra were caught definitely off guard once Kismet found that one. Everyone turns around, but then everyone from the subliners shoots them in the back. So subliners are starting to pull away.
Hydra has made a play through this cafe position before, but that's only when there's a reveal over towards this B side of the map, and New York are trying to maybe allow that play for Hydra again, which it does at least turn into something. But first blood once again tallied by Toronto, and they've got full clearance and a deep post plant set up here at B.
And this would be an opportunity where if you're the subliners, Kismet already has that cruise missile, so if you can invest it to potentially stop the bomb plant, could have worked out better in your favor. But now you're going to use it to simply get the info on how they're playing their setup. You're going to force a couple players in towards Ice Cream, so Scott's going to have his hands full on that side of the map.
Oh, and Envoy does drop, so all of a sudden you know exactly where this post plant is set up. Yeah, absolutely well done by the side of New York. You get the call out, you force them to have to go one direction or the other. And on top of that, the crew's connecting onto Envoy, pivotal. Because that makes that whole isolation Ice Cream so much easier playing a 3v2. And another round where Toronto gets first blood, but cannot find a way to win the round. Unreal stuff from New York here.
I'm pretty sure it's like 4-2 in favor of Ultra, but they only have one round win.
Yep. And I think that round was the one that didn't have first blooded, Jay.
Yeah. That's insane stuff. They have to try to figure it out. Because the subliners are starting to run away with this search and destroy, playing perfect counter S&D, because it's been a majority of those first bloods for Ultra, but the man disadvantages, they still are putting themselves in a great position to clutch on up. Have a 5 spree out of Hydra, 4 spree out of the Skies, and 6 out of Kiz. So if you allow Hydra to get one more kill and that cruise missile's earned, that's basically GG.
Yeah, pretty much. Ooh, Sib pops the door open right into the face of Envoy. Not expecting the gunfights. Just a quick smoke cover and try to get the bomb planted, but Toronto are all over it. First 2 kills go their way. Surely they don't drop a 4v2. Surely they don't drop a 4v2. Shots are decent for Kismet. Pushes forward. He's done his job. Now it's just down to Skies to fulfill the other part of this 4v2 situation. Gets the first. There's isolation here. Not going to be able to get the regen, though. Insight pounces, finds the kill, and Toronto stay alive.
Oh, my God. The fact that that even turned into a one-on-one. Like, you see Kismet, he slides out the freezer door, puts himself on the site to work that objective, and at an instant, 2 of his teammates fall. I would have instantly jumped off the bomb and tried to play for kills, but he gets it down. He also finds it 2 pieces somehow, some way. He's able to try to put that round back in favor of the subliners. But Insight able to clutch on up. Able to keep Toronto Ultra in this game, as they are trying to rally a couple rounds together to force that round 11, but they have to figure it out on their attacking side, because subliners, even with them dropping a man early on, you still haven't been able to play your man-up advantages correctly.
And this has been the same setup for New York almost every single round defensively. This time Kismet, yeah, maybe a little bit too bold, but you've got a lot of rounds to play with. I love the idea of just throwing a curveball, but doesn't really work out here. And Hydra, once again, this has been conditioned and expected from Toronto. No exit for Hydra either here on this long flank.
This is where if you're the subliners, you don't want to give it to Ultra a little bit of momentum with all this aggressive play on your defensive side, because now that bomb is potentially getting planted at B, but no one was watching over the bomb carrier, so Sib is able to get that one for free. Still a manageable 2v3.
And Scrap may walk into a crossfire here if he's not careful. Nade cooked for Skies. Unfortunate trade out for Sib, but his position revealed.
Hello?
Sib tries to slip away. Now the pistol is out, throwing shoulders. No way. Tries to get to the regen, but Toronto too quick to follow up, denying the 1v3, and they stay alive.
They find that first flood onto Kismet. You're able to get the read onto Hydra as well, getting aggressive up through Mannequin. And then another one-on-one clutch out of Insight, where it got a little bit scary. Only one more burst left in that Renate. Gets it done for Ultra. But that has been, what, 6 first bloods compared to 2, and you only have 3 round wins, Ultra.
Yeah.
We got to play our man-up advantages a little bit better, man.
Absolutely the case. But, again, that was, I'm sure, one of those plays that you don't pull often if you're New York on that defense, trying to play aggressive through Cafe and in towards Broken. Not often you'd expect that. New York, gonna get some nade success over towards B. No trophies down here for Toronto. They have to wait to cross, and while they do so, Kleenex try to get aggressive at mid. That gets punished. So first blood good for New York, 4v3, and some extra patience here for the subliners before they approach a site.
And I promise you, for everyone that plays Invasion, Search and Destroy in ranked play, the worst thing you can do is die in the first 15 seconds, because then it basically puts everyone else at a stalemate. You're forced to slow down and try to get a read on it. And now, with 3 players from Ultra up on the defensive side, no one is going to be coming over towards that B site. You're only watching the cross. So if you are the subliners, let's just bully our way out one direction.
All Skies, bomb in hand, nearly isolated. Scrap trying to follow up on the initial information from Insight, not going to be able to tally the kill. And New York will say, all right, 2 defenders over on A. Let's just take our 4v1 on B. Envoy is only here to be responsible for the cross. This is taking time for New York. Wow, this is taking way too much time for New York. So all of a sudden, what was a free first blood, essentially, in the first 15 seconds, turns into a 2v2 with 15 seconds on the clock. Shots from Scrap are decent, but things reset. No bomb in hand still. Hydra. Oh! It's just down to the 1v1 between Sib and Insight, which Insight beats him to the punch, and that's a missed opportunity for New York.
All right, so if you're Ultra, let's just get first blooded. We stand a way better chance at winning these rounds. It's another Insight one-on-one, but Subliners just, you gained all that information towards A Street, just way too slow off the rotation. And instead of committing your way over towards B, when you spot some player over towards the deep side of Water Street and also someone on that A bomb, you still try to take mid-tank control to contest over towards A because you had no info on at least where the third player was from Ultra. He was simply watching that cross. If you bombard your way over to the B Street, you have a better chance at walking away with that round, but that has now been 3 rounds in a row for Ultra. We saw it a little bit in map number 1, the insane comeback, and we have potentially another one on our hands.
Surely not. This is a much more stable defense for New York. Solo defender at B, solo defender on Water Street, and a double stack at mid. Lots of early nades have already been used for Ultra trying to get some information at mid. A lot of it not really landing. Envoy still holding onto the smoke. That may be what they need as he sets up for maybe a play towards B.
Yeah, he's just clearing a lot of space right now. No one pushed out Ultra's broken, so he's giving all that info to his teammates that all we have to do is invest our smoke grenades, check these corners over towards the site, and potentially work this objective. But you know how the subliners always play. Those tacks are going to be in the back pocket, ready for that push to come over towards B.
And a lot of this for Toronto is, do they get a read on what was surely going to be a defensive retake on the pinch? Here comes the play forward. Sib still tucked in a corner. Scrap very nervy about this approach forward. Still no commitment for Envoy in the smoke, but Sib gives himself up. Follow-up kill though from Hydra mid-map. He's trying to get... Oh! Hydra wins a key second. Bomb now down. Smoke carrier also out of the picture. 18 seconds on the clock. Scrap gonna recover the bomb. Sees Skies at range. Even battle. Follow-up from Hydra at mid. That will work out. Just down to Insight, and he's stuck on the wrong side of the map. Should be no problem for New York to stay alive through this, and that will indeed be the case. A tight one again, though. And it is up until New York play that more stable defense that they lock things in.
Yeah, that was Hydra calling game right there. He finds 3 through the middle tank, almost earns the ace in the final round. But I thought Ultra stood a pretty good chance at walking away with that attack with the info that they already gained. You knew that Sib was trapped over towards Cage's side. Scrap did a good job of trying to at least draw some attention his way to potentially set up a team push coming in from the opposing side. But he also wins the one-on-one gunfight. While he wins that one-on-one gunfight, though, your bomb carrier dies through mid-dark, and that is the worst possible scenario because you were expecting, all right, I killed this guy, we can work the objective. But when you now drop the bomb in the middle of the dark alley, you have to rotate back. You're giving the subliners a lot more opportunities to maneuver their way around the map. And when Hydra finds that first kill and somehow, some way is able to snap onto Kleenex for the second, that was basically a GG. The subliners walk away with the search and destroy in a 6-4 fashion. They tie the game up at 1, and now we 100% have a series on our hands.
Definitely a Hail Hydra moment right there in the middle of the map. And with that, now we go to an invasion control and at least the Karachi hardpoint. These have been maps that we've seen a lot of teams getting tons of rehearsal on, especially if you're looking at that from the phase and OpTic point of view. Feels like these are the maps that are going to likely dictate late round moments in this upcoming bracket. So with a lot of rehearsal that's been thrown in for both these teams on both of these maps, it feels like, again, this could be anyone's series. But after a dramatic comeback in the first map and a near comeback in the second, we're tied at 1 with invasion control coming up next.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Cataclysm pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm operator skin, Dystopia weapon blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom animated calling card, Alpha Vinyl guiding light emblem, and Scratch Tally weapon sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
He's looking to bring balance with his cruise missile, folks. Geo, my God, it's his hard point. He is on an absolute spree. 39 and 19. The women, the children, you name it.
Dude, he's back on his Rio BS. He cannot be killed if we catch it from the third person. This man is a maniac.
You burst on through, but that's the streak in now. Selly minute or so left on the point in desperation time. Royal Ravens getting just enough kills. No, not yet. Not done yet.
Yeah, not done yet. They were trying to rotate over to P2 and flood, but does not happen. There was always one more player left for Atlanta FaZe.
Runs it. Can't find the next. Hydra's there for the pickups chance. This could be game.
Oh, that's going to be it. Kismet's headset, I think, calling game. You heard the flank coming through, and now you flood into Hydra. We hail him. You give him the three-piece. And
there is no resuscitating them from this series.
Dashy up over the top. They're looking for him. He wins it down to 1 versus 1. 5 to go.
He doesn't have play. He's got to hunt him. He's got to hunt him. Snoopy has to hunt. He's just trying to buy time. And Dashy.
Love around the Twitter world. JCap even chiming in and saying, Shawnee making all of us coaches proud, showing that they can still hang on the sticks.
I mean, yeah, they spawned in. He had to spawn in against a top 2 team, not the Texas.
They are fired up. The guys enjoying that one.
Everybody, and in case you're new, well, there's a lot of history riding between these two organizations. Last year, it was looking like this was about to be a grand final worth remembering, and to be fair, it was, just for maybe not the reasons that Toronto fans would have liked. It was a speed run through all 4 maps going the way of New York, and we looked like, going into this year, Jay, that it was going to be a rivalry that may dictate the champion of this year. And after a quick 3-0 from Toronto in the first matchup, it was a 3-0 in their second meeting at Major 2. This would be their 3rd time here today, and it may be a little late, but it looks like we're finally getting the barn burner series we expected between these two teams.
This is exactly what we wanted, man. And as even square field after 2 maps. We got an insane comeback at map number 1, an almost insane comeback from Ultra at map number 2. But the subliners shut the door with only finding 3 first bloods out of the 10 rounds we played. They walk away victorious in that map. But now this is the most important, because you're going into an invasion control, and even thinking more bigger picture, this is the map you're probably going to play versus the rest of the league, especially when you get deeper in the bracket for Major 3. So we already know the subliners are one of the best control teams that we have in the game, but so are Ultra. The only difference between both of these teams is that subliners, for some reason, always find a success on any map when it comes to the attacking side, and that's the biggest thing when you talk about an invasion control, because if you can walk away with an extra segment at A, it's chef kiss, because you guarantee yourself that round 5 defense, you're basically calling game. But both of these squads have been stellar in this mode.
Yeah, and again, the success on offenses is what often give you the edge. Last time these two teams played, they did play division control. It went all the way to 5, where New York held the edge, getting the round 5 defense and securing it there. So again, these numbers are, again, very parallel, very even between the two of them, especially through this qualification stage in particular, but even on total, they again have been just as good throughout the entirety of the season. So like you said, this feels like a map that's going to be a swing map overall across a lot of different matchups we're going to get likely in Toronto. So who knows if this feels like another map. Like I said before we went to break, should be a pretty much gloves off square up here.
And the thing that I love about how the way the sublines approach their attacking rounds is that even when someone is making an individual play, that individual play is a part of a team push. Like, that's what they are so great at doing, is that we usually find someone in a 1v3 scenario just simply playing his life in towards Cafe. He finds a double, and instead of going out there to sprint towards the point, he's simply staying alive to allow his team to get back to him for a team push. So that's what the subliners are really good on their attacking side, because everything is all about teamwork.
Absolutely the case. So here's a look at, the online versus LAN statistics, as this is again where the other point of focus is going to be as soon as we get there. We talked about both Miami and LAG and what they've been able to either do or not do based on their first matchup when it comes to online versus LAN. But hey, the thing about it is this New York team kind of finds themselves more in that Miami camp of, yeah, you've been great online, but how do we get this to start turning up on LAN? And in particular, yeah, it was a decent showing at Miami, but what really hurts them is that first major that we saw in Boston where they got surprisingly double first rounded.
Yeah, and you can just tell it's right there, right in front of you. Like, the S&Ds are 50-50, but the hard points, that's what they really need to work on, because on LAN, they have a couple losses where they probably shouldn't have. Majority of that is due to the performance at Major 1. But you just have to improve in your HPs. You have to get your S&Ds back to where they're locked, because if you're turning up in control on LAN, those are basically guaranteed in every single series that you play. So it's all about the hard point focus, all about the search and destroy focus if you are New York.
Didn't see the case. Players looking like they're about ready to get locked in here in just a moment. Hands being warmed up. And the focus has never been higher. I mean, again, this is a huge, I think, momentum shifter going in towards the major. Toronto, of course, trying to put on for their home crowd. New York trying to take it a step above their third place finish at Major 2 to be in the conversation for another grand finals and do what this roster was built to do. But I think overall, when you look at the home team going into their own major, there's going to be a lot of pressure riding on them. Not only because of the, we'll call it a quote-unquote underwhelming performance when it came to what they did at Miami, but they're looking to also shut up a lot of other players in the league. I think you know who I mean, when they eventually get to LAN, in particular in front of their home crowd.
Yeah, because you got the buff. You got the hometown buff, so you're going to have all your fans rooting you on versus every single team that you play against. Probably not going to get the advantage versus OpTic. No one gets the advantage versus OpTic, but Ultra, they have to make sure that they're putting on a show at their own event. We saw all of it throughout Major 2. Wasn't really the best performance out of Insight and Envoy. Kleenex also had a bunch of hiccups, but Scrap has always been the shining light for this team.
Yes.
Right now, you see him, he's biting his lips. He's absolutely locked in, and as long as he consistently plays at the level that he's been playing at since the beginning of the year, without question, one of the best players in the game, he's just waiting for the rest of the teammates to show up a little bit on LAN.
Absolutely the case. And, again, as much as there's criticism over New York and, did they actually upgrade going from SIB or pre-SIB to SIB? But the same conversation here starts to kind of come in with Envoy in terms of, he's fulfilling a role that Hixie was running for this team last year. I still maintain that Hixie's probably one of the best overall SMG IGLs that has probably ever graced, the CDL in a while. He's been so clear, so communicative, and he's always the one doing the dirty work. And Envoy has provided moments where you look at him and say, oh yeah, this is absolutely an upgrade. But lately, it really has just been these two guys as kind of a quote-unquote weak spot in being able to hang with the other top two teams that have shown that they're a full squad from top to bottom.
And that's completely insane to say, because Ultra, they took Major 1. Envoy was playing great, but you picked up Envoy on this roster to be able to slay with those top teams. Right now, he's looking like Hixie in the slaying column, but everything else is still basically the same. He just has to get back to that slaying ability that we all know he is capable of. And then for SIB, just do what you do best, and that's shoot your damn gun. Put down damage to set up your SMGs who love to roam around, especially in control. Kismet is sitting at a 1.19, but Hydra a 1.43. There's simply no one that probably plays their life than Paco Taco. That guy's a man on a mission every time he spawns in on control.
All right, friends, no more talking. Let's get to the action. Here we go. Invasion control. 1-1 map count going into map number 3. It is Toronto starting off on the offense, and not a lot of hijinks or hilarity here. Early focus to come in over towards the B street. In fact, they're going to get Envoy into DVD early. Kismet trying to flush him out, and him with the combination of Hydra will do more than just that. First 2 kills going to New York's defense.
Yeah, they find the initial 2 kills, shut down that early pressure over towards B, and now Ultra stuck in a very peculiar situation, but Scrap has stayed alive the entire time over towards Water Street. It was Skies that was trying to locate where he was, but you're not going to be able to get the indication that he's on that point. Segment starting to work his way up.
No trophy system earned as of yet. Help on the way, but it's late for Ultra. So New York will get through, stop the progress of the first tick, and also follow up with good kills through the middle of the map. Envoy trying to turn it around, but not able to do so. And all of a sudden, you've got New York looking at 45 seconds worth of defense left, and they're up through B, up through A. Toronto need to figure out what they want to do here quickly.
Yeah, we need to go to B. We cannot waste a lot of time trying to work our way over towards A. If they find a couple kills through the middle of the map, now you just have to get past that 50-yard line and work up some progression, because it's only 30 seconds remaining. Sky's gonna be the sole defender over towards B. He finds one, and now he's just simply trying to finesse his life, waiting for his teammates to get back to him.
Yeah, I was expecting a follow-up trade. Tried to break the camera, go up and over the doorway. Doesn't really work out for him. First tick of progress now locked for Ultra. More on the way as there's kind of an in-and-out double stack here. Kismet, though, from the top rope, able to shut down Scrap. Trade still allow Insight and Clinics to continue to teamwork over towards the B zone, but here come New York, feeling like they've got a chance to jump on in and get the contest through, but the kill is in. Second tick of progress, I believe, was fully locked. Yep, there, confirmed. And now it's just down to how much does New York really want to still commit to this, with Toronto reinforcing with numbers now over the top of B.
Yeah, they might not have another opportunity unless Hydra's able to get a kill from mid-dark. He gets shut down, so time is going to get extended by a minute. Ultra currently only down by 1 life, but if you are the subliners, you definitely think we should have potentially had a shutout round here with all the map control that we had, but we gave up that those 3 segments at B. Now we have to stand strong on our setup. You already have one player in Kismet pushed out towards the spawn, but Scraps gets right behind him, and he could potentially just push his way right up the street.
Well, the thing about this is Scrap is going to say, hey, the water sheet is clear. And wow, Kismet nearly had a chance to flank behind the AS and D street. Not going to work out. Scrap finds the kill. And now Toronto can get to work trying to clear out Laundry. Good opener from Hydra. Slips away, but Scrap meets him on the exit. Still an opportunity for Toronto to hold some ground front side of this A zone, while also simultaneously Kleenex on 5 is looking for kill number 6 for a cruise missile, but thought he had it in the way of Kismet. He ducks to cover. Hydra secures the kill, and now Toronto are in a little bit of trouble, down a couple of lives with no real look on the A zone.
Yeah, that was such a big kill on the Kleenex, obviously shutting down that cruise missile, but he was trying to be the playmaker for Ultra to work his way behind enemy lines to potentially set up a pinch. Now it's going to fall into the hands of Envoy. With only 20 seconds left, he's just hoping that his teammates find a couple kills through the map. And Kleenex finding a double might find an opportunity for them to get on the point. It's going to turn into a one-on-one, but Hydra's dancing with death, able to come out on top in that engagement. Inside falls, and that's going to be a subliner standing strong on their defense.
How good has Hydra been for this New York team in this kind of resurgence in the last couple of weeks? That is just next level finesse. He gets to 4 in a row. No chance to find kill number 5, but New York stabilize around the A zone, take the round, and largely mitigate all of the pressure that Scrap was putting on towards that A zone early with some pretty good conviction.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there to New York. To reinforce their way out to the map, and even when time got extended, to always hold down that left street, get the reads on the players going around the pinch. Hydra, always a perfect POV to watch. He gets a couple extra hit markers as well with that Renetti, so he knows that there's someone also right around the corner, and single-handedly shuts down that push from Ultra to stop any progression over towards A. Subliners take the first, and now it's their turn on the objective side.
Let's see what the idea is going to be here. Kind of similar to what Toronto was trying to do. Kismet will get a DVD, but he gets in for pretty much free. Toronto trying to get forward through the middle of the map. Kleenex able to get the first blood, but nothing more. So Hydra gets to his 5th. Not a chance to take a 6th gunfight, though. So no cruise missile. But New York, with all this pressure through mid, have actually found Sib to slip on into the B zone for an early tick of progress there.
And that's why you force Toronto Ultra to play the way they were around that 8 point. Because New York are finding a couple kills around Cafe. You do not want to give them a free transition over towards A to work up some of those segments. When you take down all those players, now you can put your focus over towards B. Even though the first segment is already complete, subliners are already pushed out towards Broken, and they're already finding all the kills in the feed. Second segment about to be complete.
And Hydra even trying to get a little bit further over towards Blue. stop either any defenders from rotating over to contest this or maybe catch a couple players off spawn. He's done a little bit of both to this point. Sib is also having an unbelievable control to this point. 12-6, 11-4 for both of the two that we've mentioned. Hydra not done until Envoy steps in front. Kismet not quite able to secure the trade. Toronto through mid-map will make sure this A defense stays stable while New York will just rotate in towards B, get the extra 60 seconds.
And you see exactly what New York doing on all their attacking rounds so far is that we're going to show a little bit of presence at B. We're going to get all these kills and then start to push our way over towards A. Going to force Ultra to basically give up B for free. Great wall bangs out of skies, not able to lead to the kill, but inside is definitely bleeding red. Do we decide to send it on him? He does find the kill. The trade is going to be there, but now it's only skies. You have to play your life.
Yeah, there's really no reason he should try to overextend in this position. Does catch out Clean X, but Scrap very easily able to find the trade without too much concern. New York still trying to force this thing down through the previously captured B zone, and Kismet starting to cook up a little bit. 2 in a row for him. Now quickly on this way over towards this front side of shops. Just comes down to, does he get a full read on where Toronto has spawned and how they're trying to hit? And he says, maybe not. Maybe try to hold my ground a little bit longer, but Toronto once again find the kills they need to keep this A zone completely locked down.
Yeah, that's good stuff. The players coming all spawn, hold down there, spawn to a T. And at least if you are the subliners, you shut down Scrap up for potentially earning that cruise missile, and now you reinforce your way up to the little map with all the kills going in your favor. Car bombs not treating Insight well, but all the map control still in control of Toronto.
Car bomb was triggered because he threw a trophy into another trophy. It's just one of those interactions that tickle you a little bit. 10v11, 30 seconds on the clock. Toronto have not given up even an inch of progress over towards A, and that doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon. With especially this forward contest over towards Courtyard, New York would have to hit this from Water Street, and without any information on where this defense is positioned, that's not going to feel that good. So Toronto look like they should cleanly take this defensive round, and with that, if that holds, it'll just be 3 ticks to 3 ticks. Hydra does get caught over towards mid-map. Kismet dropping will put to rest any further antics for the subliners, and we'll go to round 3 completely even.
Yeah, we'll go to round 3 completely even, but I think the subliners are at least slaying a little bit better. So right now, even if we're all tied up in segments, subliners in the advantage to get that round 5 defense with the way that they were able to put Ultra in a little bit of a trap in round 1. But a great response right there from Ultra. Not a pushover on the defensive side, even though they're sitting at 6 overall between all 12 teams. But as we take a replay look at this again, the trophy system just not his friend. You understand, from the bottom of his eye right there, he spots that trophy on the floor, and he's just sitting like, uh-oh, it's not a good idea. And unfortunately, comes back to bite him.
Small moment of comic relief in the midst of what has been a very intense series. Here we go again, though, for Toronto. Same double stack over towards this B zone. Same idea. Try to get Envoy up in towards the side of DVD, but Hydra's there to meet him. Nades this time locking him into place. First trick being worked on, and Hydra actually trying to get cheeky through mid. That gets shut down, and with the trade on to Sib, Toronto could still make some progress here in the B zone.
Yeah, that first segment is about to get complete. You already have DVD controls. Subliners, more specifically in Kismet. He's waiting for his teammates to at least work their way up to the map before he decides to strike. But same time he's working, Kleenex is doing it on the opposing side. He finds one through tree, able to spot Hydra. The snap with the MCW is good enough to find the kill as that second segment is about to get complete.
Yeah, and it looks like for the most part, Toronto just want to try to get here, stack it, get the extra 60. You can see the damage that Skies is laying in towards the spawn of Toronto, though, just playing on this backside of Palace. But it's not enough to keep them over towards those ice cream spawns, flooding over and over again towards B. Life count still starting to amount in favor of New York. Envoy, Scrap trying to work together on the OE, and they will do so. No goodness, that last burst was not intended for Scrap, but a quick turn has him taking down his comrade, and now all of a sudden New York able to utilize the spawn trap to great accord.
Yeah, that's tough right there. Scrap was absolutely one shot, and unfortunately Envoy a little snappy in this control. Puts all of his teammates back over towards the Palace side, and Subliners is just trying to keep the trap as long as he potentially can. The 1v1 gunfight, bad timing right down to Envoy, and now Toronto Ultra, not a fun place to be when you're spawning consistently over towards Palace with all the Subliners everywhere around the map.
And for two teams that we praise their attacking sides for, my goodness, the defense has been convincing for both.
Oh, yeah,
this time, New York have them absolutely in the blender, and this is where things start to get really deadly. You have to be thinking for Toronto, not much of a chance for us to cleanly actually get looks over towards A, but we do not want to allow Skies to get this cruise missile and aid in the next subliner's offense. Problem is, it's just no good way to chow them, as they're still working on Sib over towards the Dozer, and that will work out. Hydra at mid-map continued to be an issue here, though, and life for life, Toronto just keep running out of reinforcements.
Yeah, they just don't want to contest Skies over towards the Water Street side, because if you give him one free kill, cruise missiles are going to be earned, so they're forcing themselves to either double team him or work that overextension, and that's where the subliners are filling all the gaps at. Consistently slaying over towards that right street. Skies finessing over towards this bridge side. Has Scrap absolutely one shot, but he's setting up his teammates for success. The slaying differential in this round is heavily in favor of New York.
Oh, Skies, he really wants
Oh my God.
That's a hell of a way to grab it. So now the cruise missile's been earned, and that slaying count that we were questioning in terms of who's up, well, you don't have to ask the question anymore. 18 plays 6. Skies will eventually drop, but I mean, I want to say damage dealt. It feels like a lot more than just that, though, as Toronto will not have even remotely a chance nor a look over towards A. 16 lives remain for New York with the cruise missile still to boot coming forward into this next offense. Toronto has to pull off a miracle 4th round if they want to get consecutive defenses.
Yeah, you have to try to shut them out. Not allows New York to walk away with those 3 completed segments over towards B is your best bet, because the slaying column is heavily in favor of New York. I'm pretty sure Skies only dies once or twice that entire round. It was 2 minutes and 20 seconds. He only falls once, but Skies was making plays time and time again. We got to take a replay look. You have inside one shot, but the jump shot a little bit too good right there for Cesar Skies Bueno. Always investing in this game, and it's showing.
I'm sure if you're inside on the other side of that, you're like, dude, what?
You can't do nothing about it. You literally can't do anything about that.
Trophy down early as New York, they know what their win condition is. Get these 3 ticks of progress, and we're good for round 5 defense at worst. Decent shutdowns from Scrap. That gets them off the zone as well, keep in mind. Sky's still floating around mid. Make sure that there's no chance for a pinch, and off spawn, New York will have no problem trying to reinforce through B Street because of it. Oh, plus the extra. Skies is shooting 20 and 11. Cruise missile earned. He's looking to get to A. Possibly sneaks into laundry completely.
Oh!
Insight gets burned away. Hydra follows up for the trade. Maybe a little extra, but wow, New York are flying right now. Toronto just trying to regain some ground.
Yeah, they are coming out swinging. You're finding every single kill through the map. You're able to at least get 1 player on this A point. Now you're going to force a split setup from the Ultra. You can no longer contest towards B. So that's basically going to lock up that guaranteed round 5 defense for New York. And now you have a couple cruise missiles and a lot of map control to still contest this round.
Yeah, and you have to think, if you're New York, you got 5 lives. You have some, well, maybe chances to play through the OE. You're looking at this like, let's not even bother with round 5. Let's just get it done here. But Toronto not to be trifled with. Bounce back. Take care of the exit from the B zone, and they have Kleenex in position to try to watch these rotations out of the New York spawn, but he only gets 1 before dropping, and that's not going to be enough, you'd think. A chance to hold on to this B Street, though, for Toronto. The problem will be getting someone in place to watch down water.
All their focus is over towards this left street because they know this is exactly where the New York Sublands are going to try to break out from. And now this is a situation where if you are New York, you have 1 minute and 20 left. Inside finds himself on 5 in a row, holding down this overextension. You don't want to give him a kill, but you're also outslaying them to bits. You tied it all up in segments. You might just want to put your controller down, but you find that kill on the inside. No cruise missile earned, still an opportunity.
Well, Toronto starting to heat up a touch here. Scrap dancing around the tank for 2 off the regen, trying to predict the 3rd. Stun comes out. That's enough for Hydra to find the easy win. Rotation through mid-map for New York. Try to get an eye over towards the A zone. Kleenex inside a cafe. MCW, though, not the weapon you necessarily would want. And it now all really falls down to inside. He has to lock down this rotation. Opening shots from Sim are decent. Envoy able to reduce the numbers of New York defenders from the front, but still, this is a scramble to see who can get in control of A first, and maybe that kill changes the tides for Toronto.
Yeah, that was a big kill right there to end fight. Insight to find that jump shot onto Hydra. And you take care of Skies, and now you know all of the subliners are coming off of the respawn. Just have to hold strong on your defensive setup because subliners already take a lot of mid-map control for another push.
And again, the life lead, the kill lead for New York. Looks like that should be enough to give them round 5, pending that they don't get absolutely slaughtered here in the last 10 seconds. Moment of pause. New York may be reading the situation and tallying the math at the same time. And trades should be more than good enough. Maybe 1 more chance if Skies can slip in and try to touch this. Yeah, tried for it, but nothing further. But tick progression is tied, but again, that last round, so convincing for New York, they should have the round 5 defense.
Yeah, they guaranteed the round 5 defense, and now you also have a cruise missile in your back pocket as well, just in case it gets a little bit scary. Now you just have to do exactly what you've been doing the last 2 previous defensive rounds and give up those B segments, but stay strong over towards that left side, Water Street. Force Ultra a lot more of a difficult route on the overextension to try to work that objective over towards A, which has been their success story so far. Can the Subliners do it again?
And how do you even get a look on the A zone? Do you try to do something off the break off here?
Yeah.
Try to, get Toronto into a position where they can maybe get both zones at the same time, because New York has been so convincing. Yeah, they don't want anything to happen over towards A. 3 players defensively right through Cafe. And now we head on over towards the defense rotating to B. And the forward position for Envoy works out for a 1-for-1. That's not bad. Sim is also left without being able to contest. Kismet drops over the middle of the map, and here we go. First early bit of progress earned, plus extra kills to boot. Toronto in good form here right off the rip.
And you can already see the decisions coming in from the Subliners. Everyone all spawn said, nope, we're just going to rotate over towards Water Street. They're most likely going to take the speed capture. We do not want to continuously fall on our side of the base. So that second segment is already going to complete. The third segment about to come in. Time is getting extended. Great plays right there to Scrap, but he's the only one who finds a kill, and now the Subliners have him back in that headlock setup.
Yeah, Sky's just playing a very off-angle, but Envoy able to reduce him quickly. That is an amazing elimination to allow Toronto to kind of stay away from this trap, at least partially so, because you do have Hydra deep over towards Ice Cream. Kleenex, big win onto Sib, though. Once again, extra space here for Ultra with Kismet dropping towards the front. They're going to get players, not just through the middle of the map. They should be able to get someone on over towards A early.
One player's to the point. He's just hoping that Thieves can find a couple kills. Scrap at least gets the beat down, but the Subliners are here to reinforce with their numbers. Depleting that first segment, and now forcing Ultra to try to rally the troops again for another push in towards A. But this time is a little bit more scary because the Subliners are ironing it up on their side of the spawn.
And again, you have to worry about any long pushes in the open areas, possibly being countered out by that cruise missile that's still being held down to by New York. So the long play through the overextension is what's being called for. 2 kills for Toronto. There's 3. Fourth one's going to be found. This is going to be a potential for a stack, but Hydra, he gets a quick spawn and finds 2. That will slow things down for Toronto just a touch. But New York have to worry about getting back in towards the zone. A couple of quick kills off the spawn will allow the defense to start to make their way over for the contest. And as insight drops, New York will reestablish defensive control.
And that all falls into the hands of Hydra, the first player to fall, the first player to come off spawn, and somehow, someway, he was able to catch 2 players off that cross. Gives his team another opportunity to find the break, and they continue on forward with it. Now the cruise missile does get invested. You're simply calling that in for the info to be gained for your teammates to get pushed up a little bit deeper than their base. And now only 45 seconds allows Ultra 1 to 2 more good pushes at this.
And Sib mid-map. Oh, you don't want to fall here. Scrap battling with him.
Wow.
Kills for the side of Toronto. Help from the front. Inside's able to find a 3rd. It's just down to Skies inside the zone, but the contest for Toronto is a bit labored. There come the kills. Here comes the stack. No! The trophy system again becomes the biggest nuisance for Toronto. It's just down to a couple of players making just 1. Kleenex, the last one left alive, and he gets taken down by Sib. Toronto have to reset up again.
And it's only 20 seconds left. New York only have 6 lives remaining in their column. So you need to find a 3-piece if you want to try to get yourself onto this point, but this is their last hurrah.
Only 2 defenders inside the zone. The others for New York. Worried about the overextension.
Oh my God.
Here comes the flood. Skies by himself could do nothing. Trophy system this time gets placed safely. On top of that, it's a 12v2. Toronto looking clear here at A, unless maybe some desperate nades land and popcorn him out of the zone. Hydra tries to step up. Kismet by himself can only get 2. And Toronto take the round 5 offensive win. Try to tell me you don't love control after that.
Oh my God, Ultra, another insane comeback. Who was expecting them to win map number 1 and now map number 3 with everything that they had to go up against? 2 minutes on the defensive side on Invasion with the cruise missile in the back pocket for the Subliners, but they were just so much more aggressive on that round compared to the others. Every time players were coming on spawn, they were taking space. And the Subliners, for some reason, they were not moving out of the spawn. They were more focused on getting these kills, trapped over towards Mannequin, and not taking any of the map control, at least pushing forward. You were giving opportunity after opportunity to the Ultra boys. And finally, with their final opportunity towards the very end, they make it count. Scrap almost 40 kills on the map, but 73 under damage, was always putting down some great shots. But everyone else, when they needed to the most, clutching up at those final moments for Ultra to take both respawns in this series so far, and now 2-1 up in this series.
Jay, 39 kills, 30 non-traded, 23 of those on offense. Oh, mercy. We got ourselves a cooker here. And at some point in time, Toronto's probably looking at this and being like, yo, we're playing a 5v4. This trophy system's got a 2.0 KD. But the thing about it is, it's again, like you mentioned, and we'll probably see it here in the replay, New York aren't getting bad spawns there at the end. But maybe it's just the conditioning off of Toronto finding so much success in those A approaches through the overextension, around the backside of blue, through Mannequin, that keep New York a bit staggered, and those two defenders inside the zone don't know if there's a hit coming from the front. And I think that setup really does tell the story of how that last moment went.
Yeah, New York just need to bite down and realize what we need to do to win those final moments of that game. To simply spread the map. I know it's very difficult when you're the team calling all spawn. You don't have any idea, especially when you're spawning over towards the back gas. If they pushed out towards Treehouse, if they're already pushed out towards blue, so they were not contesting that side of the map. But even when you found a clean 3 to 4 dead in the feed, when Skies invest that cruise missile just simply off the info, no one was reinforcing over the overextension position. They had no one watching the front side across, just freely allowing Ultra to work on the back side, and just way too tight on their defensive in this final round costs them that game. They're definitely going to go back and watch that one like, damn, I can't believe we really just gave that one up. But still a great map for practice going forward. But Ultra feeling without question a lot better after walking away with that Ryan Powell attack.
And honestly, I think if you're a New York fan, you're looking at this series jaw drop being like, what the heck? We should have just 3-0'd.
Yeah.
I mean, you're up 170 to 49 on the hard point. You're going into a round 5 defense on invasion control with the cruise missile. That should be win condition every single day of the week and twice here on Sunday. So now you've got Toronto continuing to pull off these heroics, and wouldn't you know it, Jay, we're heading to one of their best hard points on Karachi hard point next.
And that's why it's scary, because Karachi should have got map. Karachi's been a map that they've been trying to add to their map pool. This is one of the maps where they are decent at rotating, but hold percentage is abysmal. Their break is not that consistent. And when you're going up against Ultra, who are always going to do the fundamental parts correctly, you have to just make sure you're having such a hard start and not getting it away, because Ultra love themselves some Karachi.
And that's the thing is, if you find yourself starting off slow against this Toronto team, my face is the only thing going to get burned here in map number 4. You've got a 3-0 team on Toronto here in this qualifier, where they have been putting a lot of time and focus into playing this map. I mean, really both teams have. It's been their most played hard point for both these two squads up until this matchup. But you can see the difference numbers, not just an overall point average margin per time played, but the hold percentage, the break percentage numbers for Toronto. This is where they find their categorical success compared to the newer maps that are up. So New York have to set the tone early if they want to have a chance to get to a 5th.
And it simply has to be off the hold percentage, because I'm pretty sure on this map so far in this stage, they are dead last in points per 60. That means that you're the team setting up and you're just not getting any time or instantly getting broken. And that's exactly what Ultra are going to be looking to do to you. So you have to make sure that your setups are going to be a lot better, because this is a bread and butter map for the Ultra boys. But bigger picture, you know you're going to be playing this map potentially against Atlanta FaZe, so you got to bring it.
And OpTic for that matter. It feels like, again, the maps that we're seeing between the new ones up and this Karachi hardpoint are going to be some of the playgrounds in our pivotal series when we eventually get to Toronto. Still have more to go here, though. Envoy, quick wrap around the back. He's going to get a lot of read in this New York setup, but unfortunately gets caught in the mantle for Toronto fans. So New York actually end up in favor of the kill feed, and that allows them to not just control the middle of the map. They could actually jump onto this hard point, off these reinforcements, start earning some early time here.
Yeah, let's get back into that hill. If you are New York, you find 3 kills in the feed. A couple players are trying to play a little bit more of a cutoff angle, but we need that hill time to keep going in our favor. As now there's only 20 seconds remaining on P1. Subliners currently in control of the rotation over towards the next, but Ultra trying to play super aggressive up to the map to potentially try to flip them out or keep Subliners trapped in towards the back end.
Yeah, the line of scrimmage has been set. Maybe a little bit more passive than New York would like.
Oh my God.
Scrap winning a key gunfight battle up top towards Castle. Kismet Hydra getting to work, keeping the middle of the map safe, and okay, that's very well done. The only one to stay alive through this is Envoy. He's being hunted, but only marginally so, as Hydra knows the value of this office position.
But you see that one spawn coming in from Kleenex. He's going to have an opportunity to work his way around the pinch. At the same time, Hydra is not very aggressive up through that ticket area. Unfortunately, he's only able to take down 1, but the rest of the teammates are finding all the kills in the feed. Small is now flipping. This is not good if you are the Ultra, because you have to try to get this break to not give up all this time, and at the same time, someone has to hit that rotation because Subliners can run away with this chain.
This has been an incredible start for New York in the face of what were a couple of really great gunfight wins for Toronto. They aren't able to capitalize on it, so they're going to get the 18 seconds with the scrap time, likely. Skies is going to kind of sneak in from behind, though, in Toronto. They're left to pieces, not just on the old time, but it's going to be staggered individual plays over towards New. This gunfight right here could be everything, and Kismet trying to value the spawn location more than the gunfight. Will back up, wait for Hydra to support. Tough gunfight, and Toronto will hold the early numbers, but New York still battling, and Kismet nearly turns the tides completely. Sid, the next one to follow up, will jump in. We've got a 50-50 battle here over the top of 3J.
Yeah, it's an all-out scrap fest at this P3 hill, but at least Ultra find himself in the hard point forward now, but Hydra cutting off the rest of the teammates on the opposing side now keeps at least one player trapped in towards the middle of the map, but Scrap walks right up and is able to find a triple. Now it's only Hydra towards the back end. Scrap finds all four. I'm telling you, that guy is unbelievable on the map.
11 and 4. More than his teammates combined, or the same number of his teammates combined at the moment. What an unreal start for the side of Scrap. Now finally allowing these kills to turn into some good progress on the hard point here for Toronto. And on top of that, there may be an early cruise missile talent if Scrap can keep shooting like this. Looking for maybe an individual isolation on towards Kismet, but instead the focus towards rotation. Scrap's trying to beat New York here, and he's able to catch at least the majority of Sib. Helps his teammate get the kill, and with that, Toronto automatically right back into the hill for some early time.
Yeah, Scrap's just sitting there like, somebody get somebody one shot, but let me get the damn kill. I need this cruise missile going forward, but this time he's not going to need any assistance. Sib is going to be one shot, turns that corner, and somehow, someway, Kleenex steals it with a nade. So give Scrap the damn 6 kills that you earned the cruise missile. Still Ultra chaining these two hills together, though. Some great time here at P4 so far.
Yeah. I mean, again, for the battle of getting the cruise missile, Toronto is reaping.
Hello!
On the hard point. Dude, that's going to feel terrible for Scrap. He had 5 different players one shot for that 6th kill. Didn't get any of the eliminations. But at the same rate, Kleenex said, thank you very much. Good. For yourself a cruise. So, in what has been a string of Toronto Ultra kills, the only person to maybe not get the cruise missile is the one who had the higher start, as Envoy is now also away from a second cruise missile.
Oh, he's turned it up. So far, he's been a playmaker. He got it done a little bit scrappy over towards P3, and now starting to turn up in this game. Kleenex has got a cruise. Envoy has got a cruise, and now Ultra have the rotation over towards next. We see that one player who spawns out in scrap. He knows that there's pressure coming from the front, there's pressure coming from the back, but he's going to take the super long route, tell his teammates to all focus on the front end, and unfortunately, the game is going to end. All right.
That is the worst possible situation if you're a Toronto fan, considering that you had 2 cruise missiles and I think in a lot of ways should have had a 3rd. And you can see Insight is like, what gives? Wow. That is a big momentum killer. But I will say this, as much as obviously the observers were hunting down cruise missile earns, like even though Toronto was starting to really put together what looked to be some clean chemistry and some clean cohesion, same side of things for New York, they were still hanging into this map. I mean, a lot of 50-50 gunfights. That's the biggest takeaway here. So it's just down to, I think, if New York can just individually stop these guys from getting multiple cruise missiles. But I don't know what happened right there, but you can see some very unhappy faces in the Toronto camp.
Oh, you definitely are unhappy. You came out swinging. You got 2 people with cruise missiles. You won the last 3 rotations of the final 3 hard points before the game ends. And you were going to put yourself in a position to start to run away with this game. And it all started with the play that they made at P3. Like the subliners, they were doing fantastic at P1. You chained it a little bit over towards Cafe. And then Ultra, they break in for the final 15 seconds. They only rely on one person off the rotation, and it was Envoy, who had a slow start. But the one kill that he was able to gain in towards P3 stalls enough time for his teammates to get back into the play to set up Scrap having that 4th place. So already Envoy not having the best performance so far in this stage when you talk about that hard point, KD, but he's always going to make those heads-up plays.
And so far, so good. And that's one of the things we talked about even, across some of our teams who don't find themselves in the top 4 is, Envoy is kind of looked to be that guy to roam around and find kills. But sometimes the ARs just are not fully there to help support those plays, and you kind of feel like you're forcing things to happen when they're not actually available. But when Scrap starts off that hot, I'm sure Envoy's looking at the kill feed saying, all right, bet, let me get to work. And when he turns the jets on with some good help around him, things like that could definitely happen. But we're still waiting to see what exactly had happened in this map number 4. Obviously, Toronto not particularly pleased, but we'll see what happens when we come back from this quick tech break as we try to restart Karachi Hardpoint after this. Don't go far.
upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
On bridge, yeah, our bridge shield.
One's left. I'm cutting in.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is... Yeah.
Talk about aggression. Rocker, 4 players over towards A. Zoinks! There's the second from Alex. Third for Alex. Oh! 4th from Alex, too. We missed it.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. No. He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1v doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
If the cruise wasn't bad enough, the spawn trap might be worse. There's nowhere you can go. Abizi gets dealt with, but it is just, I mean, you're stuck. You're done. Oh, hell no. That is insane. Shotzi was 4 in 16. Now he's on a 7 spree and just made the best play we have ever seen on Skid Row. The dance he just did, he turns into a ghost, and now Ultra are down in this game.
OpTic Texas win it.
I have no idea how Shotzi continues to do it.
With kills early, Wallbang's coming through, 38 HP for Abizi. He's dodging.
Sometimes you just got to try some different strats.
Okay.
As Abizi, yeah, he's up to 8 quickly.
There's another one.
Be a little bit too late.
Another 10 spree and an ace. Too easy for Mr. Abizi. That is disgusting and also can't happen.
And I don't think Hydra's going to be in a position to at least get towards the bomb. He's just want to get up with his life.
Akko, the 1v2 takes him off to defuse in the perfect amount of time. And Krim cannot believe it. Let's take a look at this again. Look at the top side of your screen. Oh, inches away. That's got to be 0.2, 0.1. And also...
Everyone from Vegas Legion trapped behind enemy line. This is tough. As Ghosty finds 3 with 1 clip. Those are great shots.
A single second, the Seattle Surge, they are going to send it. If any team is set to fall apart in a crazy way, go.
Oh my God.
Reggie, what a play!
Oh my God. Go, man.
Share your life. They actually went for the challenges and gave us an opportunity, which is just something I hate seeing. And what the hell was that? Then he just got
That's the best gun in the game. That is the best gun in the game.
Behind enemy lines.
He's getting loose early every round. Like, do a little dance, make a little love. Who's dead tonight?
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the asset. And you get into the Karachi S&D just so.
We thought the race was going to favor over to Seattle Surge, but it's just been a multi-kill or somebody going beast mode. It's Gio who kills the entire squad. He is lighted up. Give him more. Papa's hungry.
He's got to be so happy. He finally doesn't have to worry about getting first blood in around 11 on his team.
You're like an adamantium werewolf. Oh no!
Oh no!
He couldn't get out, but he can do front flips. Oh, Daddy's hungry! Oh my God!
takes him out. Oh, it's dog-on-dog warfare. No! That was the most intense round of S&D that I've ever casted in my damn life.
Hardpoint compromised.
Nice. 2. Oh. 3. Oh my god. He's low. I hit him like 2 times. Compromised. Secure the area. Standing by. My hell. Oh my god, dude.
Welcome back, everybody. Just an update. We are still dealing with a bit of a tech issue with what happened at the start of the Karachi hardpoint, but in what has been an absolute cooker of a series to this point, hey, we're starting to really get a feel for what both these teams are going to offer us when we eventually get to Toronto, Jay.
No, yeah, I'm excited, man, because obviously Ultra, not the best start to this series, but an insane comeback in that map number 1 showed that they still got that ice in their veins. And then even when you get to the map number 3, insanely icy with 1 final push in that control to now walk away with 2 respawn victories so far in this series. But this one is far from over, Alan. We still got potentially, we got guaranteed 1 map, but potentially a final one in that 6-star S&D awaiting forward.
Indeed the case. And well, hey, we've had a couple of absolute special moments, and of course, the superstars for both these two teams have been leading the way in a number of individual ways. Hydra on one side, Scrap on the other. They have been unbelievable for their teams, even in the lulls that have kind of come throughout some of these Major 3 qualifiers, or I guess maybe more so for Major 2. Here in this series particular, through just the 3 maps, the numbers these two guys are putting out are unreal. And that's coming off of a fine start from Scrap in the comeback effort, but he's really exploded here lately.
Oh yeah, Scrap's always gonna do the best of his ability to be the best player on the map. But the fact that Hydra is keeping up in the damage, a little bit better in the series KD, a little bit more kills as well with that Rival 9 in hand is actually insane to me, because obviously it's based off of a lot of that map number 1 where New York subliners are having a lot of success early on and Toronto was just a little bit late to the party, but they were able to clutch on up. Definitely both of the superstars for these respective squads, but take a look at these maps and modes again. This has been a nail-biter series. 250 to 244 map 1, 6-4 where the potentially should have went to around 11.
True.
All the way to the very end in that invasion control. We are just awaiting this Karachi hardpoint where we were at least pleased with a little bit of a sneak peek on it. Ultra coming out swinging, but the subliners, they look like they made some good adjustments so far.
Yeah, especially after their break off, right? I mean, the first 2.5 hard points were great for them. I mean, you get a lot of the time on 1, you win the rotation to 2, and you also have Ultra in a bit of a panic getting over towards that cafe, over towards P3. That's when things started to pick up, though. And those 50-50 gunfights, Ultra really started to come together and have the individuals pop off. I mean, we saw Scrap nearly get the first cruise missile, Insight, Envoy right behind him, able to eventually tally some of the cruise missiles between P3 and P4, but it's just down to, which Toronto Ultra are we going to get in the start of these maps? Because in map number 1, it was slow, and it looked like at one point throughout the listen, and I actually said to you, it was like, Ultra looked lost on the map. But as soon as they got back to this second P1 and then eventually to finish off the map, it looked like they started to put things back together.
Yeah, and there was insanely clutch abilities as well out of some of these players. Like, if Scrap doesn't find a 2 and it turns into a 1-on-1, it completely goes different. If Kleenex doesn't come off spawn, find a double to the map, probably an opportunity for the subliner to execute a break in. But Ultra always have been and always will be calm, cool, collected when we go into a listening with them. You can only imagine the gameplay, even in those crazy moments, are still calm, cool, and collected, thinking that they have an opportunity to close out the game. So ain't nothing changed for Ultra. They've been the same squad since the beginning.
Look at the tally between P5 to P1 for the side of Ultra. I mean, huge peaks starting to come through from 49 points to 105, and then again from 204 to 250.
Yep.
And it's just the stall out that came through. It definitely felt like as we started to get to that second rotation, there was a moment where like the subliners were just having a real tough time keeping themselves in the same mentality of where they started the map, eventually kind of made one good chalk and rotate moment come through to get themselves back in the leaderboard and back into control. But that P5 to P1 rotation, I mean, Puckett mentioned it from weeks ago that is everything on this map. And he's been right ever since. So Still waiting the resolution of what happened here at the beginning of this P4. Ultra trying to keep their composure after what seemed to be a server issue. And Insight, again, really the byproduct of a lot of the success that they were able to find. No, he's not sleeping. I promise you that. This guy's locked.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a meditation thing. You know, it is Mother's Day. He's probably just trying to sink in with his mom, let her know I love you, saying all the sweet words. He's wishing he could be with her. But he's just so locked in for this matchup. Job is not finished yet. Communication is flowing. Insight has always been, though, that calm, cool, and collected guy, the level-headed one for Toronto Ultra. And as long as he continues to play at a high level, this Ultra squad will continue to find success.
And keep in mind, there was the tally, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that Desmond talked about. If Ultra come away a 3-1 winner in this series, they will guarantee themselves the #2 seed, regardless of what happens with the OpTic and LA Thieves game later. So there is some, extra pressure, if you want to call it that, in terms of them confirming this second seed that they're currently find themselves in. Gives them obviously a much easier pathway in terms of trying to please the home crowd, instead of having to match up against a tough opponent maybe a little bit earlier on. But there's still a bit of a shakeup that could still happen here. I mean, all three of these teams between Toronto, Texas, and LA locked in at 5-1 each. Of course, the final matchup of the evening will be OpTic playing up against Thieves, so New York doesn't have a chance of moving up any. They're going to be pretty much locked into this 5th position. So this is really more of the Ultra team saying, and if they're aware of it, hey, win this map and we guarantee ourselves that second seed.
Yeah, and that'll be good because then you square up against Seattle Surge, who have been on the upward trajectory. Like, ever since the addition of 04, obviously you've had a couple mishaps in a couple of series, but you still got to work through the leaps and bumps of a new squad. So it's going to be a very good test for Toronto Ultra if they manage to get that second seed and go up against Seattle. But if you are the subliners, you know that you are basically locked in at that 5th spot. You just have to see who you're going to have a dance with in that final matchup between OpTic Texas and LAT. And I'm really excited to see that final match too, because LAT, for me, they've had like a really easy schedule so far of this major. They've only played one tough team and they unfortunately fell short there, but not a single team that they played against was in the top 4. They're finally going to play against OpTic Texas, and that's going to be the true test to see what they're all about.
Proving point. I mean, we said the same thing about Seattle yesterday was, what were they going to actually be able to provide against what has been one of the more indomitable teams in CDL history against FaZe? And they put up a pretty decent show. Yeah, they got a little beat around a little bit by the end of some of those hard points, but they were fighting, they were shooting, and I think that's all we're really looking for, to see if Thieves can either be not just a dark horse, kind of sitting in that 5th position, but maybe even a surprise favorite in a lot of regards if they could find a way to beat this OpTic squad, who has been, again, using the majority of this major qualifier as a way to build up a map set that they know they're going to be playing up against your Atlantas, your New Yorks, and your Torontos. It definitely feels like the top 4 have set themselves up to square up on maps like Karachi, 6-star, Vista when it comes to the hardpoint overall. So I imagine that map set will probably favor most of those maps.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're prepared for the big dog. It's not really a top 4 anymore. It's like a #1 and then the next 3, because Atlanta, so far throughout all of this major, they played against every single team underneath them, and they beat the hell out of every single team. So Atlanta, without question, is only Big Me up there. The rest of those guys are still trying to figure out how to catch up to those Atlanta FaZe boys.
Indeed the case. Again, we're still waiting a resolution here for what's going on with map #4. Server has been changed and selected, so we should be loading in hopefully pretty close here. And let's take our conversation then right back over to what we've heard and learned about this series. I mean, how much do you look at what's happened so far in terms of the fact that New York fans are sitting here saying, how are we even loading into a 4th map? We should have gotten done with this in 3. Do you look at that as kind of a downswing for New York, or do you like that more as a favored storyline for Toronto being able to keep their composure down in some pretty terrible spots and still finding ways to fight back?
I think I like it more for the favorable side for Ultra, because obviously we look at their schedule so far in the stage. They only had one tough matchup, and that was versus Atlanta FaZe, where they got steamrolled. But everybody else, they've been making easy work of. So now you're going up against another top 4 team, and you had such a slow start, but you were able to fight back. So you already gained that momentum, knowing that our backs can be completely against the wall, but we are always going to put ourselves in an opportunity to make sure we are in these matches or in these series completely. And on the opposing side for the subliners, I also take it as a good thing, because you should have walked away with this series in a clean 3-0. You've had 2 moments where 2 different maps where you completely choked and broke down at the end of these games. So it's just those small mistakes New York would have been able to extend their day or close out this day a lot sooner, go spend time with their parents, and prepare mentally for that major next week. So I think if you are subliners, like, it's just a couple mishaps, but you're still a top dog.
And I like that call, and I think on top of that, we expect that when we get to the major, it's going to be a lot of nail-biter series, especially as we start to get towards the top 6. And even though you may not have been able to convert on moments you should have closed out here, at least you've got the chance to go back, relook at it, and say, okay, let's just make sure next time this happens, we're cleaning this, that, and the other thing up to put these maps away. Because as much as Toronto can do that to you and punish you for your mistakes, you can obviously take that conversation one step, if not 2 steps further with teams like OpTic and Atlanta, let alone the underdogs that are also sitting below you with teams, you know, like LA Thieves, you know, like Miami all of a sudden sneaking into a top 8 position. Seattle and Carolina also on the upward trend towards their stock. So, you know, you just don't want to take one for granted, and you don't want to find that moment of letting your foot off the gas, which it kind of feels like that's been the story for New York in both map 1 and 3.
Yeah, you just got to keep on pushing forward. Do not put your controller down until the game is officially at the end. But I am simply not worried about this Subliners roster because they somehow, you even heard Kismet in his last interview said, last year, we won the first major, and then we went 3-4 months without being the best form of ourselves. So right now, they find themselves in that form where they're shaky a little bit in hardpoint, shaky a little bit in that search and destroy column. But control has always been strong for them. Unfortunately, fall short, obviously, in this one by completely choking at the very end. But they are always going to have those players on their team who are world champions, who understand what it takes to win and know the adjustments they need to make going forward for the biggest one of all year, which is champs. They want to make sure that right now we won't be in our final form, but when we get to the very end, we are going to be in the best form possible to potentially go back-to-back this year.
Could be an opportunity for them. Still waiting on the server to get fully set up, so we'll step away for another short break. Don't go far, friends. Stick with us. We'll be back, I promise. You don't want to miss the end of this series. We'll be back after this.
Well, hello there. We are back and ready to kick it into the map 3. A hot contest so far. Yeah, it's hot in the building. It's hot in the series.
Hey, you got shorts on today.
You're hot. Yeah, no, I knew it was gonna be warm today. I had a feeling, so I had to pull out the quads. Look at these things. You think anyone's blinded? I've been
see through them.
I've been hitting the peloton though. There's some muscle there. I'm telling you, these things feel like a couple of rocks, man.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that, everybody home. Hopefully, no one.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Had their vision affected by the bright lights of my quads.
To find out and in a very quick manner. Arshty's putting in a few bullets toward the tractor as here comes the nade. That could be big. That's massive as Octane's able to find the first classic. Everybody explodes and that will be it. That will be it. Seattle getting one of the biggest upsets in CDL history.
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to OpTic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
Unless Priesta can come up with something magical, something historical. Few players falling. Priesta ends up getting traded out, but Standy's still here. No respawns right now for Rocker, but hey, we've got to put ourselves on pause. 1.5 seconds on the clock. Atlanta FaZe, they've got to push their way in. They've got to dig their way through. Nades, tacticals, utility tossed out. But take a look at this. Take a look at right now from Minnesota, and they do not push on to the...
And he just throws it. Stun has a couple of kills, and now push it forward. Sim with 5.
standout player, especially in the slaying category. Can he turn this around? But right now, it is all Atlanta phase. 8 in a row for Sim. Make it 9. Sim's like, I can do better, looking for double digits. And there it is, 10 in a row in a grand final. He won't slow down, up to 11. It's a godly effort. 12. Keeps going, another, it's 13. Simp erupting on the main stage.
Second, the Seattle Surge, they are going to send it. If any team is set to fall apart in a crazy way, go. Oh my God! MJ, what a play! Oh my God!
wait. Wait. Going back and forth like it's east and west. But the whole team up, say that's north side. Am I lonely if I shoot the tech? And I'm 10 seasons in, still I'm courtside. Every day I'm going back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting all my I's and crossing all my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Wait.
It's been a battle to this point, and well, it may have been a little bit of a battle for all of us waiting to see the continuation of this series, but we don't have to wait much longer, friends. Lock on in. We've got Karachi Hardpoint in what is a 2-1 map count favoring Toronto after some drama in their map 1 and map 3 comeback efforts. Now they find themselves on what should be stable ground, Jay. But the thing about it is New York had a really good break off when we attempted this map the first time. They're trying to find that replication here off the get-go.
Yeah, that's already a great start. You're finding nade over the top, shut down Envoy, was trying to work his way into the objective, and then another nade takes down Insight. That's already 3 kills in favor of the subliners for this P1 time. They're doing exactly what they're doing before that replay.
Counter nade does come through, but look at Hydra's route all the way around the back. That will open up space for New York to start to commit on over towards the point, but they don't get a read on where Envoy had slipped through towards. So yeah, a little play right down mid lane will work out, and even though it looked like New York were holding some firm control over the opener, right back in the mix go Toronto, finding some opening P1 time as well as Envoy wins another good fight.
And now if you are the subliners, you are forced to stay in your ground over towards Cafe because Ultra are going to walk away with all this remaining P1 time. They already have a couple players trying to take a little bit of ground off the rotation. Inside is only able to take down 1, but now Kleenex and Scrap are here for the party. New York subliner spawning in towards the back, but they only have 1 player around the point, and Ultra just pushed right through the front door to find that break.
Who needs cruise missiles? Not Toronto, apparently. Hell of a start here. Not only able to counter out the early success towards New York's breakoff, but now the setup over towards P2 looking pretty darn convincing. Inside the last one standing, trying to guard mid-map, and he takes down a couple. Hydra trying to slip around the back through the bottom side at red. He's able to find 1 on this route, but the hunt is now on. Insight trying to track him down. Hydra extends the play a little while longer, but Insight secures the kill and now is on rotation as Toronto is all over this opener.
And now it's a complete flip-flop. This opener compared to the last. Ultra chaining that P1 to P2, a full 60 at the cafe area. And now the subliners need a response here at P3. You're finding any initial kills, or at least trading effectively to keep the spawns in your favor. So you have an opportunity with a full 60 hole to get right back into this game, and you don't have to worry about any cruise missiles this time around.
At least not for now, but Scrap's working on one. 4-0 start for him. New York very calm and confident on this setup around the 3rd hard point. Decent read from Scrap. Lots of damage over towards Hydra. The snap over towards Skies is decent, but the wall bang better. So now Ultra still trying to find a way to set this thing up, and they will actually force New York to spawn out with the pressure coming from all sides at once. Good read from Envoy. Helps himself out with the stun. Now to Kleenex, able to break out into the hard point. What a masterclass of a break for Toronto, and Kleenex almost locks it in. Re-break good for New York initially, but there's still a 50-50 battle for this last 25.
And that's where the hold percentage needs to be a lot better if you are the sublines. You found the initial fights off the rotation. It's just the second wave is when you were not able to account for everyone on Ultra. You're looking at the different angles, and that leads to a break coming in for the Ultra boys for the final 15 to 20 seconds. Still heavily in this league and to put themselves up by almost 60 points, but subliners need to be in a situation where if you're rotating early, you have that much time to set up. Even if we get the first wave of kills, the second wave still needs to be good enough.
This is a good setup, though, for the subliners. Bridge control plus a little bit of low ground shops means that Toronto has to come all the way around the outside. And wow, how do you not expect that if you're New York? 2 kills immediately tallied. Civ is a bit stuck over towards backside palms, and Kleenex will find the snap to find the kill. Hydra Kismet still trying to work for this break attempt, but it's in pieces right now for New York. A really slow start for Kismet, 4 and 12, and Toronto are all over this reset.
And right now, New York is just going 1 by 1, and that's the only thing that's making this game a lot more difficult for them, is that you're relying on someone to make a hero play happen so you can lead to a break, but they are consistently getting cut down. Final 20 going to go in favor of Ultra. Subliners have 1 player in Hydra who does spawn out. But if you are Skies in this scenario, you have to try to play your life. His positioning now known, but he's finessing long enough to now have some reinforcements in his back pocket.
Problem is, Kleenex actually clears things out over towards market side, plus the push through with Envoy now joining the party from the front, and that is all 4 members dead immediately, plus the read in terms of how Insight is able to stop New York off spawn. This has been a masterclass of Karachi hardpoint. And I don't know, man. For New York, you need something. You need it quickly because this is already getting way out of hand.
They're just playing at 2 different paces right now. You see Skies, he's sitting at 4 and 8. He also runs that AR, but Kismet at 4 and 15. Almost 20 engagements so far in this map. It has to lead to some success, though. You have to find this break on towards P5. Kismet rolls his way on through. Not going to be able to locate Insight, so he's still going to be here to contest it, but he is going to fall. Subliners have the back spawns, and they should potentially walk away with this final 15 as long as you take down Kleenex.
All right. Moment for taking a breath if you're a New York fan. Just comes down to, can you actually win a couple of these opening gunfights surrounding over towards the top of the P1 hill? And so far, so good. Scrap time goes their way. All 4 members in position, trying to deal with this top rubble setup. And so, yeah, so far, so good here for New York. But still, desperately, they need some of this time here on 1.
Yeah, they need this time. Need to try to chain it the same way Ultra did to that P2. But Soko, as much as this middle hill time as you potentially can. 2 kills, make it 3, go in favor. All 4 in favor of the Ultra. They even catch the play off spawn. That's just way too easy. Yeah. And if we're on the subliners, we have to be stacking on one side of the map, or at least setting up a team crossfire, because you are just getting picked apart one by one due to the teamwork out of the Ultra. And that's why this score continues to get out of hand.
It just feels like New York is just so late to read what the play is going to look like for Toronto. Some of that off of maybe the awareness around where the spawns are. Some of it maybe just off of who's watching what routes. It just looks like there's a bit of uneasiness right now in the New York setups, which has led to a couple of big Toronto breaks. But okay, moment of recovery. New York able to secure the majority of the scrap time and start to make moves over towards this P2 side of the map with good control up top towards red, which Kleenex is working on, but only finds 1. So yeah, New York will get hotel control. Now it's just down to try to swarm out this Ultra setup around and inside the hill.
Yeah, you need this break too, because if you allow Ultra to breach that 200-point mark, gonna be closer and closer to ending that game. But the energy and the confidence is gonna be deflated as all the kills are all gonna be purple. That's 3 down. Kismet, farthest player pushed up. You just have to try to play your life in this scenario. Stuns are hitting you right in the face. Nothing is going right now for the subliners on their first push.
Second one not looking much better either. Hydra tries to get into the hard point. Contest is in. Like you said, this gets above 200 points. It almost feels like it would have to be another Vista-like comeback. New York still fighting. 1 more player to swarm from in the back, and that will work out. Envoy trying to come in as the last contestant possibly for Toronto. Gets across the middle of the map relatively cleanly, but Skies is there to put him to bed, and now it's all about this rotation. 10 seconds of old time, but New York have a couple members already getting themselves in position for an in.
Just can't allow any players to slip on by. You can see Kleenex, his route through bottom red. He's now worked his way, but he's going to play the cutoff kill. So he knows that his teammates are spawning over towards that chicken coop side. So a couple players for the subliners are trying to set up that repinch. He finds the free breed. You walk right through the middle of the map. The break is in. And now Kismet has his hands full to try to make a play happen here for his teammates to have another opportunity at this hill.
And this has been where the issues for New York have been all throughout this Major 3 qualifier. Win rotation, but then they find themselves 10th overall in the league in points efficiency on their holds. There's a better moment of collection off the quick spawns through market. Kismet's able to put himself finally into fighting form, 4 in a row. And there's a chance here for New York to likely walk away at the majority of this back 20, putting themselves right within about a 60-point cushion.
Yeah, this is going to be their time. You only have 1 player potentially going to contest it. Envoy does fall, so subliners slowly but surely starting to fight their way back into this game. We saw Ultra do it in map number 1. Now subliners is your opportunity to do so. No cruise missile earned in the back pocket for Kismet going forward, but now you're going into this P4 HP where you have to play for this hill time.
Oh, good transition gunfights start to come through. Scrap up top. Able to get 1, plus the clean transfer down towards Kismet. Skies playing backside bridge will at least give New York some stable footing around this hard point. But Toronto spawning a bit closer than the subliners are. Will be able to reinforce the hill a little bit faster. Sky still being an issue though up top. Kismet following 3 straight kills, and hold on, here we go. Late start here for New York, but picking things up quickly. The Bulldog in particular now just to -4 after being triple negative at one point.
Yeah, he's turned it completely around so far for this game. He's been the shining light for this comeback. And now the Subliners are only down by 50 points. You see already on your mini-map, Civ is thinking about that rotation. They have Ultra trapped in towards the backside of this milk truck, and they just simply cannot get out of this vice grip. Finally, Envoy is able to take down Kismet, but Skies finds himself on 5 in a row before falling. No cruise missile earned. Final 10 going to be yours, but Subliners have responded all the way back. Now just need a full 60 here and to tie up the game.
You just need to make sure you've got someone deep enough to lock down the favorite spawns on this setup. Tough gunfight for Kismet. Just could not lock things in. Kleenex was dancing and dodging inside rubble. Scrap also pistol fight when it comes through. So now all of a sudden, look at the spawn for Kismet. He is in Narnia, and the only one left standing is Skies, and he gets blown away immediately. And it's just, again, you have to find a kill if you're New York on a setup that looks like that. Toronto, once again, walk on in for a break, and they can put this thing pretty much well without reach if they can find the last 30.
Yeah, they can't win it at this HP, but they can get pretty damn close. If you are the Subliners, you have to try to execute a break. It's Hydra hitting a deep route, just waiting for his teammates to at least put a little bit of pressure from the front end. He wins the one-on-one. Now you got the reinforcements on the deep pinch. Hydra strikes again, only able to take down 2. Final player here is going to be Skies. He falls, and it's still Ultra holding on for this final 10.
It's just, oh man, New York going to be kicking themselves. That was a picture-perfect setup. Maybe a bit too far forward to be able to lock spawns, but not to get a single kill? It's just inexcusable in a lot of forms, and Toronto are making them pay. The break back into P1, also looking good with the 50-50 gunfights. New York staggering. 10 seconds remain for Toronto. From them in a 3-1, and what would mean a guaranteed second seed position going into their home major, and New York nowhere to be found to contest this. A near 100-point lead, and I cannot wait to hear this post-game interview because there are going to be words that are have to be said after that reset came through initially.
Oh, they are chirping indeed, Alan. Obviously, if you're Ultra, you were definitely frustrated off that replay because you had a couple cruise missiles in your back pocket, but the result does not change the second go-around. This time, probably a little bit better. They just came out absolutely swinging, and especially off the rip. You get the P1 to P2 chain, but the Subliners just need to work on their setups. They have been dead last in points per 60. They were 11th in hold so far in this stage, and it comes back to bite them right there. Like, you were fully set up, only down by 50 points with the full rotation over towards P5. But somehow, some way, a couple players dropping around the map, you're forcing the rest of the Subliner players who are watching that angle to force them out of their position to give up that and watch something completely different and just simply get some bad timing in those scenarios. So I know Kismet said that they have been working hard on hardpoint, but you gotta work even harder because it can't be that easy to break into some of these money hills the way that Ultra were able to do so.
Especially on maps that are going to be very popular getting into this Toronto major. I mean, flat out, this is a series that, again, is going to live in the heads of New York fans getting into Toronto. This should have been a 3-0. I'll just say it plainly. Let's just call a spade a spade. 170-49 in Vista. Sees it go backwards, 250-244. Round 5 defense into control with a cruise missile, and it's a full A capture that eventually comes through off the stack. Wow, just a series that's going to be, I think, for both these two teams, telling a very different stories. For Toronto, they're going to feel like God's greatest gifts to COD, especially after the long wait off the reset to immediately do that. Crazy scenes as we head back to the desk to give us the breakdown.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And with the 3-1, that guarantees the number 2 seed for Toronto going into their home major, a top 2 seed after a rocky start against Atlanta. Let's talk about the victory today, because as the casters mentioned, these first 3 games so close, and it was Toronto kind of setting the tone with that first game comeback.
An extremely impressive series out of Toronto. I think Alan said that, maybe it should have been 3-0 on the side of New York Subliners. Obviously, you go back to that Vista, and you're looking at New York Subliners. They had a 171-49 lead and then a 244-181 lead to go on and then lose the map. I think it's a testament to Toronto Ultra warming up at the later half and playing perfectly fundamental hardpoint, and also New York Subliners' woes continue when it comes to just closing it out in these respawns. I mean, we saw it in that Invasion round 5. You secure defense, you do the hard part, and then you lose the attacking round, allowing Scrap to drop almost 40 kills.
Yeah, Scrap's unbelievable. I mean, the amount of damage he was putting up, the plays that he was making, you can always count on that guy. But yeah, I'm going to go back to that map on hardpoint. That's the pain point in this series, man. You really think about it. They were up 120 points. They end up losing it, and you saw exactly what Toronto did. They get second rotation. They get P1. We always talk about how that's such an important money hill. Well, they flip the map, and then they get Hills P3 and 4 in a row, close it out at the very end there. You can see the energy, like they were not losing this series. You get to a round 5, what happens there? They're gonna overwhelm you. They win it, they get over towards the point, just make some huge plays. This is like a re-energized Toronto.
I'm looking at this team. They look angry right now. They had something to prove, especially after that replay in game 4. I don't think I've ever seen Tobias do anything remotely impolite. I just saw his middle finger.
That's what I'm saying, man. Different energy.
Got a Kleenex fired up for his home major. Toronto gets the job done. And with that 3-1, we mentioned second place. Texas is still going to play, but New York Subliners, where are you at right now? 5th place because you got your 1 map? Or 5th seed going in?
Solidified in 5th. I think that if LA Thieves lose, then that would mean they play them round 1.
Pretty solid stuff. So we know our number 1 seed is Atlanta. Our number 2 seed is going to be Toronto. And our standings are now updated. Shout out to graphics. We still have OpTic in LA, though, playing for that top 3 seed. Pretty crazy stuff here, Allie.
It is. That is so crazy to me to see LA Thieves go from what was a lower middle of the pack team to now jumping to top 4 heading into Major 3. Never saw that coming.
Taking a look at some of the numbers, Nameless. These are the best we have seen since Major 1. And what happened back then when Toronto finished 6-1?
Listen, they ended up winning that major, right? And this is a Toronto team that is looking scary. Once again, like their hard point is world class. We've been talking about it all year long. The control, obviously a very good control team, 6-1 throughout this split, and they just beat the other top 3 control team that we have in the world. So if they can figure out their search and destroy, especially versus the top teams, they can win this major.
Is Toronto back?
Down to.
It might be. Honestly, I think the scariest fact is that I don't even think Envoy is hitting back to form yet. I think he's still struggling a little bit. So if he turns up on LAN, we could look at another Toronto win.
We've got a man who is never off his game. Scrap joins us live, and I'm sure he has a lot to say about that series. First off, Scrap, is this the angriest you have ever seen Kleenex?
Toby, I'm trying to think of when the angriest I've seen Toby. I don't know. Toby's not really an angry person. He's kind of level-headed. But yeah, no, we were definitely frustrated after the map 3, but we got the job done.
You guys definitely did get the job done, and you were dropping some numbers along the way. Do you have extra energy when you face off against New York Subliners? If so, why is that?
No, it's not even New York. It's just the fact that we're just bringing up excuses. We're switching servers. Like, brother, it ain't the server, bro. You're getting fucking slammed. Like, it ain't the server. They weren't beating us in gunfights. They said they were lagging, but every lag they were getting, we were getting, not complaining. So, it is what it is. And, yeah, we'll see them at the 8th seed.
Toronto and New York, pretty close to each other, right? Oh, they're down in Texas. Got it. Hey, let's keep talking.
Yeah, we're going to move forward. Scrap, so you guys didn't have the most ideal start to this qualifier. What did kind of the work putting into it to end the way that you have going into your home major look like for you guys?
Yeah, I think honestly we just took like a full mental reset. After like Major 2, it wasn't even like the showing was terrible. We wanted to get back to Major 1 form. Just a big mental reset. The maps changed, everything kind of changed. So we kind of worked on S&D, worked on the new hard points, and yeah, everything's been clicking recently. We feel like we've been getting better every day. And yeah, we're super excited coming into the major.
Yeah, you talk about the new maps. Looks like you guys have been sprinkling in some 6-star, some Vista recently when it comes to the hard point. Been improving, and you get a big Vista win here, but it didn't start off so great. Talk to me, talk me through like the comeback in that. Obviously, you guys flipped the spawns and hold it down from there. How'd that come to be?
Yeah, I think the big thing on Vista is like if you spawn out, you're kind of in a blender. You're spawning across the map. And I think the first rotation they played it really well. But obviously we flipped spawns on the second rotation, and it was just kind of clinical. P1, P2, P3, P4. They just couldn't fuck with us the last half of the game. And yeah, they just broke the fuck down bad.
We did see the breakdown, and we love to watch your celebration afterwards from Toronto's side of things. Scrap, final thoughts here. We now know officially the first matchup for you. It will be you with the number 2 seed taking on Surge with the 7 seed. How do you feel you match up against the crew from Toronto?
I actually can't wait. I don't really care who we play. Surge first round, no EQ. I'm doped up, but it is what it is, and we'll see you there.
All right, let me ask you one more question, because listen, man, the home major teams that have been hosting these events have been getting mollywopped. Like round 1 of these tournaments, what can the fans that are showing up to Toronto to support you guys expect here at this major?
Yeah, we're actually a good team that's hosting an event. That's one thing. You have brought up, the home teams get slammed, but if we're going to look at the standings, we're going to look at the players, it is like, But yeah, no, we're a good team. We're excited to come. We're going to bring a lot of energy, and we can't wait to feed off the energy of the crowd.
Love that.
Bring it. We're all heading up there.
it.
I know this crew is going to be there on Tuesday. Can't wait to see you in action, though, for your first match Thursday night.
Thank you. Have a good one. Shit on.
Yikes.
This is the energy we need, man. Head into a major, like
diapers required.
My major? What are we talking about?
What? Little home trash talk from the man Scrap. You expect nothing less when we come back. It's a rivalry brewing. Green versus red this time. OpTic Texas taking on Nate Shot's crew, the LA Thieves. Be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Difficult spot for Heretics. Training well, though, are they? So only one player on the point for now. That's going to be Snoopy. Now he has some help from his teammates, but the close spawns are there for Miami, but Snoopy is snapping with the MCW, finds the triple. How is he alive? I do not know.
The Hydra straight back on it. He's got time to get it done. No one there to watch him. Will it go through? Formal! Oh, he kills him! Oh my God!
No! Subliner's got the win. He got the defuse. The kill did not come in time. You have the streaks. You have the bomb planted. You have every advantage in the world. But the defuse came through.
He got it.
He.
Oh, take a look at this rush. Take a look at this aggressive play from Minnesota. They make their way in through middle. They instantly hop into the B zone. Standing with a nice little angle. Oh, what a play! Oh, it finds 3. Eli with the snapper.
With the help from his teammates, actually. What is this? What is this?
Hydra from Mars.
What do we have here? It's nothing left but 3 in the backpack.
The ace for Hydra. A magician early in the round.
Found a way getting up top. Hello.
The wins! All the way to the back. That's 2 already. Flying out the third will fall down from Awakening, and Kleenex is left alone. And Lynch will get his third. Unbelievable. There was a gap, and it was exploited to the fullest.
Linz is straight up making plays.
Now all of a sudden, half of that third tick has been depleted. 10v4, 25 seconds on the clock. Draws is still holding on to bottom blue. Does Atlanta still have this in them? They need to find a way to get them off. He's been seen by Cell. Atlanta continue to find the kills. Last chance to try to break your way in. And Atlanta continue to reap at the kill feed. Kenny has to jump off the top. He's not going to be able to. And FaZe is going to hold on to the round.
From a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique. On the table, age 10, look at me.
Welcome in, everybody. It is the final battle in our Major 3 qualifiers before we all head up to Canada next week. Now we get to see OpTic Texas in their final matchup against the best LA Thieves that we've seen all year. They're entering this matchup with a 5-1 record, but so is OpTic, and that only loss came to Atlanta.
Yeah, no, both of these teams are 5-1, which is something I never thought I would say. The last couple of months is versus the team in red, so for them, they're technically the heavy favorites in this matchup, but they're still kind of struggling when it comes to that map number 3. They're 3-3 in control if there's anywhere to be nitpicky, but they are a stronger attack team, so I'm expecting maybe a little bit of a Karachi or high rise when it comes to this map.
So name what's the situation for OpTic. You win, you get 3rd seed. You lose, you get 4th seed.
Sure.
Let's talk about this matchup. What are they playing for realistically in your eyes?
I mean, they're trying to improve their map pool, right? They put a lot of effort into the maps that got added in 6R and Vista. I mean, you're talking 5-0 across those two in the HP. So we're going to be seeing, you know, some of the maps like Subbase that we haven't seen in a while from OpTic Texas back in this one, because they're getting ready for a long tournament run and anything can happen through that veto process. Also, their best mode has been Search and Destroy, 5-2 record. And, you know, listen, OpTic have done a really good job at fixing the fundamentals in Search. If you think back to stage 1, it was what costed them. Well, they're #1 retake in this split, and they're also #1 at getting the bomb down. Those are small things that are making the game so much easier for them, which is leading to success. So truly improving with each and every match for this team.
For the LA Thieves, they're trying to steal a win from OpTic. If so, they would steal a top 3 seed going into Toronto, which means they would dodge the Subliners, who have that 5th seed right now. Let's take a look at this LA squad and walk me through this AR duo, because Dan Ghosty and Nasty have been doing work out.
They have been doing work. Honestly, a lot of their wins have come off the back of a lot of clutch plays from Dan Ghosty and Nasty specifically, but I am a little worried in this series because although the numbers even up pretty well across the board statistically, when it comes to the sling, when OpTic win against LA Thieves, that was the biggest difference last time.
I'm just being honest, like, just to look at it, like, these guys are 5-1. Ghosty's averaging more damage than Scrap and Hardpoint. He is actually super frying. Everybody on the team is performing, and when you look at this map set, Texas is giving them some layups, right? Like, LA Thieves have an opportunity. We could see this go all the way to game 5.
Vista for hardpoint number 2. Hardpoint number 1, though, begins on Subbase, so we're going to see some spiciness out of the gates. Alley Cat.
No way you're making me start. Don't make me start.
You don't want to go?
I'll go first. Yeah, OpTic.
Nameless, go ahead. He's going OpTic.
Yeah, I got OpTic.
108 for Nameless. He's going for 108 before Toronto. Allie, do it.
You don't want to do it. I'm going to go with LA Thieves.
You just picked New York correctly. Oh, wait.
No, I
that
picked
was
Toronto.
us picking New York. You picked Toronto correctly. Sorry. I'm getting 100 right now. OpTic Texas.
Oh, you're hitting triple digits. I'm so proud of you.
LA Thieves. Nope, OpTic again. Shift and study.
Fair.
Who do you guys got coming out on top of this one?
Yeah, I think I was a bit surprised to see not more square ups on things like 6-star, Vista, trying to get OpTic ready, but they're the ones who pick Subbase, and this does feel like, hey, remember we're 5-0 in this map, and we beat the hell out of teams. That kind of what feels like this pick is, on top of what Nameless said, just like making sure they're clean and polished. I think this map series set, though, Jay, in terms of my prediction, does lean towards OpTic's favor pretty heavy.
Yeah, because they're playing maps that they haven't played in quite some time. Like, they didn't play Subbase all throughout this stage. The Rio Search and Destroy, they haven't played it in this stage. The Karachi S&D, if we get to the Game 5, they haven't played it. And even in the Invasion Control, they only played it one time. So when you're going into a major, you want to make sure you're not getting caught lacking on any of the maps, because you heard Nameless say anything can happen in that veto process. You just simply do not want to get caught off guard. So OpTic just want to make sure that their Subbase game is still top to none.
Yeah, on the same front, I think Thieves are looking at this match saying, uh-oh. I mean, their Subbase has not been great. Most recently, having gotten the absolute poop beat out of them. 132-250 against Minnesota just a couple weeks ago. So some corrections that need to come through, and I will say, if Thieves do find a way to beat this OpTic team against this map set, yeesh, they should be looked at very seriously, and so far the start is looking pretty nice for the Thieves.
I think regardless, they should be looked at seriously with what they've been able to do throughout this stage, man. We're talking about 8-4 in HP, great in Search and Destroy. Need to obviously fix up in those control game modes, but if you remember the Thieves roster beginning, they only had 1 to 2 hardpoint wins going into stage 3. So obviously the roster change has played a big part for this success for this LAT squad. As we get to the end of that P1, they currently have the rotation over towards New, but you can see OpTic all over your mini map trying to contest it all the way to the very end, but they do not find any kills. A successful rotation led by the kills for LAT to get some good time here at P2.
And this is massive. This feels like the Thieves squad when they play 6-star. Clean on rotation, clean on clearing the middle of the map. Make sure you get a bit of a buffer in front of the upcoming hardpoint, and then usually walk away with the first 30 seconds. And so far, all of those conditions have been met. Dashy, though, over the top of barrels. That's not a gunfight that he should win. Still finds a way to take down Joe Deceives. Kremp caught over towards Secret, and that'll be a quick break for OpTic with still 20 seconds to fight.
Yeah, that's still a good amount of time to fight for, but they're more focused on maintaining the spawns for the next hill. So LAT's just wanting it towards the back. Gonna try to get him out of this P2 HP. Ghosty flies on through, able to win the one-on-one versus Dashy. But it's only for 10 seconds. You have a little bit of a lead, but now you are forced to break into a money hill for OpTic Texas, where they're usually very difficult to break down their setup.
Decent fight back, though, for Thieves here, exiting away from P2. Now it's just down to the long route over towards the third hardpoint, and Kenny Semtex perfectly placed. Ghosty through tunnel. There is an opener, plus a follow-up from Kremp. The hunt is on. Pistols out for both players, but it's Shotzzy who takes the win, and now it's just down for Texas, trying to get their teammates back through mid to try to reset up this hold.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 at this HP. Who's going to win these gunfights? That's going to be influential to who's going to have those back spawns. But at the same time, everybody's waiting for that push to come in. The rest of OpTic Texas still cutting off through the middle of the map. Going to be able to take the lead by a little bit, but there's only 25 seconds remaining here at P3. If you are LAT, just try to keep them as trapped as you possibly can in towards the back end, because you have a free rotation over towards New.
You have to be impressed with how Thieves have played to this point. I mean, that moment in front of P3 was all about each team trying to isolate each other. Thieves not wanting to hit over towards the hard point, wanting to deal with the members of OpTic at mid-map, kind of the same thing. The members at mid-map for OpTic try to trap the players from Thieves from rotating in, and both teams kind of walk away 50-50. Shotzzy, pistol out, right back into the hard point. Ghosty able to find the kill and slip away. Fred on the hunt, little wrap around, and that's enough for Texas to find themselves not just the hard point, but also the spawns in favor.
Oh, that's just way too easy. If you are LAT, it's got to be a lot cleaner, a lot better of a setup there, because OpTic Texas able to break in without having the preferred spawns in the first 10 to 15 seconds. But now you're able to reinforce immediately right back through the middle of the map. This is what LA have been able to have a lot of success in their HP game, is that every time someone needs to clutch up in a gunfight, they're all getting it done. Everyone over 1.0 KD, and it's showing so far.
Very back and forth hardpoint already through the first 4 hardpoints. Nasty caught and left on an island. Ghosty trying to get there to support that final scrap time, but gets cut down pretty quickly. The spawn close, though, for LA Thieves to work over towards Top Snow and here at Warehouse. The rotation for OpTic. Actually, they've gotten Shotzzy around the back. Keep your eye, number 2 in green. He's behind the play. First kill good. Second one tallied. Just down to try to collect down to Joe Deceives. He runs out in towards Snow, but job done for OpTic because they've opened up the rotation to 5.
And we've seen Shotzzy make that play again before on this map. Hits that deep route, completely catches Thieves off guard, because you're not expecting anyone to flank over towards Warehouse, because if you get the kills to the front end, then he makes a really bad play. But the fact that his teammates are staying alive towards P2, and he finds a couple kills, that leads to them getting this time here at P5. But the break is initially going to come in for LAT. They flood their way through the Warehouse once they take care of Shotzzy, and they haven't looked back since.
The reactions and responses for the Thieves in the face of adversity has been really, really well tipped. I mean, it's been clean, it's been convincing, and what looked to be a route that Shotzzy just completely overwhelms LA and gives OpTic a chance to walk away with a majority of time. It's another hard point that gets battled back to essentially 50-50. So we've got ourselves essentially a dead tie through the first set of hills. You tally the minimap to see what the next setup is going to look like, and Thieves will have a player forward in Joe Deceives with Kremp with some support from Ghosty right over the top of the hard point.
And now all of OpTic Texas is trying to at least flip these spawns, because you know you cannot wrap your way over towards that calm side and contest them over towards this P1 area. They're more focused on trying to flip those spawns, and look at the route coming in at Shotzzy. It catches Nasty off guard. Player on the point falls. Now it's Joe Deceives, final player up. He drops, and that is just a perfect play right there out of OpTic Texas to break the hill and flip the spawns at the same time.
Great opener from Fred. 17 and 10 start for him. Shotzzy continuing to try to make some things happen across the map, but he's getting shut down so quickly. Dashy caught by himself, left on an island. Kenny over the top only gets one of what was maybe even multiple. Not gonna happen. Nasty around the back, up and over, but Dashy snaps over, deals with the hit from Thieves around the back, and there will be a chance here for OpTic to get a little bit further forward and create some cushion around this second hill.
Yeah, now they have them trapped. You just have to make sure you're accounting for everyone, because Joe Deceives has slipped the line. Is working his way all the way around the deep back area. He puts down shots on the dash. He's able to finish it out with the Brunetti. but at least stalls enough time for his teammates to now get into the potential break opportunity. They try to work the overextension. Everyone gets cut down, but the back spawns are here for LA, so they still have a shot at breaking in.
But not anymore. The shots that come through for OpTic deal with the majority of that push around the back. So now Nasty is the last one left, trying to play this from the front side of that P2 platform. This has been a mixy game of sub-base, but things are starting to stabilize here for OpTic. They're getting the reads. They're getting the zone of control they need. And even though the lead is just around 30 points, this back 20 is still well within question as Thieves try to break one more time.
Yeah, this is some good time here if you are OpTic Texas, and they're getting the time and finding the kill. So this is where you hit that go button to potentially spawn them behind you, but you're spawning too fast right there if you are LA. And Joe Deceives is able to find that kill to maintain warehouse control. So OpTic currently up by 50 points. They're coming out swinging, haven't played sub-base in a long time. Let's step aside and go to a listening with the green wall.
We're missing one. Yeah. I'll stay down. In the back. Shut up. Nice. Yo, I need tunnel. Watch your tunnel. I'm one side. I got Ivor Bloom. I'm about to Bloom dead. I'm trying to get out. I'll get a spawn. I got it. I'll get a spawn. One guy's above me, Ken. You stun me. I got you.
P5 Crimp.
I'm playing your boxes, Brandon. Play your boxes. Just look it right. Look at P5. Try to stay under him again.
I'll get you back left. I'm gonna get you back
left. Look left. I'll be up in a second. I'll be up now. I'll be drop, Brandon.
No, see.
One shot up there. Nice shot, bro. Nice.
What are you blocking? One is blocking. Let me get top. No, watch
nice. Get left. Go left. I got time in a second.
You should go right.
Okay, I'll go right.
Yeah, go right. Stay left first.
Wait, do not
live.
Do not live. Just live. Silo. I'm trying to live. Streak now. What's bottom P5? Push me bottom P5. I got it.
I'm gonna lay it left.
Top three on the left.
Let me know when to streak.
Go right.
They got top snow now.
Try to get a kill first, bro. Try to get a kill first.
Let me know when to streak.
When is top snow late?
I think you should look at streak now.
Okay, I'm streaking. I'm bottom two. Copy two. Nice. Copy two. There's two left.
Okay, listen. 2 left, 1 P5, 1 P2, 1 on top, and 1 green top.
Hey, we just hit right fast.
1 green top, and 1
hit right fast. I'm here. Green top. I'll take green top. I'll just get green top.
Light.
Yeah, yo, submarine crack. Submarine dead. Dark enemy. Submarine. I'm dead. Okay, just check it test a little bit.
Absolute and long. You went
test. Just test a little bit. Make sure we guarantee near the.
Yeah, get
Karen. Yeah, you want Karen. I'll take Karen.
You can play old school.
Karen. Oh, you can't.
Really good 20.
He's gonna make it. Last guy.
I'm wrapping P5.
Get this time here.
Screen the P5.
Missing one silo.
He's already silos current. He's already there. I'm coming to help you. I
crossed the back. I'm putting P5. Hold on. I think I hold. Wait, stop.
Nice.
One more time.
Definitely feels like one of those games that we'll reflect on and say it was close until it wasn't. OpTic continued to do all the right things. You can hear the passion dripping in the comms, Jay, and they're not letting off the gas here against Thieves.
Yeah, they're definitely not, man. They were able to find a break successfully, even with the cruise missile not really getting anything done at P4. That's the second successful break at that hill to keep it scrappy. And now only need 20 points to close out this map number 1. Just need to get past this wave of kills that Thieves currently have on the map. All out mid-map control, everyone on this left side of the hill. But you send in Pred, he's most likely going to get something done. He's able to find a double. Last player on the point is going to be Ghosty. The trade is going to be there, and OpTic still have an opportunity to close it out here. Oh, not anymore.
Shots from Nasty, Dashy, the next one in line, and the pistol will finish him off. Trades, though, through the middle of the map for OpTic. Will give them a little bit more breathing room as they try to rotate and close this map out on towards P1. And again, Thieves have been fighting, man. I mean, they're doing everything they possibly can to try to battle up against OpTic, but at the moment, it really has been a couple of holds that have gone awry, and LA forcing themselves to have to put together rebreaks. The gap is pretty large, and they would have to throw some heroics here over the top of one and rotating the two if they want to have a chance of making a dramatic comeback.
So far, they're finding the kills around the middle of the map. They just not have to spawn, so yeah. Two things that you have to focus on in this situation. Still a 60-point game, but OpTic Texas are not going to give up all this time for free, but they don't want to be too aggressive and potentially spawn on out. You have a route getting hit by Nasty, but as he's hitting that route, everyone falls around that P1 HP. OpTic still need 15 seconds to close out this game, and they can get it done here.
Kenny's got the read, at least on the spawns. Doesn't find the first elimination, but he alerts the rest of OpTic that where this hit is coming from will likely be either through bottom server or over on the snow path. Here it is, the final hit. All of it dealt with. Perfect response from OpTic. And yeah, 251-81 the count. I mean, we had a dead tie through the first set of rotations, but I don't know if it was you or I who had mentioned it. It just felt like the trends and the patterns kept turning up in favor of OpTic, and eventually they're not going to let those mistakes continue to crop up. And at the same front, LA just could not find a way to get themselves a good setup as we started to dig into that second set of hills.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that OpTic Texas, even though they haven't played it all throughout their stage, their stuff on this map is slim to none. They are the best breaking team without question. And even though LAT found a lot of success on the first push, every time OpTic went for that second push in to find a break, they successful every single time around. You just have to think about back when we got to that original P4 where Thieves cut their losses and were contesting P3 all the way to about 15 seconds left. So you had enough time to rotate and set up properly. But when you allow OpTic Texas to instantly walk right through the front door, you had one player work around the back. They're instantly going for the flip in the first 10 seconds. You're just forced to play on that back foot a majority of the time. So OpTic Texas feeling great. You haven't played this map in a long time, but you're still the best at it.
And I think the thing that's really revealing was the listening, flat out. It was not a, hey, we know we're going to have a top 3 seed, and hey, this is our map that we're flawless on. It was very much so looking to play perfect Call of Duty. So, you know, no false measures here at all for OpTic. And again, this second rotation of hills really went to show that, yes, we are looking to completely overwhelm this LA Thieves squad. And really the only moment that went against them was the cruise missile not finding full value. But even still, we see it right there. They're able to still neutralize some of the time when they weren't the team in the preference side over towards the top of P4. So really clean stuff overall. But again, I have to say that this Thieves team's fighting, man. I mean, that first rotation, every time that something went wrong, they were right back in the mix, able to put themselves into fighting form, and it kept us at a dead tie essentially through the first 6 hills.
Yeah, it just got to when we get to that second half of the game where you needed to get some time here at P1 is basically a tie game there. But when OpTic successfully found a lot of time at P2 and then chained it over towards P3, they already find themselves up by 100. So LA was just playing catch up of remaining of that game. And unfortunately, you simply ran out of time. So OpTic Texas secure map number 1. Now you're going into a Rio search and destroy for OpTic Texas, who haven't played it throughout this stage. But when they do play it, one thing that they always find success is on their attacking grounds. You got to imagine with players like Shotzi, with players like Kenny, and even players like Pred, who are super aggressive through top mid, you're always going to love that side of the map, especially when you got to work that objective.
Yeah, the other side of that coin, though, is that their defense has not been necessarily as great as you would like to see, especially considering, like Nameless and the rest of Des were talking about, their post-plant retakes have been great, and their ability to stop teams from planting the bomb has been great. That hasn't really existed over the top of the Rio. On the other side for LA Thieves, again, it is kind of like a battle of different sides of the same fence here, because overall they're second in opening duel percentage, 4th in conversion, but on this map they're only 10th in opening duel percentage. So this is all about them trying to find the same consistency that they've had across the rest of their search and destroy, which, like I think Ali mentioned, has been great for them over the course of this Major 3 qualifier.
Yeah, and a lot of that is due to like the pacing that they're able to set. Like, you know what Krep is going to do on the map. Joe Thieves is going to get it done with the Rava 9 or the MCW, but Ghosty is always in a position to play a clutch or find a clutch 2-piece to give his team opportunities in these rounds. It's just like when you're going up against OpTic Texas, you have to be able to take care of their playmakers, because those guys are the game breakers. My main focus is Shotzi. If you allow that guy to roam around the way that he does and just be an absolute nuisance in your spawn, you're just simply not going to have a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here's a look over the Major 3 qualifiers again in terms of how things have gone largely around the objective. Their rounds with plants has been unbelievable. And then at the same rate, their ability to retake has been so clean, which is, again, a major focus change. What felt like what OpTic was looking for at the beginning of the year, which was largely around, can we get Shotzi up and aggressive and get first blood just by way of playing with tempo? Things have slowed down a little bit, and that has led to a lot of success. The only thing is that defensive retake success is only one margin of what their defense has looked like, because the rest of it on this map in particular has not been particularly great, and that's what you have to think their focus is coming into this matchup in this map right here in map 2.
Yeah, definitely putting your focus on just finding success other than retakes, other than post-plant scenarios on the defensive end is what you were looking for. Both teams tend to struggle opening duels percentage, but LAT, they do it a majority of both on the attacking and defenses. So you can't give up that first blood to OpTic.
See how things go. OpTic on the offense first. Passive setup around the LA Thieves defense. I mean, all across the map. You've got Kremp holding a corner on boxes, but the sole defender over the top of B is Joe Deceives. He's just calling out nades, you'd have to think. Here comes the second set of utility from OpTic, and just as soon as Kenny was responded to over on the flank side, first blood is tallied, but the bomb does get planted 3v4.
Now Now LAT are just going to bombard the way through top mid. No smoke grenade going to be popped, so not going to gain any info. Shotzzy's just going to walk right into gunfire. A free kill for Cramp. Now Dashy and Pred left to clutch on up.
They're able to find one each, with both players very low on health. Pred the only one tallied for now. Dashy off the regen. This will be a 1v2 for him. Still has a good look over the top of the bomb, and Thieves are waiting for him to actually take a bit of a peek here. Dashy hasn't given them the time of day, though. So now the time favors Dashy in this situation. LA have absolutely no idea where he's gone. First kill good. Pistol out. Not able to find the kill. Does Nasty get back in time? Sure he does. And the numbers will be the success story here for Thieves in their opening round.
Yeah, it's a good stuff right there from LAT to find that initial first kill and then instantly send it through top mid. You were seeing Shotzzy roam around that bridge area thinking it was all fine and dandy. No smoke grenades are going to get popped off the retake for LA. So he was completely caught off guard when he was trying to work his way back over towards the site. But then even in that 2v1, you could tell LAT had no idea where Dashy was. But when he puts down a couple shots to find that first kill, that's still enough time for Nasty to get that trade, work that defuse for LA to secure the first round.
Good stuff. Just too much for Kennedy to deal with on the flank. The post plant tested and challenged with the full flood like you broke down perfectly there, brother. So here we go. LA Thieves, their first offensive hit. Talking about, again, their success on offense has largely come by way of not just the first bloods, but also finding a way to get the bomb planted. Ghosty seen over towards this long A range. That nade probably just a little bit too far left for Kenny's eyes. But OpTic defensively still committing a rotation over towards A early, but Thieves haven't committed here. Now here's the quick wrap back into B.
And that's why you see Shotzzy immediately backing down from his position. He does not want to get isolated and potentially first blood, but LA, they have worked their way back off the rotation to take a lot of map controls. Nasty's given the comms, so they're trying to get aggressive up through those staircases, but here comes the smoke grenade.
Yeah, the defensive retake smoke on the way in, and the SMGs will go 2 for 1. Bomb carrier also dropped in the process. Kremp has to back off, and Nasty would have to make good on this flank, you'd think. But look at the quick proactive read from OpTic through the offensive side of the map. Now they flip things completely, and Thieves have absolutely no idea, not a lot of time to react to this. Although the response here, Jay, is actually the appropriate one. They get the bomb, and now they're headed over to A, where there's just Dashy waiting for them.
Yeah, but Dashy's in a perfect angle to at least get the info, give it to his teammates before they can pounce. They're trying to isolate him. He's at least able to get one player weak, but now you have to keep him alive. Nasty's able to win that one-on-one versus Kenny. Now it's Pred left to clutch up.
Kenny was looking for the trade. Not going to happen. Pred, lots of damage in. But Cramp, lots of damage in the receiving end. Wow, really quick wrap. And initially, it looked like the play from OpTic was going to be successful. You just completely avoid all of this LA retake towards them collecting the bomb. But really, in retrospect, the quick commitment from LA to get back over to A was the perfect response, not having known exactly where the OpTic defenders had gone off to.
Yeah, Dashy was able to get some kind of info, but was not able to spot Kremp jumping up on that dumpster for that freebie. So Dashy definitely wants that one back, because all you have to do is simply give the info to your teammates and stay alive at the same time. So then you guys all can pounce together, but both players lose the initial one-on-one gunfights, and then Pred just too much to deal with in that clutch scenario. LAT go up 2-0, and now in this round, you got a couple of trophy systems to keep you alive through top mid. Kremp finds the first.
And Nasty there to help supply the support as Kremp backed away. First 2 kills tallied. And OpTic's great offensive run through Rio has not been able to provide too much yet. Hello? How are you? A little shaking of hands over towards the Heskey side, which Thieves are fine to trade back against. And even Kremp's like, oh, where did he come from?
Yeah, that one definitely caught him off guard. You see the beat down. He's like not expecting anyone to push down the stress, essentially in a 2v4. But LAT showing that aggression through top mid, and it's leading to some success. You find another first blood. You instantly find the second kill, and then OpTic Texas left in the 2v4 know that we can't work this bomb plant. We have to try to find some kind of kills around this map because there's just too many things to focus on, and LAT are not giving them any breathing room.
Yeah, and a lot of it has just been OpTic trying to find trades, and so an individual's pushing out to try to confirm it, but the teeth of LA continue to be pretty much primed and ready for those hits. So 3-0 start, 4-0 for Nasty, and for the opener here in the second offensive attempt, a moment of pause as Ghosty does get pushed off his angle towards A, but the follow-up from Kremp right into the face of Shotzzy. Not a chance for him to shoot back. Pred over the flank.
Oh my.
Caught off guard. Kremp is doing it all. 3 kills for him in the round, working on the ace and potentially the streak. Dashy trying to slide away where Nasty's there to meet him. And oh my goodness, Kremp had some words that you don't need a lip reader to say as he gets 3 of the 4 quickly in the face of that OpTic attack.
Yeah, he said Happy Mother's Day. I hope you guys are having a good time. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to put it onto these boys in green. He finds a triple through top mid. Finds the first, also shoots the trophy. Just simply getting it done on this side of the map. The second, but the third is so much better. Great shots with only 6 HP left. The deciding factor to why LAT are currently up 4-0.
A bullet away from the 4-piece and the ace. So here we go. OpTic down 0-4. Quick route over towards bridge on the approach to B. Pred playing a safer angle in case there is a push through the A site, but it looks like Thieves may just rewrap this. And yeah, here comes the play forward. OpTic are set up for it. It just comes down to the timing of the actually reading this or not.
Yeah, now the bomb is successfully going to get planted, but Pred gets the info. There's multiple players going around this flank area. Just trying to at least bait, set up Prep to find 1 kill to earn that cruise missile, and at the same time, Nasty on the opposite side of the map, playing for 1 more kill. Ghosty finds that first blood. OpTic still have 30 seconds though.
Retake smoke still available for Kremp, but Thieves are going the long way around, and the push through for OpTic has really modernized where this retake is going to be coming from. Although Ghosty able to take 2 good team shots with Kremp. Smoke is now down. Follow up from Joe Deceives, gets 3 down to Shotzzy, and woo! It is chef's kiss perfect from Thieves. 5-0 up. Mercy.
They're just running away with this game, man. They can do no wrong. Even when they're giving up a complete opposite side of the map and they're sending 3 players through that flank, they are successfully finding first bloods. Ghosty starts it off, and then at that point, you're forcing OpTic to change their post-plant setup. Everyone has to watch a different angle or multiple angles at that point, and it's just too much ground to cover there. As LAT successful on the retake again over towards B site, and now only one round away from having a perfect 6-0 here in game 2.
Every moment we've seen Thieves try to make a decision, they've held some sort of an advantage, and they have collected on it more than words can say. Kremp looking for early info off the top of Askies. I don't believe he saw Shotzzy on that little crossover towards the U-Haul. Nades geared over towards a little bounce in towards you. That also will not land. So no information early here for Thieves, but early eyes for Joe towards A, and the defense really not in position to do much besides hopefully stall, and I think a stun will confirm the intel and also back up this Thieves approach.
And this is exactly what LAT did last go around. You show all your attacks over towards A, and you get the rotation to come in for OpTic Texas, but this time Shotzzy shuts down that rotation single-handedly. He's able to find 2. The trade is going to be there for Ghosty, but now it's Pred's turn to strike. He takes down Nasty. Ghosty falls. And a perfect blind counter right there from OpTic Texas to not bite on that aggression over towards A. You still kept Shotzzy over towards B, and it plays a big part to success on this round.
Okay. Small adjustments, small adaptations as we take a look from Shotzi's POV. He was just completely concealed over towards bridge side. Pistol for 1. Quick slide to use the bomb to his advantage for the, I won't say easy, but clean second. Long way to go here, though, for a full sale. I'll tell you that much. Especially considering that offensively, there really hasn't been much success. 2 plants, sure, but most of that has been voluntarily given away by LA Thieves playing retake. And they're going to go to the same setup they've played all the way through this. 3-man hit over towards A. Kenny in position. He got overwhelmed to your first time they tried this. No such luck this time as there's a couple of nades left over towards B. Don't know if those will connect too much, and Shotzzy looks like he wants to try to get this plant off.
And this is where you get scared because OpTic Texas, a majority of the attacking rounds have taken mid-map control, but this time LA were thinking that bomb is going to get planted. OpTic still have not attempted that objective play. They were just holding top mid, waiting for LAT to play for their retake, and it works out to perfection. Great plays also from Kenny to gain that info on the deep pinch, simply back down with his life, force the reposition to at least show face. This angle is not going to be free. You guys are going to have to now get past me, and it works out to perfection.
And you have to wonder maybe a touch. I mean, you see where those nades are tossed for Thieves over towards box's side. Those are all geared towards landing late in towards top mid. Did any of those potentially hit? Because then all of a sudden you see a frag cooked by the defender on stairs. OpTic had backed off from the plant. And maybe that moment of backing off, getting the regen, and then waiting to receive the Thieves retake is what allowed them a much cleaner look. As this time Dashy will catch a nade right in the face. Backs off, gets the regen. There are no defenders towards A, and Thieves are going to get rid of this very quickly as they are already through the A site.
Yeah, that objective is already going down as well. And now it's in the hands of the Ghosty. He's already pushed himself up towards the opposing side. Finds that first blood onto Dashy. Kenny instantly there for the response, but this play is going to be in the hands of Shotzzy. Kenny win his one-on-one on the flank.
Yeah, he has been seen, though. Nasty gets the read and then backs away. Kenny has to try to assist to get him some freedom to move. And they know Ghosty's nearby. They just don't know exactly where. Shotzzy trying to teamwork this with Pred. And simultaneously, Kenny does clear out the garage side. Now it's just down to the last member and Joe Deceives. Frag cooked up. This is tossed just to give him a little bit of separation. Pred on the challenge. Not hit by the nade. Joe has to back off. Not a lot of time. You got to check for this. First shots are in. Kenny gets the kill, and there's plenty of time for the defuse. So what looked to be Thieves getting a lot of space, not just at, but through A. OpTic win a couple of key 1v1s, and that's enough for them to reclaim the site and the defuse.
Yeah, and I think that was the play right there out of Pred, because you saw Shotzzy on the minimap working his way around the deep pinch. When you had him in that situation, if he loses that one-on-one gunfight, it's basically a GG, but he loses that fight, and Pred is instantly there to respond, and then you're relying across the map, Kenny to simply win his one-on-one. He finds that gunfight in through garage, gains the info as well. The last player's over towards boxes.
Yep.
And somehow, some way, is able to get that trade. I thought once Pred drops, and I was thinking Kenny was going to be on the bomb, that round was going to be a GG, but Kenny knows, even if Pred falls here, I still have enough time to find this kill and stick the defuse. OpTic slowly but surely coming alive.
First time we'll see Thieves actually take an aggressive stance defensively right through mid-map. Shotzzy, the one trying to keep this role responsible, but it's actually Ghosty for first blood. That is the sole defender at A, dealing with the play over the back, and then Joe Deceives pops out the doorway, but it's a 2-for-1 exchange, now taking us to a 2v2 overall with tons of time on the clock, and Shotzzy gaining ground over towards B.
And this is going to be difficult because now LAT know that the pressure's not going to be over towards A. It's only a matter of time before you hit that rotation out. And Shotzzy has played the perfect spot to at least find one kill. Does not gain the info in the second, so Nasty wins that one-on-one. It's all up to Shotzzy.
And I'm surprised Kenny even pushes down right there. You know where Nasty's at. Why not just wait for him to try to trail up the stairs into a 2v1? But Kenny sacrifices his life, and now it's just down to the 1v1. And Nasty will take his time. Shotzzy essentially doing the exact same thing. 20 seconds on the clock. Here comes the first check. Nothing there. Reset. Check it again in 6 seconds. Nasty has to go forward. Here comes the play. I think Shotzzy has seen an elbow or something. And yep, he's not going to bother checking this until after 8 seconds is gone. And it's going to be a 4th round in a row plus the elimination for Shotzzy. Hold on a second.
And that's just a situation where LAT, they found the first blood. Ghosty gains all the info that the pressure's going to be over towards A. And with the rest of the players in Crep and Joe Deceive, you still were super aggressive up through top mid. You get that first kill, you already have the man advantage. We have to have a different mid-round adjustment there instead of just committing on that deep pinch, because that's where OpTic were able to realize that the flank was coming in, make it a 2v2, and then Shotzzy, just to make Shotzzy kind of plays, finds himself behind enemy lines. Like, if you're LA, you get the first blood, everybody just take a chill pill.
You start to feel the tension a little bit now.
Yeah, you're shaking a little bit.
Absolutely. Dropping 4 in a row. Nades do land and completely counters out the one trophy system plays defensively for OpTic. And Thieves look like off that information, they want to give another go over towards this B site, but do they have the clearance to actually get onto the site itself? You got number 3 and Pred watching the flank. Here comes the recommit over to try to retake. Thieves win the first 2 gunfights. Pred only able to tally 1 on the trade. He does get out to keep his life, and now the rotation from Kenny has him in, but Nasty comes around the side. Shots are good, and it's all down to Kenny for a 1v3.
Try to keep his team alive in this search and destroy. Positioning now known. Now in the 1v3, you just work that objective and play the trades. Make this a lot more difficult for Kenny to try to clutch on up. If he could have found a time to eliminate that bomb planner, you stand a better chance, but now it's even more difficult.
First shot's good. Able to clean things up. The second challenge nearly gets the read on it, but yeah, flat out, Thieves. The perfect response after the contest towards the bomb came out of OpTic. And you can see the reasoning of why you'd go for it in that moment. Lots of nades already been thrown. You know that Thieves are committing. Maybe we can catch them off guard with the timing, but the SMGs for Thieves are fully prepared for it. They deal with both OpTic defenders, and then the numbers become too much as Thieves tie us up at 1 apiece.
And you can just tell right there that final round for OpTic Texas, when Dashy hits that nade over towards Soda, backs that player down, that is when they're hitting that go button to try to take top mid control. But they were just not ready for the positionings out of Cramp, not ready for the plays out of Joe Deceives to simply finesse with their life and find the initial 2 kills in those engagements. just a little too late in the party is OpTic Texas. You start down 0-5, you lose this one 6-4. Obviously, LA were doing a great job in the beginning of this game, finding multiple first bloods, shutting down that aggression play over at that B side every single time. OpTic Texas were playing really slow for the objective. They were just like waiting for LAT to come in, and whenever they started to work for that objective, LAT came. It was just some really, really bad timing there, but you can see it in the bottom of your screen. That is a total of 8-3 in first bloods for LAT. They just came out dominating the search and destroy.
And that was what we talked about kind of framing up this search, is that outside of Rio, Thieves have been great at getting first bloods. Looks like the payoff did come through in a big way on their map selection. But coming up, we've got the invasion control, which will frame up a lot of possibilities when we come back from the break, but also a Vista hardpoint that Thieves fans should be pretty happy about seeing. See how things go in the control when we come back after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Cataclysm Pack is available now. This bundle includes the Cataclysm Operator Skin, Dystopia Weapon Blueprint, Iron Lung Charm, Vroom Animated Calling Card, Alpha Vinyl Guiding Light Emblem, and Scratch Tally Weapon Sticker. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get into map number 3 of a 1-1 series count so far between OpTic Texas and the LA Thieves. And the Invasion Control is an interesting battleground for us. I think Ali predicted the high rise would come into play, and I can see why for both these two teams. But for Invasion, it has not been particularly great for either of these two squads. OpTic's dealing with 5 losses in their last, I think, 6 attempts or so. And then on the other front here for LA, they've played it quite a bit here in this Major 3 qualifiers, have not found a single win on it yet.
Yeah, no, LA just simply haven't found any success on their attacking routes. They averaged 3 segments, and that means that they're getting them all done at B. But out of 7 rounds that they have played so far throughout this stage on the attacking side, not a single segment even earned over towards that A point. And for OpTic Texas, the one time that they played this, we remember it. It was versus Boston. When Shawnee spawned in, he was like Sly Cooper around the map, and OpTic just simply had no awareness that he was on that A point. So OpTic Texas looking to right the wrongs here, but if you are LA, we gotta find some kind of success over towards A.
Gotta find some success generally on control. I mean, considering that their schedule has been, I think, largely labeled as pretty easy, they have not done well in control, only winning 2 different maps to this point in Major 3 qualifiers. On the offense first, though, not able to find much success towards either zone, but Nasty able to survive over through DVD. Allows a chance for the Thieves to use it as a pivot point to hopefully rotate in towards B quickly. And a couple eliminations will guarantee that.
Yeah, it's a big kill to take down Shotzi as well, because he was trying to be a nuisance over towards that B point, but you take care of him. Now you're able to put that game clock at a pause. And OpTic Texas is going to be a little late to that party. You have players working that overextension. Dashy finding himself up through Water Street. Everyone else from OpTic Texas trying to hit a couple tracks, trying to hit a couple nades to get him off of this B point. But LAT already first segment complete.
A little bit of a double wrap, though, over through Dark. First kill, good. Follow up by Kremp. He doesn't expect the second player to be here. So Dashy will provide the trade and keep this defensive contest largely alive. But Pred dropping from the front means that Dashy has to wait for the next set of reinforcements to try to get here, which is just Shotzi for the time being. Good first elimination. Dashy's play enables more of a contest around the B zone, and here comes the fly forward. Ghosty deals with the opener and then slips away with his life. Time becoming a bit of an issue here for this Thieves offense, down to 35 seconds.
Ghosty now has to continuously play his life because his teammates are nowhere near him. Finally, all spawn Joe Thieves is able to get himself into the fight. Only able to take down one, and OpTic are just doing a great job of trading effectively, not allowing any LAT players to stay alive on this side of the map. They are trying to get completed over with that third segment, but OpTic are making it so damn hard. Now there's only 20 seconds left, and you have to get past the green wall.
Yeah, and they know that going down B Street isn't an option, so you have to make the play largely through Courtyard. Kenny in position, gets himself onto 4 in a row, swaps over the weapon, looking for number 5, but it was ambitious to say the least. Dashy there to pick up where he left off, and the defense for OpTic holds strong over the top at B, ending with Shotzi on a 5 spree, only seeing 2 ticks of progress be earned.
And that's a difference maker already into this game, because every time you're spawning in on Invasion Control, you have to guarantee yourself those 3 segments to even stand a chance at getting round 5 defense. But OpTic always contesting over towards that B point, consistently always trading effectively on that side of the map. And that allows them to only give up 2 segments with a couple players working on streaks of their own. So the game becomes a lot easier for OpTic Texas now, knowing that all we have to do is complete B. We're going to find ourselves up by 1 segment and then just do what we do best, make it very, very chaotic around another map to work towards A.
Yeah, I mean, we often talk about those opening offensive rounds are tone setter. They set the bar, and it's not set very high right now, to say the least. Nasty good gunfight win. Stop Shotzi from pushing through over towards Broken. Pred mid-map, the next one up to try to keep this offense with a bit more space to work with.
Oh
and
my
wow, does he ever created 2 big kills, and now the immediate push up in towards Ruggs. Kenny follows up with another elimination, and OpTic will get the first tick with eyes over towards the quick transition to A.
Yeah, because now all of LA coming off spawn have to put all their focus on A, because you know there's a couple players from OpTic Texas contesting you in your base. You're able to at least find the first, but now where the hell is Shotzi? You have found every single kill in the feed, but Shotzi has let everyone slip on by. Trying to take a page out of Shawnee's book.
Yeah, he's seen a lot of this. Dead Silence going to be popped, and he wants to find these kills and open up an avenue for OpTic to maybe get to A quickly. First shot's good. Snap over towards Joe. Decent, but can't find the final bullet needed for the kill, but the rest of the teammates are in play. Last defender around is Krent. Predicted by Kenny, but the shots from Krent are decent, but not good enough to secure the kill. Kenny, seeing all the nades being thrown, says, I don't have a trophy, gotta get out of here. And the first tick of progress is still under question as Dashy tries to stop the clock, while simultaneously Shotzi works on that third tick of progress over at B.
Oh, I thought Dashy was gonna get it done with the Renetti. But Joe Deceives is able to fly on in and save that first segment from being complete. But OpTic Texas already coming out swinging on this attacking round. Have a lot of map control. They're able to extend the time by a minute. And now you just have to put yourself in a position to not get trapped by LAT. They find 3 kills in the feed. Farthest player pushed up is Dashy, but simply just playing your life is enough time for your teammates to get back to you.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And again, the early take advantage has already been tallied for OpTic, so I won't say this is playing with essentially 3 lives, but it's definitely going to feel a little bit like that. Joe Deceives, nice response defensively. Good for 2, almost taking down Kenny for what would be all 3 of these OpTic players. But Kremp, no worries. Able to find Kenny, and then a follow-up long-range gunshots towards Pred. Now gets LA very far forward defensively, and that's enabled even further as Nasty gets one towards Shotzi through mid-park.
Now OpTic Texas have a minute to try to work out of their base. This is going to waste a lot of time trying to hit some insane shots off of some head glitches and get past the defensive setup currently held by LAT through the middle of the map. Everyone is currently sitting with an AR in hand because they know that these gunfights all spawn are not going to be easy, but just have to try to trade effectively, and LA are making it so difficult.
Yeah, absolutely are. Ghosty, maybe he gets a bit too far forward here, and the shutdown towards Kremp at mid, and is right, Jay. OpTic starting to get some control at mid. Shotzi shut down from getting anything further past Rugs, so the hit from OpTic would have to come from the front. Eyes towards Joe Deceives. He's off the regen, but there are a couple of OpTic members trying to deal with him. Plus the follow-up as Dashy just kind of walks around the outside. But time's becoming an issue. Kenny has to get enabled. The pistol win will allow maybe a chance for OpTic to still hit A.
Yeah, still 10 seconds though, so Shotzi is just going to put himself in towards the point. A couple players around him though. He's now the sole man here for OpTic and LAT. Able to stand strong on defense, even with OpTic having a lot of map control throughout this entire attacking round. Do not allow any segments to get away from them at A. But now on the attacking side, you have that one that you are thinking about in the back of your mind. We have to make up for.
Absolutely. At least to keep things even. Obviously feels a little bit like a footnote in the large scheme of things, but Invasion Control is a maniacal monster in terms of trying to find offensive success, which we saw the stats at the beginning of this map. That has not been particularly pretty from either side's perspective. Which is, again, it's surprising. You know, when we think back to LA Thieves and their ability to play Invasion Control in the beginning of the year, they were like innovators of how you get to A.
Oh, yeah.
And lately, it has not been that way at all, as Thieves will take all 4 members largely over towards B. Early stop at the clock as Nasty jumps on with support from a trophy system early.
Now you just can't allow OpTic to trade effectively and just put themselves in a position to consistently contest you over towards B, and that's a perfect way to come out swinging. You find 3 kills in the feed. All of OpTic Texas now coming all spawn. You have one player also watching the overextension up through Water Street, so this is a way better start right here from LA.
And you got to keep in mind, Nasty on 4 could potentially play his life for a possible career missile. There's skill number 5, but no. Team shots coming through as Kenny's able to put together 3 in a row. Progress towards B still being made. Shotzi with the longest dive you've ever seen from high ground in your life. Keeps his life a little while longer, but OpTic still scrambling to get a bit of a setup here to try to recontest this B zone. With that kill, maybe there's a chance to open things up from behind. But where's the focus from the front here? LA have stepped off the zone, trying to read these kills before they commit to the zone, and that may have been the right call. Dashy, Shotzi trying to work together, but eliminations are good, and the extra 60 is going to get tallied.
Yeah, the extra 60 is going to get tallied, so now LAT currently up by 2 lives. Have a lot of time to work with, especially if Joe Deceives is shooting like that. What an addition to this LAT roster to bring this guy back up. Gains the confidence throughout challengers. Has a lot of success with FaZe Black, and now with LAT, he is not turning back the time. Fortunately, he does get shut down, but he allows his teammates to get pushed up in some crucial positions to where now OpTic off spawn have to now put their focus all on Kremp.
Yeah, Pred will have to do something here from front courtyard to allow some extra time for OpTic to get set up. But like you mentioned, Kremp stole an issue. Pistol out. He predicted Dashy well, but wasn't able to win the pistol fight. So now it's just down to the Thieves from mid-map. Not really much of a look over towards Water Street. This is all about trying to get over towards Rugs, if not into Laundry. And for the most part, Texas have gotten the read and responded to it beautifully.
And now they're just trying to fight back for that mid-map control. Nasty is going to be traded out. You have players trying to contest over towards A Street, but you're just wasting a lot of time. You have to work your way around the left side. Try to work up through the middle of the map, because if you're just trying to go straight on head first right through that A point, it's not going to be easy because OpTic are not expecting it, but also have people watching those angles.
Yeah, and the more that Shotzi takes space at Ice Cream, the more that the rest of the OpTic defense just has to worry about the street side push.
Yep.
Good crossing angle from Pred, keeps down. Has to try to find a way to open up as Dashy will drop. And the read towards Shotzi's decent, but they can't quite find the kill. More crossing angles from OpTic right through mid-map will make sure that Thieves cannot touch the zone. And they're just looking for Ghosty now, and the hunt is already on, and they've got a pretty good idea on where he is. And yep, it's only a 1-for-1 trade. 10 plays 9, 23 seconds, and Thieves still struggling to get out of spawn.
And that's where the communications are on point, because last week it was OpTic Texas leaving Shawnee alive, not accounting for everyone, but this time they were not going to allow that to happen. You take care of Ghosty, who was the farthest player pushed up. Now you know everyone else is all spawned for LA. And with only 5 seconds remaining in this round, OpTic again are going to stand strong on the defensive side. They put the slaying back in their favor. And now going into this next attacking round, you complete B, you guarantee yourself round 5 defense.
Yep, that's exactly the case. The task now falls onto the shoulders of the Thieves to be better defensively, which is not easy to do, especially over the top of the B zone with the amount of success that every team in the league has pretty much found over the course of that B capture point. So it's one of those things that for Thieves, do you play for it, or do you just take a little bit of, success out of what Toronto was able to do in their series previously? Like, well, if we don't get it, we don't get it. Let's not do anything crazy.
They need to come out here and they need to try to get a shutout round here. Only allow 2 segments to get away from them and keep the slaying, or at least pull the slaying towards their favor. Because you don't want to allow OpTic Texas to guarantee themselves defense early into this round. Especially if they can earn a couple streaks. So you're going to contest this all the way down to the very end. And they are finding every single kill in the feed. Shotzzy, the last player up. You take care of him. You have them in the trap.
Easier said than done, though. The self-stun works out. Pistol out. Also the prediction.
Oh, my God.
And Shotzi's found 3. Here come the rest of the green wall behind him. And he's going to take space to make sure that Thieves defensively don't have much of a look from the front to contest this. Although, that told, Thieves gets one. Shotzi's still called upon to make a play, and he will be shut down on 4 in a row. Cramp Nasty trying to work this thing back together as the first tick is locked. Second on the way, and as Cramp drops and Nasty is red, this looks like the B zone will likely be captured.
Yeah, and that just goes back to the play of Shotzi finding 3 when it's a 1v4 scenario. Everyone else coming all spawn. You had one player work his way all the way up to Water Street, was ready for the spawn trap, but when Shotzi makes those kind of plays, that allows OpTic another lifeline over towards B. That 3rd segment is about to get complete. Time is now extended. So OpTic guaranteed themselves Ryan Fallon defense, even if they fall short here.
Yeah. 20 plays 22. Thieves on the exit. Good for the eliminations needed to make sure the defense at least holds strong to see a 5th round for now. Still tons of time on the clock, though. 145 to muster. And look at Thieves trying to catch some gunfights over towards B Street. You win those, you got the spawn trap in play. First couple of kills are decent. Shotzi again, though, the sole creator of time and space. It feels like he could bend it like a man of the universe, but not to happen here. Quick shutdown out, and Thieves will hold strong defensively with a pretty far forward setup.
Oh, great shots right there to Dashy to shut down Cramp. Now you can slowly try to work your way up through mid-courtyard. You take care of the player watching the overextension and Nasty, but now a couple players falling from LA. You're forced to change your defensive look. Openings are now there for OpTic Texas, and they take full advantage of it as they have a lot of mid-map control. LAT now have to iron up.
And it's right off spawn that the contest is going to come through on. Shotzi tagged up, but stays alive. Such a hard kill to tally, and Thieves are fully realizing it off the regen. Couple of kills come through. Now Thieves can start to swarm. Pred through backside rugs, trying to clear out Laundry. That will work out nicely. It's just really Nasty inside the point, the only one to stay alive. Look at the spawns for Thieves. They're deep over towards blue. Opportunity here for OpTic to try to make their way on towards A, but off spawn, Jodeci is able to tally 1. Nasty still tucked in a corner over towards A, finds a 2nd, and Thieves defensively can start to get some more numbers here.
Yeah, now there's only 30 seconds left, and Jodeci makes the play. Works his way up through that mid-side courtyard, finds a 2-piece over towards the street side. Basically shuts down that final push coming in from LA. There's only 15 seconds left. All of OpTic working that overextension, but a couple kills are going in their favor. They still have another opportunity here.
Sure do. It's about can they get here to touch, though. Lots of focus for the team.
Oh, my God.
They miss Shotzi around the back. He's done his job. He gets
oh, my God.
3.5 on the clock. The stack is in. Shotzi's position forces Thieves to spawn all the way out in Egypt. And I don't even know if they're going to get a chance to get here in time. Not with Shotzi cutting him off a rotation. Right back into Laundry. Shotzi dealt with. Here comes the contest. Jodeci finds a couple. Just down to Pred, and it's 4 in the feed. Thieves will barely hang on to see a 5th round.
I thought LA was going to break down the same way we watched New York in that last series in the final 10 seconds on the defensive side, but they're at least able to reinforce their way back into the point. You give up a couple segments, but who cares? You knew that you were guaranteed attack in that round number 5. You stay alive a little longer to now force round number 5, but now you have to find some kind of success on attack. You're now 0-9 with 0 segments complete at A.
Yeah.
We probably need a little bit of a different start off. Let's go back to LAT stage 1.
I like that call. See if we can catch OpTic a bit off guard here. We'll see if they've taken your tip into accord here. It's such a hard call, though. And if you lose that one out, you're going to be stuck in a bit of a spawn trap, and it looks like Thieves will not do anything too cute. Trophy system down, focus over towards B. Shotzzy predicted, seen, couple of shots are in. Wow, Shotzzy still takes that gunfight. I mean, you'd think he's feeling himself. A little heat check right there. Does get punished for the overextension, and with the quick stack, B looks like it's already done and dusted.
And I love the way that Ghosty is playing this, making sure no one's going to hit through mid-dark, go for a pinch, or no one trying to put themselves in a position to put LAT in a spawn trap over towards water side. And he gives his teammates a free B capture. Now time extended. Kremp already finds himself in towards back cast, but the rest of his teammates are falling around the middle of the map, so you can't try to be Superman in this play.
And you can see Pred has already turned around. I think they know that Kremp may have slipped through in some form. Dashy, though, dealt with. Shots towards Pred are good. He has to take cover inside a cafe. There's a wide open water street here for Thieves to use. And Kremp will give up his position at gas to stop the clock and put some early pressure over towards this A zone. Shots and kills from Texas, looking pretty decent. Jodeci's on the hunt for Dashy, who has slipped away. And now finally gets the tally, finds the kill. But the response over from Texas at the deep side of Water Street will work out, and they've simultaneously dealt with that deep pressure from Thieves. Defense setup, only a half tick of progress has been earned to this point.
Yeah, first push already shut down, and now you best believe someone from OpTic are going to put themselves in towards that point to make sure they work down that first segment. As time is continuously driving its way on down, Pred does fall on the overextension, so an avenue of attack for LAT to work their way around the deep pitch.
And Thieves, they've got some isolation here towards these two OpTic members playing forward. Kenny trying to get dealt with by Kremp. Tough battle as both players were tagged up, and Kenny avoids the trade as well. This is such great finesse from him. Problem is, he's the last one standing. Shotzzy's trying to deal with the player deep, and Ghost.
Oh!
So now it's just down to Kenny. Tries to step in, and Thieves have pushed the spawns away from Texas. 2 members on. First tick done. Pred trying to cut off a reinforcement. Clean towards Kremp, but you gotta go. You gotta get over towards the zone. Second tick of progress is in. There's still tons of time keep in the back of your mind. So Pred needs to clear it and then also stay alive, and Kenny will be the savior for now. But as previously mentioned, minute 10 on the clock. LA Thieves coming out of spawn quickly.
Still a lot of opportunities here for LA. You just have to work your way out the overextension. With Kremp finding a double to the map, everyone all spawn is jumping with their hands up in the air saying we have another shot. Just gotta try to get past the players coming off spawn now for OpTic. All out fights through the middle of the map. Ghosty and Nasty at least find 2. So Pred now in a position where you just gotta play a kill.
Yeah. You have to play your life. Jodeci's also shut down from behind at Ruggs. Good team shots with Dashy. Cuts down the rotation from Thieves. 14 plays 12. Small advantage for Thieves, but the clock, the biggest opponent right now for the offense. 33 seconds on the clock, and oh, Pred, while stunned, takes care of Nasty. That will hold off this Thieves approach a little while longer.
And now with 25 seconds left, this is going to be your last push. You have to try to figure out how OpTic are playing. Jodeci at least finds the first. The trade is going to be there on to Pred. You have one player in the point. Now where the hell's the last guy?
Yeah, this is all about finding Shotzzy, and he has stayed completely concealed in and out of Ruggs. But the player on the zone has fallen. Trades from Jodeci's on 3 in a row. He's got to be the one to touch the zone, though. Pistol out, has Pred at range. Oh, what a win from Pred. First couple of shots were good. Follow-up from Ghosty, decent. He's in at 0.0, but can't keep his life. And the round 5 defense will stay strong enough, if only just barely.
Woo. That one got scary. I don't know what it is about round 5 defense. You think you have them locked up, but the last series showed us that anything is possible. Even with 10 seconds left, LA almost were able to squeeze that victory out. It started with the great play from Ghosty. He works his way all the way through the overextension, finds himself behind enemy lines, is able to find a double, and then leads to a triple. That was the opportunity that LA were looking for, but OpTic Texas able to reinforce quickly, even not having to worry about the segments is the biggest thing, because you're probably thinking if we give up segments, especially in an early round, we would have round 5 offense. But since you're already on the defensive side, all you have to do is just give one successful break in, and that's all it really came down to, as they were just consistently not dropping together. That's the biggest thing about control of this game, is that if you go 2 to 3 dead, if that 4th person drops as well, then that's when you have to start being nervous in those situations. But every single time where we thought OpTic were on the back foot, Shotzi makes the play. He finds a triple. Pred makes a play, finds a double. And even Kenny had his moments where finding 1 kill and simply not getting traded immediately was such valuable plays right there for OpTic Texas. You only played it 1 time in this stage. It was a hiccup versus Boston, but at least you feel a little bit better getting this victory the way that you did here.
100%. I mean, it legitimately comes down to the wire a couple of different times through. And this is almost where it kind of starts. Like you mentioned, Ghostio on the back. You think that's enough for everything to get going, and it absolutely is. But it's just the recovery of the individuals, that last guy standing, to give OpTic a chance to come off of the very deep spawns and have a chance to save the round. And boy, did they do it a couple of times over. I will say, honestly, that stun kill from Pred was another major small difference maker. He drops in Cafe, that's also laundry gone, and you're completely split up if you're OpTic's defense. So heroic individual gunfights, and all Kenny can do is kind of say,
Texas map 1 was a little bit easy. You showed fight in that search and destroy, but you eventually fell short. And then when you get to an invasion control, where they used to be one of the best teams in the game at it, just now they know going into Major 3, we have to make sure we're playing, getting reps on this map, because when we score up against Atlanta FaZe, or we score up against Toronto, or even New York, we're most likely going to have to play some invasion. So you just want to make sure it's still up to par with the top teams. They find themselves up 2-1 in this series, and now they're going into a Vista where they're feeling pretty damn good, because the team that they went up against in Miami were able to beat the hell out of Toronto on this map, and they beat the hell out of Miami on this map. So OpTic, they're loving the new map so far.
Yeah, at least off the 1 time they've played it, right? Because on the other front of things, you look at the overall record for Thieves, and you see 2-2. Wow, that's just okay. But one of the losses was a 3-point loss to Vegas in heroic comeback form. And then the other was Seattle Surge, where they lost by 100, but Surge played the map incredibly well. It just did not allow Thieves to find any success anywhere in the middle of the map. And you have to imagine that they've gone back, re-looked at that, and reestablished what they could do. But when you take a look at how things have gone and when OpTic get going, boy, do they ever. 19-12 in map number 1s, where they barely win out if they do, but map 4 is often where they come and close out series. They don't often see a lot of map 5s, and the 17-5 record of map 4 has been a major reason of why.
Yeah, because when you go through the first couple of maps, it's all about the warm-ups. Obviously, at map 1, you're getting a feel out, but when you get to the map 4, you're already locked into the series, so guns are already firing on all cylinders, and this is where OpTic usually find themselves in the advantage. I love myself some Vista because of how fast this map can play out, but we saw it in that last series. It's simply all about this rotation. From P1 to P2, from P3 to P4, you just want to have backside burger over towards fountain side, because that is where you're going to be able to dominate and control majority the map for some great time.
Indeed the case, and here's a look at more of the breakdown statistics. Again, talking about OpTic's 1 time playing it, they were really fluid in terms of how they rotated around the map. Well, that had not been necessarily a success point for Thieves in their most recent matchup, which is why their rotation percentages really hit a lot. But when they do get there, their hold percentages have been great. So it feels like a pretty even square up based on the small sample size that we have. So let's have some fun, friends. Lock on in as Texas will start us off with the first 3 kills.
Oh, that is a perfect break off for OpTic. You find every single kill in the feed, and now you know that you are securing those spawns just in case it gets a little bit scary. Kenny is looking at that angle to make sure no one is going to come behind enemy lines. But that is just the perfect start if you want OpTic Texas continuing to have those guns firing on all cylinders into this P1.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Good trade backs, though, for Thieves. Neutralize the last 20 and allows a chance for them to even earn a little bit of time of their own. Pred, whoa, we think he's feeling the hot hand. He is all over it right now. Jump up over towards the backside bridge. Denied by Joe Deceive, so it has to come down to the ARs trying to clear things out, and that's more than fine for Kenny Adachi as they'll go 3 for 2. Last one standing is Ghosty, and whoa, makes good on that. 3 kills for him. Nearly gets the full team wipe, but Pred will keep one last little bit of contest and keep the Thieves interested on P1 while the rest of the green wall rotates over towards 2.
Yeah, they're already going to be over towards the next HP. But you at least have a couple players from LAT taking a lot of ground. Joe Deceives works his way up through top burger and able to eliminate that first player, find the second as well. But the spawns have not yet flipped. LA is successful on the break. But you're more focused on finding these kills and chaining it to that rotation as well.
Trem Eyes on a number of different places he could be contested from. Not a lot of support here yet for Thieves. Good bounce up, though. Finds himself a 1-for-1. Preddo on 3 in a row. And Nasty trying to play oversight on the backside of the hill will be also denied. So 4 kills, a full team wipe, all of it going the Aussies' way. 7-4 start, and OpTic looking good for the scrap time.
And I love how LAT on your minimap put just everyone cutting their losses. Everyone hitting that rotation over towards the next, but you have to make it count. The initial gunfights have to go in your favor, and OpTic Texas already have a read on it, that they are applying pressure through the back end. Nasty's able to find a double. Kenny finds the farthest player pushed up in Cramp. And this is going to be a rotation won by OpTic. You just have to eliminate these final 2 players.
And again, it just feels like the same things that we saw in map number 1 for LA. First on rotation, not able to find the opening gunfights. Is also reminiscent of when they played Seattle. A lot of the same things were occurring. So now you have to hold this thing essentially from the front if you're LA. First couple of kills are decent. Trophy system also keeps this setup relatively safe, but they don't expect Predator. Just walks up, finds kill number 6 for the Crews. Not able to take the 7th, but again, OpTic with the proximal spawns get here so damn quick.
Yeah, but that spawn right there out of Pred, he's now going to know that the pressure's coming in through the back. He only is able to find 1 kill, but once he drops the Kremp, now someone is going to put themselves in a position to contest him, and it's none other than Shotzi, who's sitting at 5 in a row trying to get the 6, but Joe Deceives is able to take care of him. But you will take this if you are LA. You are at least able to flip those spawns, so you can potentially stop that bleeding over towards the next HP.
But you still have to hold on to these spawns.
Yeah.
Joe Deceives will spawn up. Pred, Shotzi getting to work through the old time. A little bit of a deeper spawn for Ghosty, but he can reinforce, and then there's the block. Kremp will spawn all the way out. Kenny hitting the route around the back. Joe Deceives completely caught unawares, and now it's on Ghosty. He just has to stay alive, and he's not able to find any sanctuary anywhere around the hill. OpTic will flip the spawns and take the hard point simultaneously.
Oh man, it's just a slow start right here for a couple players on the side of LAT. Nasty, who's been having a phenomenal stage so far, sitting at 2 and 12. You need your ARs to be shooting, especially on those long distance gunfights, but he is just falling short every single time. Kenny with the double, now finds himself on 4 in a row. You know exactly where LAT are trying to execute a break from, and that's all through the front.
And it just feels like, again, we've seen this when they were playing up against Seattle. The ARs just keep getting caught in these very close and quartered battles with SMGs. And you look at the stat lines, it's 16 and 8 from Pred. He is all over the place. Kenny also dealing damage at 12 and 6. And Shotzi just getting to work, roaming around the map, doing Shotzi things. A little bit of scrap time earned for Thieves, and they get the read on the deep player in Shotzi. But Kenny's on the hunt, finds Nasty by the gondola, and that will be a chance maybe for OpTic to flip the spawns around again.
Yeah, and they will take that because they're also maintaining a lot of mid-map control around that P1 area. So all of LA trying to break through that bar side. Shotzi already being a nuisance up in your face, is only able to take down 1, but gives the info to his teammates that that's where they're spawning. Just have to read the pressure consistently, just stay down on the hill and soak this time.
3 for 1 though. Thieves cooking up a little bit, but Shotzi off the off spawn comes through unpredicted and reduces it just down to Joe Deceives. Semtex toss, but Shotzi slides away. Pistol out. Help from Pred. Oh, man. It's just like you called from earlier, Jay. You don't deal with all 4 of them. OpTic are going to come back with the fury, and boy, have they ever. 140 to 62. Scrap time looking good, and Thieves also getting tested at mid-map, trying to rotate back into P1.
Yeah, and this gets scary because LAT do not have the preferred spawns, and this can lead to a perfect chain out of OpTic Texas. They can find a couple kills around the map. It's been a full 60 hold here at the Bridge Hill, but now just in case it gets a little bit scary, you have 2 cruise missiles in the back pocket, but screw the cruises because the guns are still firing. So on a different level right now, everyone is less than 10 deaths. These guys are playing perfect hardpoint right now.
Absolutely the case. Double for
Oh my God!
Not going to be able to finish off the final shot to Joe Deceives, but without the heroic and maybe the Reddit clip, it's still a great moment here from OpTic Texas, growing it to well above 100-point cushion. Thieves having to find a way to break on in. Shotzi there waiting for him. He gets 2 of the 3. It just feels like there's just not enough convincing trades for Thieves in the moments that they matter the most.
Yeah, they're just playing catch-up a majority of this game, and every single time they need a 2-piece to go in their favor, it's OpTic Texas flying right into their face, getting it done with either the Rival 9 or the MCW, but they're currently into these P1. Ghosty finds a double. Hopefully that's a spark to trying to turn this game around, but OpTic Texas still with 2 cruise missiles in their back pocket. Another rotation, 1 out of them. Oh, you might not want to play them on this map. They are just everywhere.
No, it definitely feels that way. I mean, I think it's one of those things that, again, it's just the Thieves are being left without anything to work with. Long rotations where Shotzi's getting reads. I mean, what do you do against this? What do you do against this? Kremp gives us an offer. 2 kills for him, but OpTic gonna get past the 200-point threshold. The ARs are also there waiting for the foul pit from the Thieves. And even though there was a heroic comeback effort for Thieves when they played this map initially versus Vegas, this one looks well too out of reach.
Yeah, this one's definitely out of reach because just in case it gets a little bit scary for OpTic Texas, you can call in the cruise missile to execute a break or even a better hold. But just the way that they are shooting now, that's another 4 dead in the feed. LAC just got to slow down, but you got to get a team push because you are getting picked apart one by one, just simply not giving yourself an opportunity back into this game. OpTic only need 20 points to call series.
It's just everything is being watched by OpTic, and again, more often than not, save maybe this moment right here, it's still in 2-for-2, 3-for-1 form. So OpTic never fully get flipped. Moment of pressure here for Thieves. So Pred will say, I can't bring this into the next map, so I may as well use it now. Kremp will fall to it. OpTic still struggling to get back into the hard point, but all the pickup on the routes have been dealt with, plus the follow-up on the players stuck in for cover. And OpTic are just a couple of points away from putting Thieves in the 100-point club. What a statement here on map number 4. OpTic clean, calm, and collected on a map they really have not shown us too much of in these major 3 qualifiers.
But you could just tell in practice that map has been treating them really, really well if you're coming out playing like that. Your SMG's taking a lot of ground, being nuisances when they need to, just being super annoying around the map. LAT just could not find any ground to stand on as soon as they spawned into that one. Right off the rip, you go 4 dead. And then everything after that has all a chain effect. But I'm pretty sure that's actually going to be our second 100-point club on the year. LAT were the team that got it done the first time, but now, unfortunately for them, they're on the backside of that as OpTic Texas now put themselves at 6-1 in the stage. I don't know if that's going to put them up a seed. No, that's going to guarantee them that 3rd seed. Yeah. But the play maps that you haven't played in quite some time, at least in the first 2, you come out on the business. You only played once throughout this stage, and you look absolutely stunning from start to finish. LAT just didn't have a response. OpTic Texas, the better squad today.
Bro, production's out of left field with this music, by the way. I mean, what? Someone call an adult because production needs one badly. That is too much. It's too much. But for Thieves, this whole matchup was too much. Oh, goodness. That is going to be memed forever. I don't know who gets credit for that. I don't know if you want credit for that. But well done, production, well done. 250-86, the call. And with that, like you mentioned, in a battle for the 3rd seed, Texas will take it. So we know who our top 3 will look like overall. And after what was a very tight series, again, I got to give credit to the Thieves for putting up a hell of a fight on the sub-base hardpoint, even though, again, trends were going against them. Same thing can be told with the heroic effort on the evasion control, but not finding a way to take either of those maps sees us lacking of the Karachi search and destroy, which I think Texas fans would have been fine to see for what it's worth. And overall, I think, Jay, that's a hell of a statement. And I think, again, from the listen-in from map number 1, plus the all gas, no brakes map number 4, OpTic is taking everyone very seriously this major.
Yeah, they're taking everyone very seriously, but they're more focused on taking that one team who has been beating them for the last couple of months, and that's been Atlanta FaZe. So they come out swinging, but that's enough from us. Enough for the qualifiers. Let's get ready for that tournament. Back to the desk we go.
Did that tomato just throw shade at my audio guy? I think you're an adult, Nick, by the way. Welcome to the 100-point club, LA Thieves. OpTic closes out Major 3 qualifiers.
I want to know whose vocals that is. Where did we even find that? How
we have very talented people behind the scenes, and we can't leak it because you'll see it on someone else's broadcast here. Nameless, can we talk about this game, though?
Yes, let's talk about
Texas. What happened here?
I mean, unbelievable performance, right? Like, Fred had himself a day. The man was going off. But they took turns. I mean, you saw Shotzi also in the control dropping 7,000 damage. That is absolutely disgusting.
Is that good for an SMG?
They get a little dicey. And, you know, I love what OpTic did here. Obviously, we see sub-base, which we haven't seen in a while out of them. Making sure it's polished when we get over towards that major. Now 5-0 on the season on that map, and you see why. Punishing them, putting them in that P3 spawn, securing the rest of the map from there, and then a masterclass on Vista, sort of having this one in that back pocket. That now puts 3 maps out of the 5 in the rotation where OpTic haven't ever lost this entire season.
That's incredible.
They got a lot of reps on them, too.
Question is, who else is at their level when it comes to hardpoint? Is it just Atlanta?
And Toronto. Yes, those 3 are the best hardpoint teams right now.
Absolutely. And I do want to take kind of like the devil's advocate angle here of obviously LA Thieves wasn't able to give us too much in that final map, but it was a decent showing. They are able to steal that search and destroy, which is kind of a testament to how good that game mode have been for them, and it's been their strongest. And even in the sub base, like they were getting outplayed extremely heavily, and they were only down about a little bit over a hill. So still proving that they can at least hang with some top teams, but a lot of work to be done until they can win a series.
All right, our Scuff play of the game belongs to OpTic Texas, and we give it to the whole squad. It's winning the swing game 3. It got a little bit murky in the 5th round, but OpTic pulled it out. Walk me through it.
Yeah, Jonas, Thieves, and Ghosty get over towards the point, and they were making plays, man. They were finding a lot of kills, but you see the pinch ends up coming in. I believe it's Pred. He finds one here on Water Street, gets that first kill, and then allows the teammates through gas and Mannequin to set up that slow pinch. They have to identify that guy back gas, which they do, and they find that kill, and then from there, it's just a sandwich onto the point. So if that guy Water was able to take his time, kill Pred, they probably win that round, but unfortunately, Pred makes a heads-up play.
I feel like that part of the map has the most clutch moments that we're seeing currently on a regular basis. So we're going to see more of that coming up next week in Toronto, but it's OpTic with your play of the game from Scuff tonight. And Allie, we got to kind of wrap up qualifiers so far. What have you seen from all 12 of our teams? Any big storylines going into the event?
Well, for me, it's just the fact that the top 4 teams kind of look back to being the top 4. It was a really rough start, and seeing them all iron it out, having new spawns, having new maps, it's been a really good time.
All right, we now have our interview ready. It's your Monster Winner Spotlight. Pred joins us live from the OpTic Texas camp. Congratulations on another win. And Pred, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Do you know how many kills you dropped total in that series?
No, I actually have no idea. I'm not even joking.
Not enough.
What was it?
I'm just kidding. It was a ridiculous amount. Production is still adding it up on their calculator. But
97.
They said you're averaging almost 100
Most
for
in
the
the
series,
lobby.
4 games.
Oh my God, let's go. Let's get name.
Pred, how did it feel playing against LA Thieves today? It looked like you were playing with crazy confidence.
Yeah, you know the major's around the corner, so we're just trying to just make that final push and just get get ready for the tournament. So yeah, man, we just took this match really seriously and just not that we don't take other ones seriously, but like it's just like the match before the tournament. So it was just that type of vibe.
Listen, Pred, you're gonna give me some like basic answers. So can you put the headset on Karma behind you real quick? Let me get Damon.
Do you actually want Damon?
Yeah, I want to ask Damon a question.
David, I want to ask you a question.
They want to ask me a question?
Yo,
What's up, guys?
What up, Damon? You're finally whipping these guys into shape, dude. The search is getting a lot better. Talk to me about the improvements in the search and destroy, because I was noticing you guys #1 in retake, #1 in rounds with plant. The fundies are on point. How did you guys get there?
I mean, it's just one thing we've really been working on recently, and the biggest thing for that map, honestly, which kind of sucked for us, is that was our first real rep since we played it against Atlanta. And to be honest, like, I think we're pretty good at that map. Obviously, that's our last showing. I think we're 2-2 now on it. But we started down 0-5, and honestly, I think it was just because it's been so long since we've actually played a real rep on that map.
Yeah.
But I still think it's a good map for us.
Do you think it comes down to S&D this weekend? That's what's gonna get it done for you guys to get that chip?
I mean, I think it's going to be huge, but I think a lot of it comes down to us just being consistent in respawns, and we've been working on a lot of things, and I think the biggest thing is just tightening up our gameplay and making really the respawns more consistent.
All right, you can give it back to Pred. Thanks, Damon. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
That's fine. I didn't want to ask Damon a question or anything, guys. It's cool. You just pass it back.
Oh, we're just taking Pred's spotlight.
Okay.
Come on.
No, I'm sorry. Pred, listen, I actually do want to focus on you. I'm glad we got to talk to you again, because it feels like, you had a little bit of a slower start during this qualifiers, and the past couple of games, you have been in absolute takeover mode in these hard points. What kind of work have you been putting in as a player, and tell the fans kind of what the change has been like for you?
Honestly, man, just trying to, just elevate our game, because, we're a new team, so obviously we've been playing for a couple months now, but so we're just basically trying to find all the pacings, because obviously the game changed a bit after the Major 2, so we're really just trying to honestly focus up on just, just getting the pacing and then the gameplay right, man, and just making sure that we can all play to our strengths. So that's something that we've been working on, and yeah, that's basically it, man.
Pred, I see Kenny in the background flexing. Who benches more?
I actually don't know. Maybe I actually don't know, honestly. I think I do, honestly.
I'm gonna go Australian on this one. Yeah, sorry, Kenny. All right, any final thoughts here, Alley Cat?
No.
We cut you off twice. I'm sorry, Alley. Pred, we love you. The fans in the chat clearly love you as well, and we can't wait to see you on land in Toronto next week. Anything you want to say to the people who will be in that front row?
You know, shout out to Green Wall, man. Hope to see you guys there. Making sure that we can, you know, use your guys' help to win the tournament, man. That's the main thing.
Awesome stuff, man. Can't wait to see you in person once again. That is Pred. That's OpTic Texas with the final win of the qualifiers. And we got to recap the whole day because now we got to announce the schedule. We got to revisit
and the bracket.
How we got there.
Let's get it.
The bracket's still to come.
So much stuff.
But first, back to the start of the show. Nameless, where did we see you get your first prediction correct on the day?
Listen, it was an easy call. We had the Miami Heretics, and Real showed me that he is the Real deal with the cheese, too. He was frying the entire series, man. This guy, especially the map one, it was flawless rotations on the Miami Heretics. You know, on that second rotation in P1, they put them in a super blend where he went on a nasty streak. And from then on out, man, that confidence, they used it in the rest of the series, which was pretty much flawless as well.
You know what's hilarious is that when we went to do our pick'ems in this, you were like, I'll give you a chance and pick Heretics. So if you truly meant that pick, I don't know. I guess that's up to everybody else to decide. But Miami, an extremely strong series out of them versus the LAG to secure that upper bracket heading into the Toronto Major. And not only that, Real, I'm so excited to see him spot in on land for the first time, and his teammates seem to be gassing him up. So I hope Miami Heretics be able to put on a show.
Miami has been blown out on land. That is at Major 1 and Major 2. Looking to change things up with the new stud in the lineup. Miami gets their win, and they're in the winner's bracket. LAG not picking up a map leads to an 11th seed, and you can see.
My bad, LAG.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Yo!
Firing range?
Okay.
Brutal! All right, here's a look at another guy who looked like he was shooting people in the firing range. Scrap had so much confidence taking on anyone who is willing to square up.
I love this matchup because in the head-to-head, Scrap has a 1.27 in this series historically, and now they take the edge versus New York Subliners because they were 1-1 tied on the series. Now Toronto Ultra leads them in 2-1, and it was in a very confident fashion, right? Like that Vista was unreal. Maybe one of the biggest comebacks we've seen so far, at least in this year. And then we moved to the Search and Destroy. New York Subliners able to pull off something special, and then we moved to round 5. Scrap almost drops 40 versus New York Subliners.
And we talked about the crucialness of Subliners picking up at least one map in this series. If they got one map, it would be the 5th seed going into Toronto. If not, it would be the 6th seed. They're coming in with 5. They dodge having to play Toronto in that first round.
Yeah, they definitely dodged that. And now they draw the LA Thieves, who are coming off of a loss. Not an easy game, but better than playing Toronto. And look at that bracket, man.
Heretics,
we got some
I am
bangers.
so sorry.
We open it up. Atlanta FaZe takes on Miami Heretics. LA Thieves will fight the New York Subliners. Toronto Ultra takes on Seattle Surge. And OpTic faces off against Royal Ravens. If you're wondering about your teams in the bottom bracket there, the elimination bracket, they will play the loser of those matches. They'll respectively drop straight down to that same position.
I love majors.
That OpTic versus Carolina Royal Ravens is going to be an absolute show.
And here is a look at the schedule. Lock it in. 6 p.m. We close it out with OpTic Texas versus Clay in the Carolina Royal Ravens. Before that, Toronto takes on Seattle. Atlanta takes on Miami. And we open it up with a banger at 1:30 p.m. Eastern with LA Thieves taking on the New York Subliners. As we wrap up the qualifiers, we got to revisit the numbers, Allie. Who tops our KD leaderboards?
I'm honestly not even shocked anymore. It is always Celium on that left, sitting at number 1, averaging a 1.3 right now, but Scrap and Pred close behind.
Any surprises on this top 8?
Just look at the gap though. 1.3 and then 1.18. Like Celium is different.
The only difference as well is he didn't drop a series. Scrap got dropped on by him in that series. All right, we'll have to see how it goes down on land. Thank you all for tuning in. Before we get in trouble, we want to remind you all, pick up your tickets. We start bright and early, 1 o'clock with the headquarters show Thursday. It's gonna be great.
See you then.
See you then.
Way up. Way up. Way up. Way up. Going back and forth like it's east and west, but the whole team up, say that's north side. I'm lonely if I shoot the tech, and I'm 10 seasons in, still on court side. Every day I'm going back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, girl, but stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting on my eyes and crossing on my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Young, set apart, and I'm passionate. I've been in my lane, ain't no passing. I'm truly from the bottom. I've been fighting for the light. When you in the dark, man, all you get is flashes. My whole team know that it's do or die. On the top, I see newer highs. I'ma make a move when I make a move. Ain't no thinking, I let you decide. On the gas with the vision, I've been out to get it here to do it different. Ripping through the tension, rallied in the streets. Now we in the building and it's going way, way, way. Way, 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 way. Way, 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 way. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'm probably crashing it. Way, way, way.
And then everything after that is all a chain effect. But I'm pretty sure that's actually going to be our second 100-point club on the year.
That's true. Well, why are you, bro? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Dude, you're gonna get in trouble, bro.
Why are you
gonna
like
get
it?
fined? All right.
What the f is that?
All right, we're game ready.
Hello. And then actually about looking in the thing. You're an idiot, bro.
He's not in here. Join the game.
I thought the guy's missing. That's it. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Hilarious. He was on the stream.